Hello! Welcome.
Shit.
Oh, the camera's over there. Let's see. We've got off guard this time. Welcome to
this is great, Cal.
Young Ghastly.
This is brilliant. This.
I'll manoeuvre it mindedly. You guys be entertained.
Welcome to the Michael Spam. If you sit in front of me, right, just a wee bit closer.
It looks like Mark's got
a wee bit closer. Cal, if you can try and frame it like this, yeah.
Well, I didn't know how everyone was going to be
That's
sitting.
what I thought when I saw it. I thought it was like just framing Callum's face.
That's fine.
Oh, what's going on?
Everything fine.
Oh,
I was just going to tweet this out to people.
Last
Welcome to the... How many live streams have we done? Just 9 or something?
last month's, and we didn't actually make a thing of it. Last month's was actually the anniversary.
Yeah, the anniversary
of
live streaming us.
last Ghastly Tales.
You've got to do it. We've got to do it. It's the anniversary, and we never mentioned it.
Yeah, we didn't. But this one is special because it's young Michael's birthday.
Yeah, well, it's my birthday in a few hours. 35 and still alive, baby.
Boom.
Barely.
For now. Well, you're not 35 yet, are you?
Plus, nature has gifted me tonight as a birthday present.
With great friends.
With a really, really red sore nose.
That's the alcohol.
I haven't drank it. I haven't drank it yet.
That's old man's powder.
Yeah, that's true. Do you remember SodaStream? I don't know why I did that.
How did that go into it?
I loved SodaStream. And, horror related, my favourite drink from SodaStream was... This is still not going to work, Gal. You're going to sit back, mate.
I'm fine.
Right.
It's like a disembodied voice.
My favourite SodaStream was... It was red, and it was like it had a picture of Dracula in the front of it.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was awesome. I loved it. Although the SodaStream machine we had, it was like sort of playing Russian roulette because the handle didn't work properly, and it would like like, I don't know, you had to pull it down and then flip it back up, but sometimes it would like jam and or like just by itself decide to go and trap your fingers. So that was interesting.
When you were saying it was like playing Russian roulette, I thought you were going to say like every sixth drink was poisonous. Just
that would have been.
With SodaStream, that's probably fairly accurate.
Yeah, I was 5 years old. Anyway, we have nothing prepared for tonight. No, we have some stuff prepared for tonight.
Well,
we brought.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to do a dance at some point.
Not part of the live stream.
Callum's going to watch.
Not during the live stream. Not while I'm here.
This is really off-putting. The camera being over there.
You could move it, but I knew it would.
For me, I'm directly facing.
I knew it would put you off.
I think the reason Callum didn't want to put the camera there is because over our shoulder there's a lovely collection of pants drying in the corner.
Always think about your background.
It's mainly t-shirts, actually.
I know. That's what Callum uses his pants.
That's it.
He's going to have another hole for his extra leg in the middle.
I brought books.
So they actually make very risky kind of crop tops.
Yeah.
What was it? One of the
we got some people in the chat.
Commenters said last time.
I'm actually trying to find the
I got called a dull cunt last time.
I'm trying to find the video.
Andy, how you doing, sir? Welcome. And Elizabeth, welcome to you as well. Says everyone's saying happy birthday to you. I don't know why.
Thank you very much. That's very
Everyone
nice.
loves a jester.
I know. But anyway,
I've got something light to get us off the game, like a game to start us off if you want.
Yeah.
Just to set us all up, if we're cool with that. Right, let me transition. How are we doing for volume, by the way, guys? As you may have noticed, we're using a slightly different stream setup this time. We're not using a webcam this time.
We're not under videos, no.
We're using a proper.
It should be under events, won't it?
Yeah.
So then this is really entertaining for you guys.
Nice
You're
going.
going to have to sit back, mate. This isn't going to work unless you want to reveal your pants in the back.
You've got it. You've actually literally. He's got to have so much of his face in.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
contractually
he brings it up. He gets his legal.
To be no, I don't mind. It's just I like having at least a piece of me in the shot.
That's right. He calls in his legal
which
team.
piece, mind you.
That's true. So,
Callum,
part of the same package.
I think your knees are in the shot, mate.
Why? I know that's not my knees. Why can't we see
Michael Whitehouse is unfeasibly large?
But it's not showing up because. Alright, I'm not gonna help you with this. I'm gonna entertain people. You can work it out.
We've got it. I've got it. It's fine.
I was hoping they would be able to see the chat through the YouTube app, but this is a complete.
No, you can't. You just scroll down. Look, there's a live chat there.
Ah,
miracles.
Awesome.
Right. Okay. Let's get cracking with the knacking.
This is very difficult. would it make more sense?
Michael, that's what everyone can see right now.
Where am I? I want a Photoshop picture of my face in the middle of that screen.
Right, so I have put together a game that we did on the first couple of live streams, and we haven't done it for a while, so...
I was going to say, it's not actually like, I don't know why, for some reason when I saw the photos, I was going to say, is it like Christopher Lee or Tree, and we have to decide whether it's Christopher Lee or a tree?
No, and it's also not a condensed version of Pat Sharp's Funhouse. I'm sorry to say, for your birthday. So what it is if this wants to behave itself. Okay, that could be interesting. Why is that not working? Okay, I'll need to check. Oh no! Oh wait, it's opened up on the other side. Hang on.
Oh, this is really entertaining.
It's one of those
you can't see us. Choose one to protect you. The rest will try to kill you.
Yes.
Is that up on the screen at the moment?
I'm working on it. Here, right. This is the game. This is the game that we did once before.
Choose one of us to protect you. The rest of us will try to kill you.
We're not saying which one.
I choose Alan to protect you.
Oh, wait.
Much like the opening episode of Amazing Stories, you would draw shit and it would come alive.
You would draw shit and
You draw that shit.
An individual
You'd
shit.
all be put off by the stench.
Okay, so this was a very simple concept that we did last time. There's 9
I
different...
didn't understand it.
Stop putting me off.
Sorry.
Just because I'm blocking your frame. Like, he's so
I know.
petty. So petty.
Why don't we get a mirror set up?
So
I just get a mirror in my lap.
even in the back, even in the back.
As long as someone
Bear in mind they can't see us right now, so
Oh,
any
sorry,
visual gags
sorry.
aren't working.
That was a great visual gag.
So essentially, the way it works is what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to add the camera in because the giants in height. Whoa! What the fuck?
What are you doing here?
My phone's decided the thing. Your thing's making noise, Alan.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, okay, so basically there's 9 different characters and you've got to choose one out of all of them to defend you from the rest, right? So I'll go through the lineup that we've got, okay? So some are horror characters and some are kind of scary characters that are in different fields,
Right.
okay? So...
Sugar?
No, it's not.
That's what I was
Stop ruining things! I thought you said Alan's Sugar. Is that Alan's Sugar? You want sugar? You sign on it saying Alan.
Okay. So, number 1.
Written in kanji.
Number 1's Emperor Palpatine.
Palpatine?
Yeah.
Who's Emperor Palpatine?
Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars.
Palpatine.
It's Palpatine.
It's not Palpatine, is it?
Palpatine. Is that
Yeah.
like you say monster?
It's Palpatine.
It's not Palpatine.
From the Latin, pulpus,
Palpatine.
which means to dictate.
Palpatine. But they pronounce
Look
it
it up.
Palpatine.
No,
But
it's
they pronounce
Palpatine.
But they pronounce it
They're
Palpatine.
Americans.
But it doesn't matter. You pronounce
It's
it.
Palpatine, right? Okay, so Emperor Palpatine, he's the first one.
Palpitations.
Right. No one's noticed the fact that he's next to a picture of the Pope
He's not currently the
this whole time.
It's
No,
former Pope.
I know.
That's actually quite good.
Exactly.
Yes.
You've ruined the gag.
Sorry
Right.
for our religious viewers. So one to protect you and one to kill you.
Yeah. Well, no. It's a really simple concept that's worked twice before and you've understood it both times, right? There's 9 guys overall, right? One
It's
of
4.
no,
There's 2 really. There's 2.
I'm introducing one at a time.
One's half a robot.
3.5 guys.
One of them's wearing a Siri hat. Right, okay, so explain.
I'm done.
No,
I'm
explain
going.
Explain it.
Right, hang on. I'm gonna need to.
Tolerance level reached, mate.
That's it. I'm doing a Yates. I'm gonna need to add in the picture of us because you're doing too many visual gags and the lovely people at home are missing.
Mike's like a walking naked gun.
My,
You see guys,
my face is just a visual gag.
I know that's true. Okay.
It hurts.
Well, you said it.
You know how to cut me to the core.
Okay, so that's number 1, right? It's only taking 10 minutes to introduce the first character, right? The second character, who some people may not know this film, but Alan said it all in that there. Every man's. It's actually Asami Yamazaki from Audition. who is probably the fear of any men that have seen this film.
Audition?
Yeah.
If any of you guys haven't seen Audition, I really recommend going and doing it. It's a really excellent horror film.
Or doing an audition. It's equally as good. Sorry, I'm the only one that laughed at my joke there. I'll just shrink back.
Well, actually, it ended up panning out quite well for the guy that took that attitude in the film, Michael. So you'll get your comeuppance.
No, sorry.
There we go. Right. Oh, fuck. I really need to put my glasses on. It's you that's getting old. Now,
So what's our options here?
Right, so we've only had 2 so far because I've been perpetually derailed by
So
nonsense.
Emperor Palpatine.
Emperor Palpatine.
Palpatine.
And we've had
soy footy lady from Audition.
Right, okay, the next one is... That's really annoying.
Have you not skipped over the best one though?
No. Oh, right.
Okay.
An alien or something.
An alien, right. These specifically, these are the aliens from Fire in the Sky.
Okay.
That.
Right. If anyone's seen that film, they're generally very disturbing. Quite similar to Grey's in terms of their setup, but...
Is it Robert Patrick in that, or is it, am I thinking of the wrong film?
No, you're thinking of Terminator 2.
No, I'm not thinking. Is it Robert Patrick?
So again...
I've not seen it.
I'm not sure. Anyway,
Kane.
these are the next ones, right? So... Got that right. The next one is... I always find these guys pretty disturbing. The good robot Uzzes from Bill and Ted 2.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that they aren't really fucking freaky looking.
No, but built with Martian technology.
That's true.
From like mechanical parts found in the back of a van.
They are freaky.
They are.
They punch the heads off the
bad robots. That's right.
Station!
Spoilers, retroactively spoilers.
So we know that they're at least somewhat capable.
They're more capable than
they're capable in some of the elements.
Villains of the film, right?
So they're good potential candidates.
I have tweeted away.
Okay, good. Next up, this is another one that some people might not know.
What's Groot?
Is that Hardware or is it Virus?
Right. Hardware,
Hardware,
the Richard Stanley film. A fairly crap robot.
That's kind of cool though.
It's got the skull thing is the most iconic part about it. It's a fairly average film, but it tries to be really distinctive. But it's all
It tries to be such a cyberpunk thing going on.
yeah. It's all.
Was that from like the early 90s?
It was from 1990 actually.
Really?
Yeah.
This is Johnny Five's Republican phase.
Well, this is Johnny Five before he kind of chilled out a bit. Some say, well, there's still a moment in the film where Johnny Five goes on the rampage and his eyes go red and he's got a laser and he starts burning it up. And a guy that's clearly not even remotely Indian is running around going, Johnny Five!
I know.
I didn't realise he wasn't Indian until you showed me videos.
Hollywood has duped you, mate, because that guy's as white as they come.
I thought it was good that there was an Indian getting decent exposure in the Hollywood film industry.
I am standing here beside myself. No, Martin was brought in. Well, that's actually that will lead on quite well.
Who do we have so far? We have.
Right. Well, I'll summarise it. I need to get through them so we can get to the summary. Next one is The Thing from John Carpenter's The Thing.
Or a comic book, is this? Is this from a Thing comic book or something?
Oh, this is concept art for the prequel.
Yeah.
I was going to say it looked more like something from the prequel.
You mean Shout?
I like the prequel.
I know, it's a moment of great argument between the two of us, right? So that's the next one. Not to be mistaken, if I'd been able to do it quicker, I would have gone not to be mistaken for Roger Corman's Thing.
I've seen some of that and it's not as bad as people say it is.
Yeah, considering it was made for about 10 pence, it could have been a lot worse.
It was made to never be shown, but for a film that was made to never actually be shown, it was made to hang on to the rights.
Next one's this gent. Anyone who that is?
Is this from a creepy past?
That's Brian Duke.
Brian
Duke from the Babadook.
Baby Duke.
Okay, so he's the next one.
I thought that was going to be that Russian mafia-backed Jeff the Killer film you were talking about.
Yeah, that's right. We actually did have shared a group of Russian gentlemen that are trying to make a Jeff the Killer film. What?
He's saying he still can't be seen.
What?
Hi everyone.
All right, okay,
You
cool.
should have eaten your greens.
Well, you weren't talking. You were talking to Martin away in the corner, right? So that's Brian Duke. Right. The next one is from a film that only Martin likes. That's Angus Dayton.
Phantasm's awesome.
Yeah, that's Angus Dayton from or Angus Scrim, as some people know him, who's the tall man.
Phantasm's awesome, and may I also add, I often listen to the Phantasm score while I'm writing. It's really good.
Phil Myro or something.
I can't remember the name. There's a guy called, I want to say Alan Miller, who has this YouTube channel.
Welcome, Gary.
I wish I could remember what it is, but he basically has all these like collector's pressings of vinyl, and he just plays them on his channel. He's got like all of these classic film soundtracks, stuff like that. Some really obscure stuff as well.
That's almost everyone.
The other day, it's a Phantasm and it's done by someone else, and I was
cool.
going to send it to.
Right, last one. Seeing as we've got so many aliens to deal with, it's only right that the final candidate is
China!
Donnie Trump himself with his classic look of absolute smugness.
Why is Donald Trump not in this?
He's
actually a horror villain.
That's true, but we can't get the copyright.
We could pit all the Ghastly Tales horror villains against each other.
That's it.
They're all variations of the same thing.
That's it.
I mean,
no, they're not.
Okay, so
looks like a pumpkin.
Actually, let's see if we can scale this to get everything in.
Ding, 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 ding,
You know someone's trying to fill airtime when they go.
No, right. So that's our lineup. Okay.
Oh.
So.
Wait a minute. When was Hitler?
What? That's the Greece.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Well, it was a different picture from the one you showed.
I know. Well, that was the joke.
I want Hitler to
That was the joke. Thanks for completely not like slave That's different. I remember one time when I was in Edinburgh, I went on a ghost tour, right, and we went down to these vaults and we were standing in it, and it was a good tour. There was a great vibe and everything, and we all went into this vault, and there was an old woman at the doorway looking out, and she kept going, "There's someone out there," and the guy that was doing the tour is like, "Oh no, there isn't." And she's like, "No, there is someone out there." Right? So she kept doing it for ages, nothing happened, and eventually this guy jumps in and goes, "Oh!" And he scared about 2 people because everyone else was there, and she's like, I told you there was something there. And I was like, thanks lady, thanks for fucking absolutely ruining the atmosphere. So
to be fair, she just didn't want to take the chance that it was some sort of bizarre,
supernatural
rapist.
That's right. If there is a ghost out there and I've missed it, I'd be raging. So I'll go through them again. The robot from Hardware, Emperor Palpatine.
It's definitely not Palpatine.
Stop it.
Palpatine.
Angus Dayton.
He's not my dad. I'm not even thinking about it. How dare you?
Brian Duke. The good robot us is the Thing. Azami Amak. Oh fuck.
Mad.
The lady from Edition. The aliens from Fire in the Sky, and Donald Trump himself.
If the power of sheer satisfaction can harm people, then Donald Trump is the most dangerous thing on earth.
I think Donald Trump is way more dangerous than all of them, because one of them's dead, the rest are fictional characters, and
who's dead?
He's no longer the
dead?
Pope. Hitler? Alright, he's not the bad guy.
He's not the bad guy!
Right, the alien's a fictional character.
Right.
Good robot us are dead, obviously.
Michael, if we focus on fictional characters not being scary or applicable, we're fucked.
I know, I'm sorry.
That's pretty much what you
spin. I would say out of all of them, the most dangerous would have to be the tall man. No, it can't be, because he can't get rid of a kid. He can't kill a kid. You can't kill a kid, who can? He kills that a little bit controversial.
Well, the kid. The thing is,
I mean, it's really easy. It's so easy.
But then the kid's fighting them across dimensions and shit, and I don't know if maybe the tall man and the Babadook, I don't know, but the Babadook though is just a representation of that woman's sense of isolation and loss, and it's all psychological. So
spoilers.
Yeah, that's it. Hope you're not planning on watching the film, guys. No, but that's I suppose that's true. Now, the main reason, like I said,
everyone that matters has seen it. Come on.
Everyone that matters has seen it. Martin Yates. So okay, so I mean that's proper school ground stuff. That's the thing when you came in, someone's talking about something. Have you not seen that movie yet?
If the Thing attacked Palpatine, right? Could he then, like, would he then have his force powers? And I'm not falling for this midichlorian bullshit.
Right, okay, aye.
So if what you're saying, though, the midichlorian bullshit was
so imagine the thing.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Midichlorian bullshit was an attempt to explain the force powers as having a biological basis. Yeah, right? If they don't have a biological basis, then the thing can't replicate it because it replicates biology.
Now, actually, it's been established that the Force is sentient in its own way, and it decides who it permeates.
And it's definitely
so, and it's actually in certain ways.
That's right, because Anakin Skywalker's like a miraculous birth.
Yes,
because the Force decided to have a baby.
Do you know? Do you know the reason behind it?
Jesus analogy.
Fuck you, George. Fuck you.
Anakin Skywalker was created by the Emperor Palpatine trying to use the Force to create.
Who is this Paul? You keep talking about
Emperor Paul. Emperor Paul, Barry Duke, Angus Dayton,
Donald Trumkin.
Right, okay. So
Terry,
let's go through them clockwise. Right, first off, we've got the robot. Right, okay.
Get out of here.
Dead.
No, well, let's go through certain characters.
What is the robot? What's the robot's capabilities?
He seemed quite good at assimilating certain things to make himself more. I think he had a spinny cutlery blade.
So is he like nanotech and all that shit?
Not really. It was mainly mechanical stuff. But he spends the entire film in an apartment,
right,
which he can't leave. So they'd all have to be in that apartment.
Right. Okay. So
you could have a dinner party. What a dinner party that would be?
If any of them left, and it looks like he's serving up a chocolate orange. But yeah, so against the Emperor, he'd be fucked.
Gary says Paul PT.
I think. What do we think against a tall man?
Oh, Vincent. You son of a... Don't say that. I thought we were friends. Apparently we can't be understood. Slow down, everyone.
Oh.
Slow down.
Okay.
Slower.
Is that the sound quality or just our general...
No, it's the
general accent business.
Vincent, I can only apologise for our... what do you call it?
You can please some of the people some of the time, but not all of the
people.
people.
I also say that Vincent is a very good writer.
Okay. But he can't understand English.
No, not when it's...
Is that a handicap, being a writer?
Not when it's spoken by 4 idiots.
That's it. By 4 kills.
Oh,
yeah, Alan's
alright.
Right,
I really shouldn't be
Mike
here.
had a genuinely shocked
Back to the matter at hand, gents. Right, the robot. Right, Emperor Palpatine's fucking him up, right? Next, the tall man. Is he equipped to deal with a robot?
No, but if there's a funeral, he's your guy.
Right. So if there's a robot funeral...
I think the tall man, being an extra-dimensional being, could fuck up most of these guys.
Right, okay.
Well, but okay. Donald Trumpkin has a lot of money.
Yeah. I'll buy and sell the robot! China! Where's that robot called? China! Right, so Donald Trump's beat him. What about Barry?
No, I'm not saying that.
No, that's what you just said.
I'm not saying that Donald Trump would actually defeat.
You just said that.
No.
Right, no, we're still focused on the robot. Right, what about the Babadook?
The Babadook is... could it infiltrate people's minds and just...
Probably not a robot. And if the robot got hold of his book, he's fucked.
Does the robot have a mind?
Yes, but he doesn't understand emotions, I suppose.
I'm still going to say that... Oh, I don't know. I think the tall man, probably because, like you say, he's an interdimensional being, but, like I said before, he can't kill a child.
The child
can't kill
defeat
a child
him either.
Or a hippie that drives an ice cream truck.
Yeah, no, but that's only because they are out of the whole of humanity. The ones that are sufficiently different that just so happen to be
Michael, I believe you're drinking Left, aren't you?
Yes.
Which is a absolutely first-rate beer. It really is.
First-rate.
First-rate. Okay, so the robot from Hardware, we're pretty much assuming most of them can destroy him. Okay, next on to Palpatine. Palpatine, I think, is without a doubt one of the most...
You're pronouncing it right.
Palpatine is without the doubt one of the...
the one on the left?
No, that is the Francis P. Pope. He's the one. He's the one receiving fellatio from the Cardinal. Yes.
Perspective, gentlemen.
I think the two top right are the two most powerful in that thing lineup. Though saying that, the aliens from Fire in the Sky are also quite.
Are the aliens extraterrestrial or extra dimensional?
It depends who you ask. If you ask Donald Trump, they're definitely aliens.
Doesn't matter. He's building a hotel there.
Well, I'm going to build a wall so big the aliens will be able to fly in. I'm going to make them pay for it. So Donald Trump's fine because he just builds a wall.
I know.
Nobody can get in.
Wherever he is. Just walks around with a wall around.
Except until the thing manages to emulate his hair.
Here's the thing though, right?
About
the thing, who could actually destroy the thing completely? And don't say Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
Who could actually kill the thing completely?
No,
Because if one cell exists,
Yeah,
of the
it
thing,
can keep going.
it can still
But
keep going.
the thing can't replicate synthetic things, can it? It can't because it couldn't do the filings. So
actually,
it couldn't do Donald Trump's hair.
It couldn't do the.
It couldn't replicate Donald Trump's hair
either.
No, it couldn't. So the thing would be fairly useless against it.
I also think
the thing would tear the robot apart.
No.
The robot, look at it.
But what does it start as? It starts
Johnny
at,
Five
it starts at
versus,
a little.
Versus the
It starts at a little microorganism. How's that going to
Yeah,
take
but does
on
the
robot?
machine not have weapons and stuff?
Ah, it does. So it's only. Imagine the thing starting as a little speck, and it's got to build up.
We all start like that, can't we?
Ah, well, that's
Look where we
very
ended up.
philosophical of you.
Alright, each of us choose someone who's going to win.
Let's start with Alan.
Have we actually given the girl from Audition a chance?
Alan, you threw your voice there again behind me.
Well, we've not considered her.
No, we haven't even gone round yet.
Well, what unless she gets into some sort of relationship with you, then you're fine. You just keep your distance.
What if she injects the thing with what was that stuff?
Nothing will happen.
What's the stuff?
It's like it's a sedative. It puts all.
Goes to sleep.
The thing will have absorbed some sort of creature that
Can
immune
handle
to
that
any
sedative.
type of poison or sedative.
Okay.
To the
She
charms
might
of a
run
woman.
away.
Broadly speaking,
Yeah, he's immune to the
broadly
charms
speaking,
of
would
a
she
woman.
not beat Donald Trump in that case? Because
I
she's
think she
a
would
foreign
probably-
woman
she
that would
probably
probably be his
Well,
next wife.
Donald Trump would probably immediately assume she's from China.
Yeah.
He loves China,
Yeah.
so he'd let her in.
I love China.
I love China. So he'd let her in. So actually, Donald would probably fall for
I mean, I could see him trying to recruit her as his next wife. So yeah.
That's true.
What about robot?
The good robot Uzzies,
Seven
they
good robot Uzzies.
freak me out right
Yeah,
out.
they are pretty creepy, but they are just made out of like
Pipes and shit.
pipes, and they are like the A-Team making robots.
Yeah,
You know,
they're
get
pretty
stuck in a
blue
shed
Peter.
in a life or death situation.
They
and build
could
robots.
probably build a flamethrower or something to fight the thing.
No, the thing's still going to. Listen, if Kurt Russell with a flamethrower,
A Kurt
can't
Russell
defeat
robot.
the thing,
He does a pretty
then
good job.
He
though,
does a
and
good
there's only
job.
One of him,
He does a good job.
and he's
But
susceptible to the things.
Kurt Russell is like a genetic freak who can probably
give you
defeat-
that.
If Kurt Russell's in there, I think we'd all agree unanimously that Kurt Russell would win.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell, see if you're listening by some amazing
Kurt.
chance out of the handful of people that are, you're not a freak, mate.
Did I say he was
Don't
a
listen to him.
Sorry,
You just
sorry.
call him a genetic
I
freak.
apologise. I apologise.
Just because people call you that, it's going to bash it around. Right. So, what are we saying? You are reckoning Angus Staten.
No, I'm not, because he is interdimensional and he should be able to defeat all of them. But the fact is,
But the
he
thing-
can't kill a child in a hippie driving
Right.
an ice cream truck.
Yeah,
But
we're
which
talking about
there's
his
none of them
abilities,
in
right?
that.
That is his abilities though. His abilities are like walking around going, you!
But, but the thing is, okay, so he's got these space gates, right? To travel anywhere in space and time.
Man's putting on his phantasm
Okay.
hat.
So wait a minute.
Stand by.
Right? So even if the thing totally infests a planet, he just switches off his space gates and that planet is infested with the thing and just leaves it, lets it go.
Right.
Right. The reason he can't kill the hippie and the child is he wants everyone that's on that planet. He would quite. I mean, you could quite happily just leave the planet to burn.
So
or
the
something,
the
but he
story
doesn't want
is.
to kill everyone on
Is
the
this
planet.
expanded on in the sequels?
Probably.
So, this is more like
He's
fanfiction.
got- you know those little space gates that he travels through from another planet. Right?
Yes.
So he could make them. He can make
Man's
them appear
written
and
all this
disappear.
is fan fiction where he
No,
stops it.
no, they
Quite-
appear and disappear in the movies.
Piers, I'm quite shocked at Martin's lack of knowledge of the Phantasm franchise.
No,
I thought he
Like, what do you want to
He-
know? What do you want
like-
to know specifically?
like what size of shoes does he wear?
They're quite high because he's not actually that tall.
Tall?
Really.
No, he's the wee man. So that's actually been
The man with confidence. Right, okay, so
What did Alan say?
What?
Alan didn't get a chance because we went back round.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think, really we've got it down to between the Thing and the Tall Man, and I don't just... Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of inclined to go with Martin on this one. I feel, just... the ability to kind of travel across different dimensions would surely defeat anything else, but...
The Tall Man could travel back to the Thing's home planet and destroy it before it's created.
Oh, there you go.
I think Emperor Palpatine and Angus Scrim would actually probably work together.
Probably, yeah.
So
Unlimited power.
What an interesting one makes.
You want this, don't you?
Fire at will, Commander. Who's will?
Let's say Donald Trump's he'd probably throw his lob in as well.
I mean, at this stage, I'm not willing to rule out the possibility that Trump and Palpatine... I mean, have Trump and Palpatine ever been seen in the same room at the same time?
That's an excellent point.
I would more ask the question, has Palpatine and Pope Ratzenberger...
Well, that's a very good point, actually, about Donald Trump and the Emperor.
Wait a second, though. That picture sort of suggests the one with the Pope and the Emperor that they're a tag team.
That's true. So you're dealing with the Pope and the Emperor. So you're dealing with an ex-Nazi and Hitler Youth,
and the ability to
which is like
up child
beginner Nazi
light.
Nazi light.
He heroically left the Nazi youth in 1945. Right, so
I can see it was on its way out.
So,
sorry guys.
Do you know what? I think out of the ones we've done before, this is the most difficult one.
Yeah.
Because it should be the Tall Man, but at the end of the day, like I say, I've said it time and time again.
Let's put it to a vote. What's
bear in mind, right, you want someone to protect you from the others.
Well, we're talking about, I'm forgetting about this.
So, is the thing going to protect you? You're going to touch him.
I'm just saying who would win in a fight.
So you want the Tall Man? He could send you to another planet.
Donald Trump, he'd tie you up in regulation.
Right, but one thing though I would say is, you say that he keeps making gates. What if he made a gate in Donald Trump's wall? What?
Well, if you've actually listened to Donald Trump, Cam, you would know he's building two walls.
He's actually got legitimate points.
With a gap between, possibly a moat.
Yeah, that's so they can fall in and he can laugh at them. Ah! He's president now.
Oh God. Right. Okay, so
build the walls higher, Barack.
Right. Well, should we not all choose someone to protect?
I think the Tall Man.
I'm picking the Emperor. Alan?
I feel like the good robot Bill and Ted's are the only ones that would actually protect you, because the rest are all...
That's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
The microphone just couldn't take our ridiculous accents.
This camera's just broken. Sorry, Gareth.
Does anyone know sign language?
Yes.
Right, we should be back.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure
Like
as to
15
what
minutes
happened
when
there,
this
but
thing catches up.
it takes 30 seconds to catch up.
In the meantime,
Right, so...
Right,
move
so...
our lips, right?
Okay, so who we went? I'm voting the Emperor to protect, and you've got to work on the assumption that they are going to protect you. They're not going to backstab you.
I think the thing would backstab you without even knowing it.
They just take you over.
At cellular level, it wouldn't even. I think the thing would think it was doing you a favour by taking you over.
If the alien, you could jump in the ship and just piss off.
That's true.
Same with the thing, actually.
Yeah, but he'd like try to...
But he might not have a
Try to
spaceship.
assimilate
You.
you. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he stole the last one, and if you remember what happened to his last spaceship, he fucked into the ground.
That's true. That's true.
Well, gentlemen, I think we've come to the end of this segment.
It's been hammered to death.
Are we supposed to be deciding, or are the people in the live stream supposed to be deciding?
Should we ask the guys in the live stream to go?
Yes.
Yeah, well, Vincent's already said, isn't he?
One.
Well, no, he said
But
fuck,
fuck,
marry,
marry,
kill.
avoid.
Yeah.
Who would you want to protect you against all the others? So just post it in the chat, and we'll move on to other things.
And we'll promptly ignore it.
Yeah.
Imagine if the thing absorbed a purely empathetic being, and then just became empathetic, and then was your protector.
Yeah, but the thing can shift between forms, so it could
But
it
then
could just
you-
shift out away from that.
Yeah, no, but it can become anything, but it keeps that inside it.
It does, but it only uses it when it's needed.
Listen,
Just imagine. I'm right, okay?
I went and sourced the thing. Martin, you were talking about last time, and we never got a chance to actually go through it, about old Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
Do you want to introduce this before we cut to it?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, this was something I thought of for the Halloween live stream, so it's completely irrelevant now. But
we got so
we're
drunk.
gonna yeah. So I've always kind of looked at these old Halloween costumes from way back, 100 years ago, and thought they're so much more scary than the shit you see now. And I don't mean they're scary in the sense that it's not a girl in a short skirt with stupid little ears. Like every Halloween costume now is like a sexy.
Thank God.
A
or a
sexy,
fat guy in a
whatever.
short skirt with little shorts.
Yeah. I think it's the simplicity of them. There's not like even the kind of the good ones that you get.
You
the
say
kinda,
simple, we say shit.
even the good, well done, like horror costumes that you get now, the really detailed, like well sculpted masks and all that. Part of what makes them not scary is the fact they're so well done. They look like something
Yeah,
in a film.
they're not made.
Whereas the
Well, they're made.
the really old-fashioned ones where people, even just a simple sheet ghost, there's something really creepy about it. Yeah, so fire some of these up, Callum, and
Something
just
has
kinda
been
show
lost.
what we're
though,
talking about. Yeah, it's
where
the
people
crudity
buy
of it.
the
the
yeah.
crudity of it.
You could kind of believe that this was a cult, effectively.
Yeah.
Did you ever dress up for Halloween?
No.
No, never.
No,
Not
never.
once. Never.
Nope.
Never.
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 No.
Doesn't believe it. He's a new Satanist. Every day is Halloween for him.
Next Halloween,
Right,
me and you're dressing up.
here's the first one.
Masks.
I'm actually going to turn the webcam off because I feel that
Might
we-
get
we
arrested.
actually we get much more
I
goodness.
really like it.
Right, this is the first one. Anyone want to try and care to explain that?
So it's the Funny Bones Day Out.
Yeah, I like that he's quite a bit smaller.
It's really so much work has gone into that. If you think
Yeah.
they've measured the horse and we're like,
Yeah.
look, the different sizes of
Yeah, the
costume.
legs a
Are
bit.
they horses or are they just very large dogs?
yeah, are the two men under?
Who
each one of
knows? Who knows? Yeah, that's. So when is that from?
These are all from generally
The
1950s. All the ones that I went for are from the 1940s to 1950s.
I got one of those Calendars ones. The olden days. Jesus
that-
Christ!
That's literally
That's
just
terrifying.
like a bunch of
Jeez.
paper masks.
I know.
But they're
That's got something to the Ku Klux Klan
See,
about
though,
it.
if you covered over the eyes
yeah.
and then coloured those masks brown, it would look like a face.
It might be brown, Michael.
You don't know what's
That's true.
Jeez, oh.
That's really What is that?
Is
Wait
that
a minute, is someone not just like raised the gain on her face?
Yeah. I
It
don't
looks like
Halloween costume.
increase the exposure a little bit.
That's a great Halloween costume. How did you do it? Oh, I just raised the gain on my face. Oh, that's great.
That's like that Woody Allen film with the guy whose face is out of focus.
Yeah.
It's like, just that one there.
Such a great scene.
Oh.
Notice the roller skates, by the way.
Yeah.
God.
When is this from?
The 1940s.
You didn't get these from that site Black and What the Fuck by any chance?
No, that's a different website.
Oh.
Jesus.
Black and what the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Speaking of which, Callum. Jesus Christ. Is that, when's that from?
That is terrifying.
That's 40s, I think.
On both a moral and visual level.
My God.
Do you think the woman with the white face costume is black and the
That-
man
no,
with
look
the
at
black
her
face
hands,
costume is
look
white?
Would that make it
That's part of the costume.
would that make it less racist if the woman with the white face costume was actually black?
Yeah, it would
Probably because
certainly.
they've been cahoots.
Yeah.
What does it say at the top though? Does it not say Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving masks. Now that's interesting.
Thanksgiving for
Yeah.
what?
I'm not sure. Well, it came up under Halloween.
She's got like bread and apples.
But the next one isn't from the 40s or 50s.
That's awful.
But
But that's.
it is pretty strange. But this one is pretty
Yeah,
hilarious.
it
So I
is.
Can I ask something though, just before you click away?
yeah, go.
Are they kids? Look at his.
No, they're well.
Look
they
at the
might
size.
be,
Look at the
yeah,
size. Look at the
yeah.
size of his coat.
I know you were going to say.
And-
What is that?
look
poking
at-
out from under it?
I know.
Look at him with his hand in his pocket as well.
Yeah, that looks. Yeah, they look like kids. Are they just dressed up as older people? Is that the idea? I don't know. Because you think there's a kind of racist thing going on, but then you look and you're like, well, that's just a woman with a white woman.
And those that, well, if this was done in like the 40s or something
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that, then I would suggest there is a racial connotation.
Yeah,
to
there
this.
probably is, but why is she wearing a white woman's face?
It's not an actual white woman's
I know that. If she is black, why is she wearing a white woman's face?
I guess,
Build a wall. That'll stop them.
I guess we never thought that the guy wearing the black face is actually black. I mean,
No, these
No,
got white
you can
hands.
see his hands. He's not.
Anyway, racial
It's
stuff
really,
aside,
it's really
it's
horrific.
creepy.
It's pretty horrific.
The next one's just funny.
I love the Spider-Man with a picture of himself.
What
That's
terrifies
like
me is this kind of looks like my era.
Welcome, Theakston. Welcome.
the
This
shyness.
is-
Hey!
Do you remember the Simpsons episode?
No,
where-
mate, that's 70s, isn't it? 70s.
I know,
Yeah,
I know,
looks
but
like-
remember,
looks
Look
like
at the Lone
Simpsons,
Ranger mask.
remember the Simpsons episode where who is it? Is it Millhouse shows up as Radioactive Man wearing a smock with a picture
Yeah.
of Radioactive Man on it? All these kids apart from the Indian are Millhouse.
The creepiest thing about this picture is the dream catcher in the back right hand corner.
Yeah, that's proper Indian reservation.
It's clearly captured all of
This
these
has made its
children.
way back in. This is not a Halloween costume. Just to let you all know.
There's a
One night-
fantastic costume.
The one guy that's dressed up.
That's Nosy Bonk. That looks like Nosy
I know.
Bonk. doesn't it?
There was a TV program from was it the 70s
Oh, we should show some Nosy
called
Bonk.
Nosy Bonk in the UK.
It wasn't called Nosy Bonk.
Or
it was
well,
called,
no, well,
what
it was.
called?
I know that Ashens has
It's
done
not
videos
noisy
on it.
bonk.
No, it's Nosy Bonk.
You sure?
Are you sure that this isn't on you porn by any chance?
No,
Did you see it
it
there?
would be useful. But no, there was this really creepy character from a children's television show in the 70s, and he had a mask like that.
Try and
We'll show
find
it a little
Ashens.
bit later because I imagine we can get away with it.
Ashens has done a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff.
This is low rent, that one.
What is it supposed to be?
That's what I was wondering.
I don't know.
You're not going out like that, dear. I'm going as a bag, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That's not just a guy that was in the First World War and had his face like
Yeah.
horribly mutilated by any chance.
Or is that the back?
I'll spruce that up with a
Yeah.
little smile for
Is
Halloween.
that, is that the back of his head? The thing is, he's actually went to the trouble. Those eyebrows look hairy. They don't quite look like they've been penciled on.
Yeah, I
It's
know what
like
you mean,
cotton
yeah.
or something.
Someone,
think that's just out of
Gary made
focus.
a good point that the other one did look like a Spider-Man bin bag, which is quite true.
One Halloween I dressed as Super Ted, that is to say in a cape and Super
Is
Ted
that
pants.
now that one? I'm saying, is that line not line the Witch in the Wardrobe? Sorry, the Wizard of Oz.
Possibly, I think they're just monsters. Aren't they?
Well, is that not the
One
Scarecrow
guy's
in the
a
line?
scarecrow, maybe. Look at the hands.
No, look
There's
at
something
that.
weird going on with the
The
hands.
one in the middle looks like he should be a surfer, and the one in the right hand, it almost looks like a goat.
They're
I
terrifying.
think if those
The
photos
one on the
existed,
right-
they
the
may
one on
well
the
be
right-hand
illegal.
side is terrifying.
See, no, the bottom front. Look at it. Look,
Yeah.
it's like
That
like
reminds
something
you-
like
Like
a
Elephant
cross
Man,
between
have
a
you seen
person and a
Have
gimp.
you seen the film Orphanato?
No.
Yeah, the orphan.
That's
It's the translation.
very much.
It's good. It's
Tell
good.
them
film.
what
It's
you
very,
do.
very much like it.
but-
orphans, right?
The
They're
interesting
not
thing
orphans.
is the
Orphans
guy
is
I
that.
think it's the orphan.
the guy
I think it's
Lord.
the orphans, but I think it's orphan.
I know it's orphan single, Bottom middle, that guy wasn't actually in the original photo.
Really? It just appeared?
Yeah, he actually appeared after the photo was taken.
Developed.
Jeez.
I think that's supposed to be a mouse on the left, isn't it?
Really? Fuck that. Yeah, I can maybe see the whiskers, I guess.
They turned up at my door and I'm big for Halloween, I do the house up and all that, I would not be letting them in.
Fucking hell.
What about these guys?
Eyes wide,
There's blackface again.
bums wide open.
He's just painted his face. Shameless.
That's
look at the guy,
that's
in the sort of
really
second
frightening.
from the right.
Yeah, that's really frightening. But this is the thing. They're clearly like paper mache masks, and when I was a kid, that we did that. We would make loads of paper mache masks.
Yeah.
You know, but like,
Tell us about the olden times, Michael.
And we all told stories by gaslight.
Bloody hell.
There's the creepy thing about this is there's no actual costumes per se.
Yeah,
it's just masks on with their normal heads.
Well,
to be fair, that looks like a school project. Possibly.
It's like, I'm a normal child, and then they wear the mask.
But what you can't see is just like shot they've hacked up their adult.
Yeah.
Supervising them, and now they're just scattering them on parts amongst the forest.
Have you seen? Speaking of which, have you seen that one with the kids in Mickey Mouse costumes in front of the burning car?
No.
Google it. See if you can get it up because it's a really famous photo. I think it might be fake, but
That sounds terrifying.
find it. It's really good. They're all standing holding hands in front of a blazing car. Let me see if I can get it right. People say things.
Theakston says, you think that is bad? One Halloween address.
You just said this?
Yeah.
Did we just say it?
We did, yes.
I really should drink when we're doing doing live streams.
you just get distracted because you just talk about.
He also says he's going into town to get special brew, which I think, given the circumstances, is probably the best.
Special brew
plan
no
of
longer
attack.
exists. It's illegal.
Really?
It's not. You just make up lies.
Says Mark. It better not be.
Sounds like a magical potion, Jesus. Yeah, they can't see that.
I know they can't.
It's really good.
Man, hold on.
It's really
Find
good.
it, put it up. No, because you just showed
Oh,
it.
The keyboard sort of.
That does look like it would be easy to fake, though.
Yeah, no, it is. I think.
Keyboard stopped working.
Yeah.
That one has.
All that. Alright, well,
Live stream
can we move on to something else for a second?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's my birthday tomorrow, I was born in the year 1980. Oh, see you later, Martin. Go and do me a favour if you're not going in the kitchen. Alright, go fuck yourself then.
We're going to eat some chips.
I thought that it'd be interesting to do to discuss horror films from the 1980. From the 1980.
From
From
that there
1980.
1980.
But we're kind of cheating because we're also saying 1981 because the films were probably made in 1980. So I do have a list of them, which is over there somewhere. But
Is this you cheekily trying to include it?
yeah. But I wanted to first talk about Cannibal Holocaust because you mentioned it, and the other, you mentioned sorry, and the other reason was
Sorry, very quickly before we go on, this is what Martin wanted to show everyone.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That is admirably grim, but yeah, I think that would be easy to fake, just because there's no context for the figures in the foreground, you know.
Yeah.
What's their motivation?
It is a real photo, but I think the car fire was incidental, and someone said, "Quick, kids, put the mask on and get in front of them."
Quick, go and get your spooky
Here's a
mask.
photo up for you.
No, I think it's a modern photograph. It's just happens to be taken in black and white.
Yeah.
Anyway, Cannibal Holocaust. But just before you talk about it, one of the reasons I wanted to start with this film is that I was looking up lists of horror films made in 1980, and that one came up. But another one underneath it came up, which was called
Ferox.
Porno Holocaust.
Yeah, that's the one with the big guy that goes around and kills his dead.
Really?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Have you actually seen this?
No,
Martin was in it.
That's how he came about. Right, so you wanted to
I'm
talk
born in
about Cannibal.
1984, I'll have you know.
When did you first see Cannibal Holocaust, Al?
Well, it was comparatively recently, actually. I mean, how are we going to do this, by the way? Should we summarise the films, or do we just
talk
take
about it a little bit? It's a casual thing.
I think a lot of people know about it.
Yeah, I mean, I came into this one relatively recently. I mean, I think it was just, I was aware of it, but you know, I was kind of interested in it more for the found footage aspect, because I mean, this was back at the. I feel like maybe I should look at the camera while I'm saying this, but this was before. Act like you're fighting. No, this was before found footage really came back into vogue. I mean, now you can't. It seems like you can't move for getting a found footage film every 5 minutes. But this is before it became such a thing. And I think really, if you
before
want,
it became such a thing.
It's. I mean, a lot of people actually say
years.
this is like the original found footage film. I think there's at least one that predates this, and I can't for the life of me remember what it's called.
Peeping Tom, kind of, sort of.
Can I just say though, if you're talking about found footage, thanks Callum. If you're talking about found footage, we did a Ghastly Tales radio episode, which was a rebroadcast of an old suspense radio show.
A rebroadcast of some found footage.
Sit down from the 1940s, and it's kind of like a found footage idea. It's about a guy who spends the night in a haunted house and he's recording his experiences for a radio program. He's like a famous radio DJ.
Yeah.
And it's really
Terry
interesting.
Wogan, yeah.
Tony Blackburn. I don't know why he's but it's,
why is Tony Blackburn so
actually, I've argued that I think that's the earliest type of found footage.
There's a lot of those old radio plays used a sort of found footage type thing. Like even the famous War of the Worlds broadcast was done as if it was a normal news broadcast, suddenly been interrupted by this thing happening.
Yeah, but so it's not found footage. It's not something that's been found.
But it's similar trope. Anyway, go on.
I think it was just
interrupted.
I was just going to say that.
Do you want to tell the viewers what it's about? Because
I guess
told them not to bother.
I know. I've just realised.
Double standard.
Just
have some mixed messages, Alan.
through the medium of dance.
briefly, it's just about this expedition to the Amazonian jungle. There's this group of filmmakers that go out there. Looking to shoot kind of a salacious kind of expose documentary, and when they're out there, something goes horribly wrong. They're not heard from for a matter of months, and so there's this other expedition goes out to find them. And when they eventually find what remains of the first team, they have to barter to get the only thing that they can bring back really are their film footage that they've shot while they've been out there. When they get it back to the US, the latter half of the film is then that we, through the second team, are watching this footage as the network executives, kind of weigh up what they're going to do with this, how they're going to show it, that sort of thing. And as it kind of comes to crescendo at the end, when the original team, we find out their grisly fate in quite graphic fashion. And then at the very end, we get this slightly kind of tacked on message about who are the real cannibals here? Is it us or them? But you kind of feel like, given the if you know the reputation of the film, you'll know what I'm getting at. That probably the real cannibal is the guy that directed this fucking film. But
one thing quickly, sorry, it's from the chat before we carry on. Yes, we are all tremendous fans of Ghostwatch season.
Did you watch Ghostwatch at the time?
I didn't exist when when did it
just as a tangent, we'll get back to Cannibal Holocaust in a second. Ghostwatch was an attempt in the early 1990s to make a 1 hour, I think it was a 1 hour television program. It was like a fake documentary, but they pretended that it was live
show,
and very much like if you've ever watched Most Haunted Live, it's pretty much a similar. They've kind of taken the idea from that, but it was about these investigators investigating this house where these girls supposedly were being terrorised by a ghost, and it starts very light-hearted and people aren't really taking it very seriously. And eventually it becomes really grim and I think really frightening. And unfortunately there were actually 2 suicides that were attributed to the broadcasting of it, because it was argued by many that they didn't make it clear enough that it was actually fiction. But it's
Michael Parkinson was in it, so everyone thought it was legit. There's no way Parky's getting up to this nonsense.
And you had like Craig Charles acting like a buffoon in it, which did make it again feel like it was.
You could have just said it had Craig Charles in it.
I like Craig Charles.
Guaranteed buffoonery.
But if you can get your hands on the DVD, definitely watch Ghostwatch, because it's a fantastic program.
I've still never seen it.
I have the DVD. I will give you a look.
I'm sure I can watch
It's
it
very
on the
good.
internet, but DVD. I know.
Try to be nice.
Theakston says we're all ancient and
I'm ancient.
I'm
Ghostwatch at the time. Well, I was alive when it was shown, but I was a kid. I was
when
very
was the
small.
broadcast?
Sorry, I
94.
should
94,
I
right?
should
So
say,
I was 4 years old, so I wasn't
I
watching
should say,
much.
I should say, when you I watched it on the night it was broadcast, and it was a really really strange night. It was one of the last Halloweens that I went out, if not the last. I'm not sure.
You never went out again.
I saw someone I know get run over, and it was a really strange night. I think I've mentioned this in the live stream before, and it was quite traumatic. And the shop, and the girl actually died later on.
That way to shut me down.
Not from the running over. So we went back to the house, and me and my friends sat down with my family, and we watched this because it'd been advertised, but we thought it was just like a real live program. And I remember at one point during it, we had like all the sweets and all that up on the table, and there was like loads of bottles of like fizzy juice like Coke, and the table was covered in Coke, and Iron Brew and stuff like that.
Iron Brew, Red Cola.
One of the bottles popped.
Maybe some Pepsi.
Yeah, one of the limeade.
All the drinks.
One of the bottles popped in the middle of it, and all shat ourselves. So, anyway,
By the power of Parkinson's.
Yeah, I remember. I didn't even. I think I'd vaguely seen it was on. I went to bed not thinking it was going to be anything worth watching. I remember my mum telling me about it the next day, saying it really shat her up. She sat down thinking it was.
It still is.
Theakston says he's friends with the writer of it on Facebook.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
But brackets and he's put friends in inverted commas.
yeah.
And
That's true. Many people are inverted commas friends.
Me and Callum are friends.
That's it.
With
benefits.
No.
Elizabeth made a good question about whether I'll let you go on to.
Yeah, Elizabeth Vinton was asking us, is Cannibal
Elizabeth Vinton, 14,
from Middlesex.
Yeah, I know. Let's say Blue Peter.
Is Cannibal Holocaust as extreme and exploitative as is claimed, and in a word, yes.
What did you think?
Well, I mean, I think the main reason that people would say that is just purely because of the animal cruelty. There are several scenes.
Some would say unnecessary. Then we could go.
Yeah.
Is any animal cruelty necessary? Yeah. Are dancing dogs funny? Yes. Should we make them dance? Maybe not.
Let them dance on their own accord.
Only
if it's a good beat.
If they don't want to dance, they can vocalise it.
So did you say this is like something recently that you came to?
Yeah, it was only within the last few years that I saw it. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a massive amount of experience with horror films in general, so this is only, I don't know, probably within the last year or two that I saw this for the first time. I kind of came up through zombie films mainly. I like to say, just say
It's
before,
your gateway
before they were
drug.
cool,
Yeah.
before they were cool again.
Yeah.
But no, it's I couldn't watch a lot of the animal scenes as they went on. I mean, I managed to get through.
Martin's writing his resume to our channel. One underused YouTube presenter.
Dear Ghastly Gales, please. But yeah,
Sorry, Karen.
Would you recommend it though as a watch, just out of curiosity?
If you so choose, you can actually get a cut of the film that removes the scenes of animal cruelty. Now, that's probably
the British version that was released here a few years ago doesn't have all the animal cruelty cut out, along with some of the rape scenes as well.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing, because I always have difficulty seeing scenes of sexual violence as well in the film, and really this does have it all.
It's not a really right.
Welcome into Night Ghost.
I'm not saying this is. Hello, I'm not saying this is funny, right? But I remember the first time I watched Cannibal Holocaust. It's not funny, but for some reason it was funny at that moment.
Are you talking about the
poem? Is there not a really terrible abortion scene in it?
Yes.
And it's the way the guy runs away and then shoves the fetus into the mud. Something like that.
Yeah,
it's terrible. It's really terrible.
What it's supposed to be. What it's supposed to be is she's supposed to be, I think, an adulteress or something.
Yeah.
This is like a tribal ritual where an adulteress has the baby removed from her and then buried in the mud. So yeah,
I know,
it's not an abortion scene in the sense that
I didn't really know what was going on. I just remember.
You don't see it. You see like them bring something out from under
the guy
her
just
legs like that, and then burying it. But
it sounds awful.
It's not real. It's like a
I know it's not real, but for some reason when I watched that, and it sounds terrible. Maybe it's like a taboo thing, like you shouldn't laugh. That's like the worst thing in the world to laugh at. But there was something about the timing of it.
Yeah.
And I think as well, when I was with my friends, we were kind of talking a lot as we were watching the film, so we weren't really paying as much attention to it.
I mean, I guess if you just come into it without that,
all of a sudden that
if you don't have the context with it, I mean,
and it was,
am I right in thinking at the end of it, the main male character gets his old lad chopped off, and then the female character gets raped and gets her head cut off?
Yep.
I don't remember.
There's a couple of castrations.
I think I've seen the most brutal cut.
I don't remember that in the version I watched. I wouldn't.
You see the castration scenes done in like long shots. So like the one guy that's left is like filming what's happening. So he pans across, and you see the women getting raped, and then they bring the knife.
Yeah.
And then he pans across, and the other guy's getting pinned down, and you see like the knife come down to like his lower stomach and start to cut down.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not like pure close up, but he does.
I mean,
we've entered double figures, everyone.
My description of the bloody scenes has brought everyone.
I'm not going to lie, I did skip through as I went on, I found myself skipping through quite a few bits in the film, and I definitely. I remember the abortion scene. I didn't watch that in its entirety. So
it's a good point from June. Yeah, I wonder if it's because with like cruelty of animals, because that actually happened. I think a lot of people thought, is it justified killing an animal to make a film?
Well,
on camera, right?
See, to be honest,
before. But on the other hand, you've got like people. I think don't get as grossed out by the stuff with the people because it's not real. They've definitely not rammed a
there's a couple aspects here, right? So one with the guys with the knowing that it's not real with the people. Well, the problem Cannibal Holocaust had, because it used real animal violence and it's clearly real, and the effects on the human deaths are fantastic.
Yeah,
for a low budget 1970s film, you
Mm.
actually can't tell any of it's fake.
You probably did.
And part of that is because it's handheld shaky cam. But it's fantastic, and they actually were taken to court in Italy. Because
the film was that bad.
The local law enforcement actually believed that Cannibal Holocaust was a snuff film. There was a belief that they had actually gone into the Amazon, and the murders of the American actors weren't real, but the murders of the native actors that were seen in the violent were real. That's what the belief was, but they successfully proved in court that it wasn't real. They managed to actually bring back some of the actors that played the natives. The girl who in the famous scene is seen impaled on a shish kebab, like June mentions in a different context, like that, right? So it's like going through her arse out her mouth, basically. They actually did that by having a pole in the ground with a bicycle seat on it. The girl sat in the bicycle seat and then held a bit of balsa wood in her mouth like that. So and just sat really still. So she actually had to go into a courtroom in Italy and recreate that scene for the jury.
But
the other thing, the point about animal cruelty is it's disgusting to watch, and I don't think it should.
Because they cut a tortoise's shell off, or turtle.
I don't think it should be encouraged, obviously, right? And it disgusts me, but at the same time, I would be a complete hypocrite.
Welcome, Nance.
I'd be a complete hypocrite to say that's terrible while tucking into a chicken, and it's
that's disgusting.
It's very disturbing, and they shouldn't have done it. But at the same time, in a way, when those animals were killed, the piece of quote unquote entertainment that was created with that is going to be seen by millions of people. Whereas people kill like a goat and one person.
I know what you're saying, but I think when you at least say you're killing something for food.
Let's say they ate it, and I think they probably did.
But
right?
Did anyone catch my Freudian slip there when I went to say when you eat meat? I said when you eat a mute.
No.
I said
how's that
a Freudian slip? You thinking about killing a mute?
Did you eat a mute? He couldn't cry. It was a perfect crime. He couldn't cry.
The film I think of is
Happy birthday, Mike.
Oh, thank you very much. I still alive. I think of like Apocalypse Now,
Well, that's funny enough, because what I was going to say was
that's
that
brutal when they kill
and that's no worse. I mean, Cannibal Holocaust is really no worse than that.
The point I was going to make though was, and I think something that the BBFC took into consideration when they were rating it, was that with Apocalypse Now they considered that to be a quick, clean death for the animal, whereas in Cannibal Holocaust it's more traumatic and drawn out for it, and I think that was the key thing. That,
when Cannibal Holocaust was re-rated by the BBFC, so the original release of Cannibal Holocaust in the early 2000s, because it was released unrated on video way back in the day, and then it was actually prosecuted and banned along with a bunch of other horror films. So
Back to the Future.
When it was re-released for the first time in the UK in the early 2000s, right?
Was that the video make?
He's telling look, he's got his wee computer out. Listen to him.
He's doing the face again. I can't look at him.
Why did he squirt some silly string these years? I love that.
I can't.
Mark, please keep telling us.
What was it talking about?
Star Wars.
that was the
So the
re-rating of the film.
Yeah, so when it was first released in re-released in the UK with a BBFC, it was all the animal cruelty scenes were cut out, and a bunch of the rape scenes and stuff were cut out, and a bunch of the violence were cut out. But when it was re-rated, they only ended up cutting 6 seconds out of it, and it was the scene where they killed. No, it was the scene where they killed there was like a small muskrat or something they killed. So they got experts in animal slaughter and sat them down and watched, BBC made them watch all the animal cruelty scenes, and they said tell us if any of these scenes are unduly cruel. And they said, well, the scene with the turtle, the famous scene where they kill a turtle, they chop its head off and they pull the shell off, it's disgusting. They said that is an instant kill. They basically chopped its head. Right, from that second, it's dead. But what happens is the reflexes kick in, so its flippers and that are going. So it looks like it's suffering, but it's like cows do that in an abattoir, as disgusting as that is. But they went through, and there was another scene where the natives kill some monkeys, and it's that's actually just footage of the natives doing what they normally do. But anyway, it's instant. The one scene where the animal was killed that wasn't instant was this little muskrat or Cotamundi or something like that, and someone stabbed. I think one of the natives that does it. I can't remember. They stab it with a knife and then rip it. And it starts screaming. It's horrible. They said that's the one scene where an animal's put through it's suffering rather than dying. So that's the one scene that they cut from it. So it's got 6 seconds missing out of it now in the UK. But fair enough. But as you say, there is that aspect of, is it a quick clean kill or is it not? And I think that for the majority of it, the animals that are killed in Cannibal Holocaust, as repellent as it is, they are quick clean kills, but the camera lingers on it for more than they do in Apocalypse Now. It's more salacious.
Would you say, Alan? Would you say it's when you watched that? Would you have said it was significantly more disturbing than anything else you'd watched?
I think it probably was, but I mean, I think kind of the argument I think Martin was getting onto a little bit earlier was that it's in a way the fact that there is that real element of violence brought into it does make it all the more disturbing when you get the staged violence as well. I mean, I think that one of the arguments you usually do get from the film's champions is that because it has all this the real thing is happening in it, it makes it, particularly when you get the denouement moment with the original film team dying at the end, that makes it all the more distressing when you actually see that. You're so disgusted already that just makes it almost unbearable.
But the thing is, the point, who are the real cannibals thing is that the film team are actually the bad guys. Now, just to be, you wouldn't think about this from a movie called Cannibal Holocaust, but the guys who go into the jungle to shoot the movie about the cannibals, they actually find that the cannibals are nowhere near as violent and brutal as they hoped they would be. So they goad them into violence, and they attack and rape their women and set fire to their tents and stuff to try and get them to be violent, and eventually they are. But that's where the point comes, that what happens at the end of the movie, because I think a lot of people that are in it are listening to this are probably not going to watch it, I'm guessing, just from some of the comments in the chat. At the end of the film, the network executives decide to edit it down to take out all the stuff that the documentary team did wrong and release it, or did they decide not to show it at all? Can't remember, but there was essentially an element of a cover-up that our documentary teams did this. It was either destroy the footage or delete the bits where
Mulder and Scully got it, didn't they?
Yeah, but there is an element of that kind of X-Files thing. But
has anyone seen Green Inferno or no?
I've read the synopsis of it. Yeah, I've not seen it.
I'm led to believe that it's supposed to be a homage free to the
it's more of a homage free to Cannibal Ferox. Actually,
every time I'm around you now, I just want to talk about Bone Tomahawk.
Bone Tomahawk's great.
Bone Tomahawk.
Just before we get off Cannibal Holocaust, though, there was just, I think, with what Martin was mentioning about the studio executives reminds me, there was just one more thing I wanted to say, that supposedly it's based on the true story, which I find a little bit dubious, because it's allegedly this was based on a thing that actually did happen, and there was an Italian TV network that had this footage, and they were in the situation that the network execs in the film find themselves in, and there's a little kind of coda at the end of it that says the projectionist that showed the footage kept a copy of it and was later fined for selling that footage to someone else, and supposedly that was based on something that actually happened.
Nat says that they've seen Green Inferno.
Oh right, yeah.
What's your verdict on it? And have you seen Cannibal Holocaust to compare and contrast?
Well, so while that takes its time to get through the interwebs to Nats.
Well, it takes approximately 33 seconds.
We shall now sit in silence for the next 30 seconds.
What was I going to say? Yeah, so Cannibal Holocaust was a comment on a sort of genre of documentary films that was popular at the time called Mondo movies. Yeah. Don't know if you guys know about Mondo movies.
I've read about it.
That's like
There's a movie called Mondo Kane kicked off, which means
welcome to the jungle.
I guess actually pronounced Mondo Can or something. I don't know. I think it's Mondo Can. It's pronounced. So if you think someone funny whose second name is Can, you could probably make that.
James Can.
James Can. So basically,
doing a documentary, can you imagine it? Like Sonny and the Godfather just walking around. There's some monkeys over here, over there.
So
take it in.
The Mondo series focused on the violent scenes of life. So they would go to Africa and film tribes doing stuff. They would go to countries where there was strife and film street violence. They would film animals being hunted and slaughtered, all that kind of thing. It would usually be in some sort of journalistic context. It'd be this is there's one called Africa a Jew, which is about the trouble that Africa went into after all the kind of European nations pulled out all the civil wars and stuff that started and that kind of thing.
So was it serious, or was it a bit pulpy? Or
they were pulpy, but they were tried to be serious. They were serious enough that Mondo Can actually got a nomination for an Oscar for its music. It was actually officially...
Was it not the same guy that did the music for Cannibal Holocaust?
He either won or was nominated for an Oscar for it.
I won.
What?
I was going to make I want someone the size of a tangerine.
He's making a Dark Knight reference to Michael Caine. Because you said Mondo Can.
So there was a lot of talk while these films were being made and afterwards that a lot of the scenes in them where people are being burned and shot and all that kind of stuff may have actually not been staged per se, but that say they might have gone into a war zone where there's some warlords have captured a bunch of people and maybe handed them 50 quid and said going to execute them for the cameras while we're filming. But there's no proof of this, but there's always a lot of rumours about them, because these guys they're salacious filmmakers. There was well, they're probably going to kill these guys anyway, but could you do it in this way so that we can get a good shot?
Oh, we didn't get that. Back up.
Yeah. No, so I think that a lot of that is what Ruggero Deodato was trying to make a comment about. Yeah. But he did kind of fuck it up by being really salacious and
by all accounts, the guy was a bit of a dick all the way through the shoot. The way he treated even just his own cast. Apparently it was a really torturous shoot to get it done.
A couple of things. Someone brought up a Serbian film. Anyone seen that?
I've not, but I've heard there's a baby raping scene in it.
Yeah, it's a fucking nonsense film. They've literally put together a list of going, what are the most controversial things we can try and do, and then they've worked through them and then put it out and go, oh, has anyone seen Serbian film?
But that's another one that I think it's supposed to be a kind of reference to local conditions in Serbia, political and cultural stuff going on. But again, they do it in such an extreme way to try and get as many people watching the film as possible.
Yeah.
but apparently Human Centipede 2 makes Serbian. I've not seen it yet, but apparently makes fucking Serbian film look like
Human Centipede 2 is funny because they tried to make it a documentary type thing, but Theekson asked...
It's about a guy that watches the first film.
I know what it's about, but I didn't know what
Theekson Rock asked if they ever did a Mondo in Glasgow.
No. Well, kinda. What was that film with what's her name in it? Under the Skin.
Alright. that was quite enjoyable, that film.
Yeah. Can we jump into a different section and go back to the films in a minute? Last time on Ghastly Tales, we looked at the dictionary of omens and superstitions.
We got up to D.
16.
Yeah, so if any of you out there could please give us a letter, and we will look up what's under the omens and superstitions for that letter. So any letter from A to Z. Alright, continue your conversation, gentlemen. On you go.
You don't do that.
I've just done it. There you go.
Solidarity with Paris, by the way, that's pretty horrendous what's been happening in the past few days.
Just drop that. Yeah.
It's worth saying.
No, we probably should have said it at the start of the live stream.
That's true.
Oh, just lose all the viewers. This
is
supposed to be an escape.
And a legitimate thing, if anyone's got any friends and family in Paris, I hope they're all safe and well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And now on to Chambers, Ghosts and Spirits. Shit, that's really bad taste.
We've got a bunch of letters. First one is M.
Sorry, I didn't mean it in that way.
We've got M, V and Q.
Alright, let's go for M then. Right. Talk amongst yourselves.
Mick, Under the Skin was
right.
great. I actually know a few people that were
Mick?
on it. Yes.
Hey!
I know a few people that
Just
were on
for
it.
the people that are watching, Mick is the 5th member of Ghastly Tales.
Yeah, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I had to count.
17, 11,
Mick is the 5th.
Was Gary not in Ghastly Tales at one point as well? No. Who was it that wasn't getting them? Sorry, Gary.
Leon, you think of Leon?
Maybe.
Leon
Yeah,
Chad.
yeah,
I still
yeah.
talk to him, but he just don't do that much stuff anymore.
Brother to Jackie.
But Mick is the 5th member and does a whole bunch of stuff for the websites, and has also done some videos on the YouTube channel as well. And we will at some point get him involved in the live streams in terms of doing some sort of Skype call or something like that.
Or if he just comes across.
Anyway, M, mustache. The Americans have a quaint superstition concerning mustaches, which is summed up in this delightful verse: "Beware of that man, be he friend or brother, whose hair is one colour and a mustache."
Hipsters.
Should I read that again? Could you not actually hear what I was
No,
saying?
I heard what you said. Read Mountaineering.
What were the other letters?
Read Mountaineering quickly.
D is the next one.
Mountaineering.
Yeah.
There has been a superstition in the Alps since time immemorial that mountain climbing will be made much easier if the climbers wear the tongue of an eagle sewn into the collar of their coat. What was the other letters?
D is the next one.
That's another thing I hate. Me and Alan had this discussion earlier on. I hate the idea of killing animals for like one part of them. That's what I was talking about sharks earlier on. In China, it's a big deal to have shark fin soup because they believe it gives them vitality and it's a status symbol and various other things. But the thing is, the fins are almost pure cartilage, so there's no flavour to them.
That's
and
racist.
They flavour it with
the fins.
Yeah, they flavour it with chicken stock.
That's
right?
The level of humour you're dealing with.
Thank God she's gone over there to eat his chips. Fuck's sake. I know. You can take the boy out of here, but you can't take the air out of the boy.
He's eating chips over there.
But yeah, so they cut the shark fin off to make the soup, but the fin actually adds zero nutritional value to the soup or flavour, and they flavour it with chicken stock. But that's the other thing. Imagine grabbing an eagle, cutting its tongue out and going, "Sorry, I'm climbing a mountain," and then letting it go.
I know, a superstition is bullshit, but now let's return to the dictionary of omens and superstitions.
So it's funnier if you've had to climb the mountain to catch the eagle first.
Letter V for veins. There are 2 superstitions still extant in America concerning veins visible on the face of a child. In Maine and Massachusetts, it is believed that a blue vein on a child's forehead.
On a child's forehead.
On a child's forehead.
Is that what you're calling it now?
Yes. Forehead. You've got a dirty mind.
Sorry.
Forehead extending
See,
down.
Catholic
Shut up,
Church.
Callum. Extending down to the nose is a sign that he or she will meet an early death. And throughout the whole country, a blue-coloured vein running across the nose is also a death omen. In Europe,
probably a sign that they've got fucking heart problems.
In Europe, shut up, Martin. In Europe, however, such a vein on the bridge of the nose is a sign the person will never marry. What was the last letter?
So that'd be an absolute zinger for a kid's party, wouldn't it? But can I look at your nose and say, oh, I'm sorry to tell you, but you might not see the end of this party.
There can't be anything on it.
You're never going to get married.
What's superstitious for a red nose? Because that's what I'm
Vincent's typed in S-E...
Oh.
S-E-X, oh, very funny.
May I also say that that immature showing by Mr. Vena, I never know if it's Vena Cava or Vena Cava. Vena Cava?
Who?
But he is a really good writer, so check his stuff out on creepypasta.com and a bunch of other places.
Like Watersons.
One day, I'm sure he will be.
Hey, see, I went into...
Because most creepypasta... Well, that was making something really bad there. A lot of creepypastas aren't really of that much quality, but Vincent's are very, very good.
But if you read Michael Whitehouse...
But if you read Michael Whitehouse...
Well, I went into Watersons the other day, which is now one of the
Yeah,
largest bookshops in the UK, now that Borders has kind of died a death here. And the sci-fi section had 12 shelves, and horror had 1 shelf.
I know.
It seems a little bit marginalised.
There is no Q, so instead I will read P for priests.
Pregnancy male. Pregnancy male. Read
It's
that.
quite long though, okay.
Fuck it.
Right, pregnancy, male. This heading is not a misprint, but refers to the age-old superstition that a man suffers in unison with his wife during the birth of their child.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I haven't had a kid, but I'm sure that's true.
The belief is of great antiquity and is to be found among the customs of people all over the world. And indeed, in some African groups, the men actually take to their beds for much of the 9-month period.
See,
Well,
that
the
sounds like
go
something that's been made up by husbands.
Oh!
You don't know what it's like. Honestly, Hen, honestly, when you feel pain,
How connected are we? How connected right now?
African groups, the men actually take to their beds for much of the 9-month period while you go out and work, while the women go about their normal tasks until only hours before the actual birth.
It's funny, isn't it? It's funny how the gods have arranged it so that the men suffer while the women hold the baby. Isn't that really?
The origin of this superstition is believed to be that men are stronger and cleverer than women, and thus better able to fight the evil spirits who prey on unborn children. Sympathy pains are also well known in this context, and tales of men suffering from stomach upsets during their wife's pregnancy are now explained by psychological means rather than superstitious
I love
ones.
that. The idea that they're sitting there going, I don't think any spirits have come to me.
Any
day.
bad juju!
Any day, and let me get my sleep, because if those spirits come, I need to be arrested.
Some folk will tell you, though, that if a man develops unexpected toothache, this is a sign that his wife is pregnant. If I get toothache. The pains which the man is said to suffer while the birth is actually taking place are claimed in some northern areas of England to be a useful method of locating the father of an illegitimate child when the mother will not reveal his name. Merely look for a man confined to his bed with pains of the stomach, and there you have your culprit, says the superstition. And so endeth this lesson.
Fucking hell.
It's a bit mental, isn't it?
Choose your own adventure?
You should probably read from this at some point.
I've got a 14 things book.
Alright, go fuck yourself. No, go fuck yourself, it's fine.
Oh, judo chop.
Well, we do have...
fucking Indiana Jones the fuck
We've got 2 choose your own adventure books which we could read through, and you could all decide what's going to happen next. We've got Indiana Jones and the Cup of the Vampire, or we've got the Horror of High Ridge. What?
I'll be back shortly.
What would everyone prefer?
Is it Sports Direct, Mum?
Put it to the chat.
Cup of the Vampire.
What would you rather hear and play through? Indiana Jones and the Cup of the Vampire, or the Horror of High Ridge? please let us know.
Or would you
in
rather
the
not do
comments.
Choose Your
Or would you
Adventure?
rather not do Choose Your Adventure? We could do something else.
Well,
We could do no.
Stay in
That's
this
a valid point. It's a valid point. I have just been talking quite a bit, Alan.
We could always.
Alan, I've been talking a lot.
Okay.
Alan.
Take your word
I've
for
been
it.
talking. Okay. What were you saying?
I was just going to say.
Alan.
You have to talk for 15 minutes minimum just
Yeah.
before you begin. So you know.
You better have 15 minutes of content, Alan. You better have 15 minutes of content.
No, I was just going to say we could always go back to the 1980 films.
That's a good one as well. Actually, I have a list. Excuse me, while I leave and never return.
You're not getting passed. That means
Oh,
I've got
how am I
to talk
getting-
shit. I'm managing the chat.
You're managing the chat.
I'm managing the chat here, not verbally.
You're managing to chat.
I'm managing to chat with my fingers.
So I have in this bag of tricks and tribulations and gremlins and such. Do I? No, I don't. It's in my back pocket. That's good, isn't it? But I'm going to get my beer. Hold on. Oh shit! It's not in the
So anyway,
fridge.
Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah.
I would, you know what? Like, I would say watch the version with the animal cruelty cut in.
I thought you were going to say watch the version with Woody Allen.
I would definitely watch that.
I just can't.
Oh,
believe it.
that would be amazing.
That would be amazing. Right. So we go on to another film from 1980, the year of my birth, in kind of 2.5 hours precisely. I will be 35. 5 years from now, I'll be 40, gentlemen.
Then you will be the age of
Take that in for a second, if you will.
That's halfway to 80. You might not even live to 80.
Fuck you. Listen, I had a really bad. Like, I'm not superstitious normally, but like 34, I was really superstitious about. So
Why?
if we can get through the next
Why?
two. Right, and not to get sad, but someone I know died when they were 34,
Right.
and for some reason the age of 34 has always been like a shadow. And no, it sounds so stupid. Sounds so stupid. Someone like me as well, who is agnostic,
It's that
and
well-known curse of
very
34.
very skeptical, but like the 34 thing's always like stayed on memory. So we did say we were doing a classic, The Shining.
Of course.
We've all seen it, haven't we?
Of course.
So Callum,
Here's Callum! Sorry.
That was the best possible moment for you to come in there.
I know, it's almost like I was
It'd have been
listening.
even better if it's flying been down in the shot. Here's Callum!
Oh, God.
Here's a Johnny!
So, Callum, do you want to do this one?
What is it?
The Shining.
Never seen it.
Shut up. You've seen The Shining. Have we had any answers about the Choose Your Own Adventure?
We had one vote for the horror of... Sorry, the horror of
The
High
Horror,
Ridge.
the Horror of High Ridge.
Yes.
Oh, I read that book.
That's girl
actually had
says-
suggested the one, the horror of High Ridge.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
You picked that bottle up?
No.
Has anyone read about the fact that they're asking a considerable amount of money to convert the building that was used as the Overlook Hotel into a museum to horror?
Oh, really?
That totally wasn't worth it, mate. Totally wasn't worth it.
Yeah, it's in the multiple of millions they're trying to raise, but they are looking sense.
Have they taken this to Kickstarter?
I believe they will. They're also trying to make a full-size version of Minas
that my
Tirith. Have you heard about this? For billion, like if they get like a
Is that
number
my
of
glass?
yes.
That's how fat I am at the moment.
Nance girl
I had to
posted.
actually
Nance girl
shoot.
just posted. I've got a feeling Martin's going to get popped with the car.
Yeah.
That could not sound more sexual.
Sorry. Anyone who watched the last live stream will know that
Just classic Whitehouse Jeopardy.
I was a little bit. I was so happy to see my friends. Alan, you were sadly missed.
Oh.
But you're probably glad you weren't here because I ended up hurting everyone at the table. So, but it was affectionate.
Oh, I think I
Affectionately
saw some of
hurt.
this.
Nance girl nailed it.
So, The Shining, directed by Stanley Kubrick, it's based on the Stephen King novel about a family that go to the Overlook Hotel, which is a hotel that is in remote mountains, which are popular in the summertime, have a lot of guests, but in the wintertime, the winters are so harsh that the hotel is actually cut off from civilization, and they need a janitor to look after the building, keep the heating running, all that sort of stuff in time for the holiday season. Unfortunately, the Overlook Hotel has also seen a number of tragedies, including one of the people that was hired to be the janitor one winter season killing his entire family, and that sets us up to Jack Nicholson. Shut up, Callum. Jack Nicholson. He's going to say something. I know he's going to. Jack Nicholson.
He's going to talk.
He's going to. Jack Nicholson and his family being the ones this time round, and the whole question of whether the place is actually haunted or not, and most importantly, their young boy Danny, who seems to have a gift called The Shining, where he can see future events and interact with past events as well. And there's a question about whether the hotel actually wants him or not.
And can I say one thing? You'll never believe it, right? But they've only got to build it on an Indian burial ground. That's Stephen King's fallback, isn't it? Every time he's like, I've got a pet cemetery in your burial ground. We've got a hotel in your burial ground. That's Pennywise the Clown in your burial ground.
But this is Pennywise wasn't in.
No, but Pennywise the Clown came from a circus that was on an Indian burial ground.
No.
Have you read the original book?
Pennywise is like a trans-dimensional being.
It's fear.
But he's like the tip of the iceberg. He's like one facet.
Right, guys, look it up. Pennywise the Clown's from a a circus tent on top of an Indian burial ground.
It's like that guy. That author? What's his name? Michael Whitehouse. He always writes about the pits. It's the local.
Do you know how much grief I get for writing stories?
His stuff's always rhyming as well, which is really basic.
I get so much grief sometimes. Some of the comments I get off people are really nice, but then occasionally I get a hard
No, right.
It's just people asking if you've ever heard of the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya.
Yeah, do you know how many times I've been asked that?
No, like the point I'm making is, like, the problem that they have in American movies is that there is only one ancient people. Well, there's a range of ancient people, like but the local, like, Americans call them the Indians. There's all the different cultures that they used to have that previously lived, that inhabited the land. The kind of average American would just go the Indians or whatever, right? So
it's a great copy though.
Whereas here we could be like people, we've got
like
Stone Age people, we've got different, like the Picts, the Scots, the the Celts.
Imagine we did a movie though, like filmed in Bishopbriggs, and we were like on an old Indian burial ground and feel like,
and then we pan around and it's actually
in the 1950s.
It's actually in the like the garden of the local Gurdwara.
And we're like, it's like you thought it was that kind of Indian. Sorry.
No, I mean one of the theories about The Shining is that it's a commentary on colonial persecution of Native Americans throughout the film. The score has a lot of visual cues to Native American art, and also has the screams of Native Americans throughout the film and chants. No, that's exactly what it sounds like. Chants throughout it, but it's put in a really clever way where only if you were really trying to pull it, if you're trying to pull it apart, would you and the genius of Kubrick as well is that when you're watching it, he establishes the geographic location of all the places within the hotel, and then messes with that, so that it's not completely telegraphed to the audience, but there's things that don't make sense. For example, there'll be a window which quite clearly in another scene, that window should be looking to the hallway, but it's actually looking outside.
But there's a really interesting documentary where they actually do a walk. Well, is the walkthrough in room 237? I can't remember.
I know it was one of the.
I don't think it's in the I don't think it's in room 237. There was a separate featurette made where they actually do a walkthrough of it, and they show the actual plans of the hotel itself, and then they show all the contradictions, like the room at the start when he does the interview where they added a window that doesn't actually.
I might not agree with his politics, but if you want to see a really great breakdown of theories about what The Shining's actually about,
Donald Trump.
Go and check out Donald Trump. He builds a wall around it,
and
there's in the middle of the wall there's a window that looks out into like a room. No, if you watch
into Labour,
if there's a guy called Rob Ager who's done a lot of really great film analysis videos.
Whose politics do you not agree with?
Rob Ager's.
Well, I don't know who that is.
He's like a big UKIP supporter and all that. So. But that doesn't take away from the fact that
he did a similarly good one about Full Metal Jacket, where he kind of went into how like there's some of the same techniques going in with like the disruption of your spatial awareness and different scenes and stuff.
They're all like that. Mark Kermode's a Stalinist.
Yeah, and he's not a Stalinist.
He's a skipperless.
He's never denied it.
No, he's a Marxist. There's a difference.
He's a cultural Marxist. It's a method of it's a form of film criticism. Marxist theory is actually an approach to film.
It was made by Hollywood.
Yeah.
But anyway, so The Shining, one of the things that always struck me about The Shining was that everyone always talks about, whenever you see these lists about what the best horror films ever made, invariably the top two films, and I don't agree with this, but the top two films are The Shining and The Exorcist, and they seem to swap places on most critics' lists and voted lists as well. But I actually didn't, even as much as being a huge horror fan, I didn't actually see The Shining until after I'd read the book. And I know it sounds like a really snobby thing to say, but I didn't like the film the first time I watched it because it did, as far as I was concerned at the time, it did shit all over the book. It didn't have the heart of the book. It didn't show what the book was actually about. Which
didn't have the Kubrick.
Which is about a father who's struggling with his own personal demons. They didn't really have any of that. As Stephen King said about it, the problem with The Shining, the main problem is that Jack Nicholson's character, Jack Torrance, is mad from the beginning, and the whole point of this story is that he's not. He's a loving father, but despite that, as years have went on, I've watched the film time and time again, and now I absolutely love it.
It stands alone as its own thing. It stands alone well. But I mean, I think what's interesting about it is at least Stephen King was able to make the TV show and remedy. Oh no, shit, he fucked that up.
But do you know the thing that I like The Shining, but I don't like it as much as
here we go, controversial
like
Clive.
No, I think it's purely a personal.
I know everyone likes this, but I hate it. He doesn't even like Army of Darkness.
No,
he just steamrolls.
He does. I just get steamrolled in these. My point is, it's a personal thing, but I find Kubrick's certain films really fit Kubrick's directing style.
Thick?
Fit.
Did I say thick?
Do you find him? No, he said fit. Do you
Right,
find
okay,
him really
sorry.
cold?
That's just exactly what
I find him really cold.
It's
and
very
analytical.
cold and clinical.
Yeah.
Right, and that really fits something like 2001.
Yeah, big time.
Whereas I find it, although now don't get me wrong, I really like The Shining, but I'm sitting there watching it going, that's really clever, that's really well done, but I'm not having a great time.
You'd say it was a film that you admire more than a film
Yeah,
you love.
exactly.
You'd hate Barry Lyndon.
What did
probably.
You ever see? It's great.
I like
but
the
you
fact, I
hate
like
it.
the lenses they used, but
It's fucking awesome. It's a brilliant film.
What did you think of The Shining?
Well, what I was going to say as well was just it's interesting that you're both saying like probably more so Martin. I mean, you're saying you come to love The Shining, but I think when it came out, the critical reception to The Shining was not that great. Initially I think the critics were quite down on the film. I mean, if you look back at some of the reviews from the time, a lot of them are actually quite negative.
They're all Richard Bachman, Stephen King, just like rubbish. Not even close to the book.
Well, there was a different ending originally, and when it was first released in previews, the ending was actually cut, and there now photographs have arisen about showing you parts of what happened at the end, but I mean, I would love to see the original ending, but apparently Kubrick, I think, destroyed a lot or wanted to destroy a lot of the stuff that he did. So Alan, what is it, Cal?
Did you know that one of the unused opening crane shots for The Shining is the yes?
No, I didn't know that.
And the unused ending for or the theatrical and the fucking Ponzi ending.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone's friends in the end. Nah, she's gonna die, and so are you. Great.
That's the same for all of us. That's the point.
That's it.
But what did you think of it?
Well, I mean, again, this.
When did you first watch it?
Well, that's what I was trying to think when I first saw this one. It must be a while ago because. The strange thing is, I can't remember why I watched The Shining particularly, which sounds like a strange thing to say, but I wasn't. Like I said, I've not always been like a great follower of horror films in general.
We never did a double feature.
We didn't. No. But I've definitely seen The Shining. I can't remember when it was, but I think maybe I was a little bit underwhelmed by it at the time because I think for the reputation of the film precedes it. There is this kind of massive. It has kind of embedded itself into popular culture. I mean, there's so many things reference Jack Nicholson's performance in that. I mean, you get endless parodies of his breaking down the door, here's Johnny, even lots of other stuff like
Have you watched the documentary?
You mean Room 237?
No, the one that was actually made
Just
at
shut
the
them
time.
down mid-flow.
No, I'm asking because just when you're talking about that scene, it shows you Jack Nicholson actually like psyching himself up for like.
Yeah, that's a great bit of
trying to
footage.
try batter through the door. Have you seen it?
See that actually? No,
It's like about 30 minutes long, and it was.
Shelley Duvall not have a cocaine problem?
Was it
at
not
the
shot?
time as
Was
well?
it not shot by Kubrick's daughter or something?
I think so. Yeah, something like that. But
It's really.
I'm sure Shelley Duvall had like a cocaine problem. at the
She
time
went,
as well.
she went bananas after they saw that film.
That's a really interesting scene. Seeing
But you see
Jack
stuff-
Nicholson running up and down on the spot.
But you see stuff where Kubrick has been a dick.
Kubrick's
Kubrick's
one of these directors.
The ends justify the means.
Lucio Fulci is another one. These directors with the very generally very artistic, quite cold directors who are complete dicks.
Let's not put him in the same shelf as Kubrick though.
No, I'm just saying that their style of
That's a
directing
very
is
special shelf. It's a very
Well,
special.
Well, but
shelf.
Kubrick's a
is
specialised.
not,
Kubrick
but
is a
he's not-
specialised tool.
But he is not.
He's not
He is
perfect.
not a perfect filmmaker. There's no way he's a perfect
It's
filmmaker.
pretty good.
See,
he's-
my point
he
about
is-
The Shining
he is
before
really
about
good.
how it's really clinically done. It's like it's so clinically done. It's not actually scary per se. It's well done.
It's a mood piece, mate.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Have you seen that bathroom? That's a fucking scary interior.
Yeah.
Whoever has a red bathroom.
What's really interesting though is about how people can completely interpret a film in different ways.
Yeah.
And like Stephen King said about The Shining, that the problem with it was that Kubrick went in, and because he wasn't a fan of the horror genre, because he never immersed himself in it, because he never researched it, he didn't watch horror cinema, that he committed all of the cliches that people had been committing in horror cinema, and therefore it wasn't effective. But what's interesting is that when you watch it, what he actually brings to it is that he wasn't within the genre, and that's what Kubrick does. I mean, that's one thing I will say for him, is that in all the films he makes, most of them are different genres, so he really goes into them. But I kind of feel, do you feel that Christopher Nolan is kind of like, I'm not saying he's at the same level as Kubrick, but he's got a similar level of coldness or sterility to his films, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
Sometimes not to the same extent.
Emulation.
No, you're right.
He's leading some kind of army of darkness persecution in the chat.
No,
I've just seen it
Fuck
over
Bruce
my
Campbell.
shoulder. He's just like, he thinks Army of Darkness is a load of nonsense. We had this discussion earlier on because we're talking about Ash versus the Evil Dead, which is really good if you guys haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it yet, but we will do a podcast.
We will do one on it, but Martin doesn't like Army of Darkness because he's dead.
No,
He's dead
wait a
inside.
minute. I don't not like it. It's just nowhere near the same quality. It's nowhere near the same caliber as the other films, in my opinion.
Oh, it's not. It's definitely not as good as Evil Dead 2.
It's just a goofy movie. It's trying to be like Big Trouble in Little China, but it doesn't have that charm. I don't think.
It felt kind of like Army of Darkness felt kind of like Sam Raimi was trying to do like a sort of Saturday matinee.
Yeah, well,
type
yeah.
movie.
Which
it's got that
Stooges,
Which is cool because I like those movies. I like
I could watch
or Jason and the Argonauts. Yeah, of course, but it's just stupid when he's got his face stretched.
Yeah,
it's just
it's not-
stupid.
it's not a horror
It's a
film.
children's cartoon, you know. And although I love the Ash vs Evil Dead, I really do enjoy it. I don't like the fact that they've brought back the Army of Darkness Ash, not the Evil Dead 1 and 2.
Have they?
Right.
They brought the goofy
because the funny thing is
one-liner Ash
they
back. He
don't
doesn't
have
any personality beyond.
But there's a lot of
gags.
one-liners in Evil Dead 2.
Yeah, but he's a believable character who develops.
really
Look at me. Look at me.
It's really good.
Look at me. He's a believable. He starts
doing
off as a
all these
believable character. Right?
jokes,
So
like-
he starts off sort of like and with knowing jokes to his girlfriend, like, "Hey, baby, how about I get some champagne?" But that's goofy. But it's like something a guy would say as a joke, you know.
Hey,
Whereas Bruce Campbell has no in the new show, Ash has no self-awareness. He's just completely like everything he says is like, you remind me of a young me, Deadites killed your whole family and you're hot as hell, and he doesn't know he's not saying that as a knowing joke.
There's some brilliant comedy in the
It's
and
funny to
it's
watch,
very
but it's not.
it's
you
the
can't get
most
into him
some
as
of
a
it's
character.
the most well handled stuff that's in the series, and I actually think that a lot of the stuff is delivered with quite a bit of wit that I don't think you give it credit for.
Oh no, it is delivered with wit, but there's no depth, not as much depth to it. And the Ash vs Evil Dead plays very, very fast and loose with logic within itself, whereas like within the first
talking about Evil Dead
wait a
series.
minute, because Evil Dead 1 and 2, the bizarre shit and the stuff that didn't make sense all centred around the Deadites, all centred around the supernatural aspects. Evil Dead 1 especially, these were just ordinary kids, ordinary guys were like going in, just making normal conversation and shit, and then all this bizarre.
It's a bit goofy when Ash's hair goes white. Although you have to
it's a bit goofy, but it's getting goofier as. But yeah, that within the fiction of the film it makes sense, right? And it gets
funny
goofier.
Gag, though.
It is,
and
and
right in the end,
gets
when he goes,
goofier. That's cool. No, but that's cool, right? But the stuff like the stuff in Ash vs Evil Dead, where, for example, like, so the bizarreness in the first two films centres around Deadites, right? And Ash loses his mind over the course of the second film, so he starts to act weird, but that's because there's a justification for that, and the character's losing his mind, right? So the point I'm coming to is, in Ash vs Evil Dead, that goofiness extends out to the world at large, which has nothing to do with Deadites. So Ash holds a Deadite's head out the window of a moving car and smashes the head off on another car passing. It's never mentioned again. The person that's driving that other car never calls the police. Nothing ever happens. Never referenced again. It just jumps on.
They don't change the focus of the show to the guy in the other car.
There's no consideration in the direction of it. There's no reference to, oh fuck, I've just, like, that guy just see me, like, there should be something. There's just nothing, like.
And the words of Rick James, mate, enjoy yourself.
No, I know, but they're just. It's shallow, is what I'm saying. It's just shallow. Here's the gag. Don't think about it.
But
that's
I think
what
that's
comedy.
But that's the point. I want a bit more depth to it.
I totally get what you're saying, but I think for me, when I watched Army of Darkness, although I wish that Army of Darkness was like an R-rated movie, that I love Bruce Campbell and that Ash character so much.
As well.
No, but I love that character so much that I'm kind of fine with the goofiness, because there's so much horror that takes itself serious and fails.
No, I know, but what I liked about the first two films is that the human characters were playing it straight, more or less. Ash becomes this slightly cartoonish because he's lost his mind and he's been exposed to the Deadites so much, right?
Kubrick to clinical, Ash to shallow.
Yeah,
where's the middle ground?
I don't think Ash is too shallow. I like the character Ash in the first two films, especially the second film, but they've just taken Ash in the series, especially.
I've never seen a depth to Ash though. I've never.
No, but I'm not saying there's a depth.
Just
Like he's pure crime. Like he could be just a bloke like you or me.
Do you mean like with the first two films? It's real, someone who's a real person getting thrust into an unreal situation, whereas Army of Darkness is an unreal person
in an unreal situation. There's nothing. There's no anchor. And the new TV series is a little bit like that, because the whole world follows the goofy
Evil Dead
Sam Raimi rules, whereas the first two movies only the Deadites
Two conversations. Well, it's two separate camps. We're both fans of Army of Darkness.
I know, but there's one microphone.
Exactly. That's fine. Well, you guys have broken off and gone into some kind of let's slag off other people that have made feature films.
Oh, there you go. So because you haven't
Kubrick, you prick! Kubrick, you big silly Billy!
It's criticism. You can't just go, everything's fucking amazing, and we can't say anything about anything.
No one is a sacred cow. You have to be able, like, I don't think there's such a thing as a perfect filmmaker.
Yeah, of course. And bear in mind, what I'm saying is, I don't hate Ash vs Evil Dead. I really enjoy it, and I'll continue to watch it. But I'm saying, if it was a Ghastly production and you guys had written the scripts that is now saying, guys, that's stupid, can we change that? Do you know what I mean?
does that anyway.
Yeah, I know. But there's just
Bruce, you're shite.
No, he's his performance.
I came in and acted in this movie for Ghastly Tales for nothing, just to help you guys out.
Bruce's
but Army of Darkness was shit, mate.
Bruce's performances in all of these are fantastic.
That's great.
The script isn't 100%.
But
no,
certainly by the time you
get
to TV series, and I haven't seen it, but by the time you get to TV series, Bruce Campbell himself is a producer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Can we get back on track though? 2 words: Lucy Lawless. She's aged very well, and she looks like she's going to be great.
It's funny.
Should we get back on to the topic at hand? Because I feel we've been kicking this movie. Well, what was the next movie you were going to talk about?
Well, we'll do one more movie and then we'll move on to something else. Okay, I want to.
Are you going to put The Fog by any chance?
It is in the list.
After we do whatever the last main one is, can we just talk quickly about zombie creeping flesh? Because I think Martin and I can bore the tits off you about that.
Yeah,
Go for it. I haven't seen it. Go for it.
You've not seen it?
No.
Well,
Tell people.
Can you both?
Here we go.
Can you both describe the film, right? This will be a bit of a
Should we
laugh, right?
describe it in separate rooms?
No,
and
no,
see
no,
if
no.
our
But
accounts
no,
tally up?
I think you should each do a word each. Because I think we need to. No, we need to
Okay,
bring.
alright, I'm over this.
We need to bring some levity back.
I'm over this.
That-
Right. As long as you guys shut up for the duration.
No, that's fine.
No,
I'll be
both of
completely
you.
quiet.
Right.
Alan,
Zombie
Creeping
flesh
is
about
a
team
of
Interpol
commandos
who
are
investigating
a I would say, can we get away with and research?
Fuck, you've had a lot of goes there.
try outbreak
Try outbreak, of course, yeah.
of
Chlamydia.
You're not in this game,
Charlie Sheen! Sorry, Charlie.
first word of the title.
Zombie?
Zombies in
Papua
New
Guinea.
They
Eat.
Oh, for fuck's sake, guys.
People.
I
think
think do
we
this.
started so well.
people
We've gained one viewer.
Yeah. Someone said Mark's
A
going to
lot.
break out the talking stick.
and
The virus
shuffles.
from
What did you say?
from
Paris.
He's serving up you put into the river.
He's now fucking with you.
Yeah.
He wanted to actually do this.
Yeah.
And now he's fucking
Oh,
with you. He's
that's-
putting random words in. Pigs.
You gotta try and bounce it back. Come on.
fuck.
No, I think you're done, man.
Yeah, I don't think I can keep this up over it.
On you go. That was good effort, though.
I think we nearly had that, but I think we needed to rehearse a bit more.
On you go. Tell us about zombie creeping
Well,
flesh.
basically, it's about, as we were saying, it's about
This is much faster.
It's-
Much faster.
It's about this research facility in Papua New Guinea who are researching. Allegedly they're out to research a cure for third world hunger, but something goes horribly wrong at the facility, and there's this outbreak of a virus that infects people and turns them into flesh-eating zombies. As the name would entail. But as I say, there's this team of ICP command. Did the ICPO actually have
Insane
commandos?
Clowns.
Is that the internet?
Fucking juggalos
Is-
attacking all over the shop.
Oh, God. Do Interpol even have commandos?
I don't know. In this movie they do.
Ghastly
I
Tales
think-
has commandos.
Of course we do. But for argument's sake, there's this team of Interpol commandos who are dispatched to investigate what's happened at the facility, and it transpires that the scientists were researching this virus to, in a bid to basically feed the third world to itself. So there is a slight satirical element to it, but the film mostly centres on the commandos' attempts to reach the base across the zombie-infested jungle, and they team up with this foreign news team who are trying to investigate the story as well. And that's
It's
pretty much it.
gloriously bad.
It really is. I mean, it's
For a movie,
Is it so bad it's good?
Yeah, oh yeah. For a
Pretty
movie
much,
set in
yeah.
Papua New Guinea, very little of it is actually shot there, if any. It's actually about 40% stock footage. So like these guys will be driving along in a jeep in like a park in Spain somewhere, and one of them will look off to the side, and then completely different stock footage at a completely different aspect ratio. There'll be some like animal eating some
Is
other
it Ed
animal.
Wood?
It's actually Bruno Mattei and Claudio Fragasso. Claudio Fragasso also directed Troll 2, and Bruno Mattei worked as
Bruno Mattei
Right,
was
that's
the
not- that's
father of
Bruno Mattei was the assistant director on Porno Holocaust, which was
when Troll 2 and Porno Holocaust comes together.
It's the special kind of bad, effectively. I mean, I think some of the stock footage in the middle is actually taken from a Mondo film, I believe.
Coming full circle.
Yeah, exactly,
See, fully planned out.
Yeah.
I know, this has not been a disaster.
So
I was just going to say, what impressed me the most about this film, though, is how much it tries to convince you that it's a Romero film.
It uses music from Dawn of the Dead.
It's exactly.
So, like, for me,
The thing is, remember Dawn of the Dead used music from Goblin, the Italian band, right? So Bruno Mattei simply licensed the same tracks from Goblin.
I don't know if he even licensed.
No, he did. He claimed that he'd licensed those tracks before Romero did, but it's bullshit. But the movie is it's quite funny in the kind of the knots it ties itself into, trying to make itself look like a bigger budget movie. So they have all these scenes set in this tribal town, the tribal village with natives like eating corpses and all that, and like fighting zombies. But what they do is they've got all this Mondo footage from this town, right? And they get these people in these tribal masks, okay, which is obviously stock footage. But then they have the women walk into the village topless to try and encourage them to enter into a parlay with the enter into a sort of parlay with the commandos. And she walks in, right? So they've got footage of the natives standing round wearing these masks, and then they have her walk in covered in like war paint or whatever, and these guys walking up to her wearing like shitey paper mache versions of the masks. The actual tribal masks look like 20 times better than the shitty mask the guy wears as he walks in. So like there's these like kind of like tribal elders stand around, and then it sort of cuts to these kind of obviously like black African American guys walking in pretending to be tribal guys. Like it's really wearing stupid masks, and it's really obvious. But
is this a film that you've watched a long time ago?
No, again, it was quite recent. I stumbled across this purely by accident. I don't remember what I was looking for at the time, but I found this trailer.
Probably the font.
Probably.
Can we get the trailer up? Because it's a pretty goofy.
Can we get away with that?
It's a trailer.
Let's put it.
Well, can we put it like in a side window or something?
I think you can do trailers. I mean, nobody cares. You're promoting the movie if you put a trailer up.
Right. Okay. I'll give it a try. No audio though. That's always what gets you.
Oh, right, my foot.
Yeah.
But I mean, I stumbled on the trailer by accident, and I did a double take when I saw this, because it's not even just that they've got the goblin music to it, they've also got the look of the SWAT team from Dawn of the Dead.
They actually have the blue suits and
exactly.
The Interpol guys have the outfits, you know, the blue outfits from Dawn of the Dead. The Interpol guys wear those outfits. It opens with a scene of them
raiding. There's not a lot of that though, where like a lot of like Italian filmmakers trying to like.
Well, a lot of them did like bill things as unofficial sequels, but I think this one tries harder than most. This really puts the
creeping flesh.
Or Howling the Living Dead.
Stay away. By Michael Whitehouse, no.
I didn't write every creepy bastard.
Oh, there we go.
You said to me that you considered your work to be well above creepypasta.
You said it was
what I said.
I was joking. Don't continue. I was only joking. Jesus Christ.
No, I did say that.
Mostly very derivative.
Out of all the, I think.
Dude, I was only joking.
No,
you're pure digging. I was only joking.
I think I've released about 30 odd short stories.
Right now, this is the bit. What's the outfits?
Let me finish.
Right, pause it until Michael's finished making.
There's only a couple of stories that I would consider creepypastas. I actually wrote as creepypastas. The rest are just horror stories that I wrote and then released. Thankfully, they've been popular in the creepypasta community. Continue.
Theakston wants to know if Mike has a public email address. We'll give him it.
Yes.
Give it out. What is it again?
Michael Whitehouse, 2011
at BMP
at live.co.uk.
Right, I think this actually should be pumping out the audio as well.
And Theakston, please do email me because you're like a long time subscriber back to the days of the bun and horror Mike and all that.
Just beware his wife reads them.
My wife is the boss.
Should we go? Should we play it? Should we fire this up?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Only if we can do it.
See, look, there's the outfits, right?
Yeah, I mean, even the way they're doing this, like raiding the
Look,
building, it's a lot like the early scenes.
They just murder these guys as well.
Yeah,
They don't even.
I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous, honestly.
Fucking chrome.
When I saw this at first, I actually thought it was a
that
later
cheeky nipple
fan
there.
film. No, I actually thought it was like a fan film trying to be a pastiche of
Well, it's
Romero's
effectively
work.
what it is.
I suppose it
This
is.
is the
aye.
scene. I think this. Oh no, that scene.
No, I think
she's
this-
wearing that stupid face.
Yeah,
paint
that
is the
is
one I was
well,
talking about
aye.
earlier on. Like stock footage of like the UN
Aye.
intercut with stock footage of people starving in Ethiopia or wherever. Intercut with tribal stock
Yeah.
footage. This is the trailer. This is the trailer. Look at the stock footage in the trailer. This guy's cool.
That guy is the best
Yeah.
guy in the best thing in the entire film.
Gotta
He
shoot
is
him in the head.
absolutely gold. That
Fucking rattled.
He's brilliant. He just runs right into them.
guy. Yeah, he is absolutely brilliant.
Well, she was dying from the start.
No, she doesn't die there. She
Okay.
dies later. And
Danny!
Spoilers.
Have I seen this?
Well, I don't know. You may have seen like other films that looked
She
a
has a
bit
cat
like
in her
it.
belly, that woman. Right, yeah, look there it is. Woo! It is gold.
It really is.
Mondo
It really
King.
is.
Oh, I'm thinking of Zombie 2.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
shark.
it looks so much like a lot of the other zombie films that were going around at the time, has to be said.
And for some reason, there's a woman hanging from a ceiling that's never explained in
Yeah,
the film.
that's true actually.
People keep running up to windows.
It's
That's another thing people do. In this
there's something terribly witless about the action scenes in this. I mean, so
Yeah.
many of them are just like, why are you standing there? Why are you not
Why are
driving
you
that
holding
little
that
bit
zombie
faster?
mouse?
Aye,
Aye.
it's just
It's a
like,
good
that's
fun.
a great
fun.
That's a great.
It's-
Yeah. No, it really is.
I
Actually.
think the trailer goes on for about 45 minutes.
Aye, that's the thing. The trailers is just like, to be honest, almost all the best bits are in the trailer anyway. So
Yeah.
it's,
Basically, we're giving you unedited highlights of the film, guys. They're showing a lot of this, guys. So clearly, whoever's editing the trailer is fully aware that he's
They know
the
that
best
he's the
actor
best
in the
thing in
film.
it. Yeah.
Apparently, the sound is fuzzy. I don't know if they mean on the trailer or not. Quite possible. I don't know if these guys they have.
Could it just be
sound
my
in the trailer.
voice? My voice is a bit fuzzy
Is it
sometimes.
We just killed the volume from YouTube.
I think that's possibly better than the dub track that was in this film.
I'm more concerned about our volume.
I think we should do something from Martin's book of X-Files shit.
Did you not do
I
it?
believe that's the name.
Did we not end up doing this? Use your own adventure.
Oh, it's nearly over. Come on, the trailer's.
It's not though, is it? Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
You guys are enjoying the trailer in the chat.
Yeah, but the sound was fuzzy.
No,
How's
we're
our
below-
actual audio in
We're
case I
below
need to
single
fix it?
figures. It's over.
Are we?
It's been done.
Yep.
Bastards.
Welcome, Spook.
Hello.
Can someone clarify what they mean by why is the sound fuzzy? I'm hoping it's just the trailer.
Nasgirl saying it didn't happen until the trailer started, so that
Right,
sounds
okay.
like that's got something to do with it.
Is it maybe just our accents? Do we have fuzzy
Well, the
accents?
trailer's now stopped, so maybe they'll be able to tell us.
Or is it Alan's fuzzy beard?
Alan's
Look
talking
at
through
this
his
beard
beard
though.
again.
Look at it though. Look at it. Isn't that an
Can they actually see it at this
That's
angle?
that's an awesome beard. I can't grow that.
Alan's
I can't
beard's
do it.
actually broadcast safe. we cleared that one.
I think we should change the Ghastly Tales logo to Alan's beard.
Just
Just Alan's beard.
Well, that's a bit Ashens, though, isn't it?
You
Oh,
don't.
well, that's a fun.
It does. But Alan has a better beard than Ash's
Yeah,
it's killing
No,
it.
it
Why don't we
does.
have more
It
subscribers?
does.
Why don't we have
Sorry.
more subscribers?
because we don't use Alan's beard enough.
right. We're gonna rape Alan's
There's not
beard
enough
for
Alan
this.
in this channel. That's what I've been saying.
Right, okay. Let's
Right.
Alan it up.
We need Alan. We need Alan
A room
up.
with
Ghastly
Alan.
Tales.
We'll start just saying Alan Partridge,
Just
like
really-
title.
I
like,
think
episode
3 out of
title.
4 videos it should be Alan based, and then I think we'll be fine.
It's a tough target.
Right,
Do you want me
so
to do a
why
fourth
are we
thing?
not doing Choose Your Own Adventure?
a
bit of audience
but
participation.
they actually chose Horror of High Ridge, I think, didn't they?
Choose your
That was
adventure so
popular.
slow over there.
I know,
Do we
that's
have
the thing.
time for it tonight though? Because you know we're already past 10 o'clock.
It's a really short book, and you need to remember that is like
Oh, I
all
suppose.
the different outcomes.
Yeah. Fuck it, fire it up. We can always conclude it in another.
Right, so are you saying that despite what our viewers have said, we're going to do Indiana Jones?
Alright, okay, well, if they've said the other one, we'll do that one.
Let's try it one more time. Right, you can either have Indiana Jones and the Cup of the Vampire, it's a choose your own adventure, so you get to choose all the outcomes as we go along, or the Horror of High Ridge, which is actually an official choose your own adventure book. Indiana Jones is called a Find Your Fate adventure. Both of them are decent. Spoilers, Indian Burial Ground.
Oh, fucking Steve King.
Indiana Jones and a vampire and a cup.
I'm seeing a lot of Indiana Jones in the chat.
Are you really?
Yeah. There's at least 4 people.
Well, I've not seen any.
Just loads of. Oh, it's just overwhelming.
Choose Your Own Adventure is also one of those things.
Horror of the Ridge.
End really quickly. Internet Ghost, that's a good point. We could die.
We did.
Alan assumed that we were going to make it.
We did Goosebumps. Remember when we did that?
Yeah, we got wrecked.
That was a pair of us.
That
Yeah.
was a boring book.
We got further than we probably should have.
Horror of the Ridge. See, Nan's
Girl says that Alan's beard is actually a goatee.
It's a
I suppose technically.
It's still a fucking beard.
Right? Fuck's sake.
Nan's
Right.
girl. Me and you need to have words. It's a beard.
Right.
It's a beard.
What is
She
Andrew
also says
Helfer?
no cup stuff. Oh my god.
No cup stuff.
I like 2 girls, 1
Oh,
cup.
oh,
Indiana
oh,
Jones.
Indiana
You know,
Jones.
that's what she-
Indiana Jones and the
One
cup of
cup.
shit.
It's very eloquent, mate.
Indiana Jones and the Horror of High
High
Ridge. Yeah, should we?
Should we combine them? Read a page from each.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like,
A
when
page
we
from
just turned to page 34, you're changing books to the
There's the
other
book.
one.
There's the book up there, right? Can we have a page
What,
from
what,
each?
what I can say is that this book, the Indiana Jones book,
Belonged to Emma Hall.
to Emma Stall, 1989, and
Has it got an address?
she's just written the number 12.
What
Age 12.
Should we
something.
try and find?
12 books she's read.
Let's try and find her.
It might be like 12 Smith Lane or something.
12. But why didn't she write Smith Lane
No.
after it? I shall only give them the numbers, and
Case
they
of
will
penis.
find their way to me.
She's written 12 because that's the page
I
you have to
think-
go to instantly win.
I think the older I get, the camper I get.
The what?
Yeah.
The camper. Yeah, I think camper.
He's
Do
kinda-
you think that's what happened to Phil
I've
Spector?
always,
It's
well,
difficult
I've always
fighting
said
for
that
that
he's
length
like a
of time.
combination
I
of
know it is.
Stephen
It
King
is.
and Graham Norton.
The
Right.
thing is, we want to do Indiana
Let's
Jones and the
go.
Cup of the Vampire.
Well,
but
read
like,
a page from each.
but Indiana
Internet
Jones,
Ghost
no.
has got the good right idea. Page from each.
A page from, you can't
Does
do
it make
that.
sense?
Start
Doesn't
from
make
Indiana
sense.
Jones.
No, that's bullshit.
Give it here. Give one. Just I'll blindly take one off you. Like,
Right.
what about the true experiences with ghosts?
Blindly take one.
The,
Mate.
the only
Right.
thing I would say,
Right.
the only thing I would say, I can do a decent Harrison Ford
Oh
impersonation.
fuck! This is worth seeing.
Guys, we're spunking time up the wall.
That's the only thing I can say is that I
Time
can do
spunkers.
Indiana Jones.
I want to hear this
Time
Harrison
spunking.
Ford impression because I'm not convinced.
Right, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. Indie.
That was brilliant, mate. Anyway,
It's challenge.
fucking hell.
Have we got any spirit? Have we got any spirits here that wish to commune?
Listen to
Harrison
me.
Ford
Listen to me.
is here.
Listen to me.
I don't remember that bit where he starts giggling. With the
Yeah,
smoke.
and holding my leg for such a same period with your.
Pin man. Wait. Right, fuck
Is
you.
this from Indiana Bones?
No, it's Ralph Garman's impersonation. If you've ever watched Harrison Ford in interviews, he just mumbles and he says,
Oh. Right.
Dracula!
Right.
With this stake I shall destroy you forever.
"Pin man."
Your heart skips a
So we-
beat when
so we
Dr.
are
Van
tracking these
Helsing
people.
drives a wooden stake into the heart of Dracula, king of the undead.
Get going, right?
I
Okay, that's-
enjoyed that far too much.
That
It's
was
too
good.
much.
Alright.
You shudder as the vampire shrieks in horror and his body begins to shrivel up. Soon all that is left in the coffin is a pile of dust. Then the theatre lights up. Wow, you say to the man next to you, that was some movie.
Why is the narrator 1930? I suppose it's contemporary.
But Indiana Jones does not respond. Why is Indiana Jones going to see a Dracula?
Why not? He's fucking Indiana Jones. Do whatever he wants.
He is looking at his pocket watch and rubbing his chin nervously. What accent should we give him?
Where should me? You need to do an Indiana Jones accent.
I don't know.
You do an American accent. By the way, I've done a series of videos of this book, so your
I can't remember what he actually sounds like.
Hard time.
You read the Indiana Jones bits, right, and then pass it back.
Right, fuck you.
No, that's going to take way too long.
Just do it.
But Indiana Jones does not respond to...
Where could...
Right, okay, so he's rubbing his chin nervously.
Can this Indiana Jones actually speak, or has he had a stroke? Give it back.
Give it Alan. Do it. Where could Mihail...
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Where could Mihail be? Indy says, he's never late.
Could you hear that?
Indy says it wasn't a bit of dialogue. You should have passed that back to Martin.
You met Indy just a few weeks ago during your summer job at the National Museum. But you can see that he is worried about his friend Mihail Tepes, the famous European archaeologist. Suddenly the doors at the back of the theatre swing open and a tall, thin man stumbles down the aisle towards you and Indy. Jones, the man whispers in a heavy Eastern European accent.
There you go.
They're after me!
You can't do it! You need to do the voices.
Johns, the man whispers in an Eastern European accent. They're after me. I don't know what Eastern European sounds like. How do you specify Eastern European? That's not saying a Western European
Do Russian
accent.
to Western ears. It would be
Johns, the man whispers in a heavy Eastern European accent. They're after me. You've got to stop them.
I'm from Italia.
That's
me.
Indiana
Jones.
Oh, shut up with your mess.
Just the one word. Just the one word.
It's gonna be.
No, you can't keep putting it
One
back
word.
to me.
One word. One word. Do the one word.
This is.
Do it. Time's wasting.
Yeah, exactly.
Mihail!
That's not what he sounds like. Indy cries, jumping to his feet.
At least I did an American accent.
And then the theatre doors fly open again, and four burly men in black overcoats bolt into the theatre. Shocked, you realise they are running towards you. Turn to page 2. Indy! You whisper as the men rush down the aisle. What will we do? Indy is busy holding up his exhausted friend. Looks like it's up to you, kid. He says. Is that better?
Yeah, that was good.
Suddenly you remember the box of sour balls in your pocket.
Oh, aye.
You grab a handful of the round candies and toss them into the aisle. They work like a charm as your attackers rush at you. They slip and slide on the sour balls and crash to the ground.
Do they also go whoop, 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 whoop?
Good work, kid. Indy grunts, slinging Mihail's arm around his shoulder. Now let's get out of here. That candy won't hold them off for long.
A man that did though. The rest of the book.
Can I just say though, right? The problem with this is that is anyone going to be following this story?
No, I think we're wasting our time. I'll be honest. That was a no.
Do you know why I got? Do you know why I got
it from his dead grandma.
Emma the Raisin.
Do you know why I got that book? I got that book because when I was a child, Indiana Jones molested me. Now, when I was a child, I used to sit in my school class when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and they used to say, "Right, kids, it's reading time, so you can all go back and pick a book from the back of the classroom," and I would pick that book. So I had to buy it, so it meant something to me. Anyway,
Even though Emma had put her name on it.
okay, so from the Chambers Ghost, right? Alright, Chambers is the name of the author. Ghosts and Spirits, this book is called, and I found an interesting entry in this called Knockers.
Someone also can.
He fucking fires it.
Yeah.
That's good, Michael. Anyway.
Yeah. Someone give us a page number as well. We'll read that next.
We need to stop drinking when we do these because it's.
I'm absolutely fine. Carry on with Knockers.
Knockers,
Says you.
which is also known as Cornish Mine Spirits.
You should have seen the Cornish Mine Spirits.
The absolutely cracking Cornish Mine Spirits.
So a cracking pair of Cornish pasties. Right. Mine spirits are often thought to be the ghosts of miners who have died underground, as in people who dig for stuff underground, not miners as in underage people, and may either help or hinder other miners, who therefore treat them with the utmost respect, frequently leaving them gifts of food and drink. They are described as being small in stature, between 45 and 90 centimetres, 1.5 to 3 feet
That's
tall.
very specific.
And are usually dressed as miners themselves in leather aprons and carry small picks, lamps and hammers, though everything is obviously too big for them. The knockers who inhabit the tin mines of Cornwall are perhaps the best known of the mine spirits. Benign in nature, they are also known by a variety of other names, including knackers, knickers, and spriggans, and blue caps.
Spriggans, were they not in Skyrim?
Yeah, they were the cheekers. And blue caps in the north of Cornwall. Their name reflects their penchant for making knocking sounds, signalling when miners approach rich seams. Some Cornish miners maintain that they have also guided rescuers to the location of cave-ins by their tapping. Knockers are said to enjoy singing, particularly Christmas carols. They have a reputation for frightening miners by appearing suddenly and pulling faces. But miners are careful not to show anger if they do so, for fear of upsetting them. And no Cornish miner will ever whistle or swear while underground, because the knockers find both highly offensive. The tradition of knockers appears to have crossed the Atlantic to the USA, where they have gained
that beer's going south.
Where they have gained the prefix Tommy to become Tommy knockers. I've never known. I never known. Right, what's the name of Steve Mind blown. Tommy knockers are said to be volatile in temperament and sometimes malicious, and do not like to be seen by humans. One story tells of a coal miner.
Dance girl says her knockers can't sing.
Are you sure? One story tells of a coal miner whose co-workers wondered how he managed to produce so much more coal than he did every night without ever getting tired. They followed him one night and found him sitting smoking in a shaft while a large team of Tommy knockers did the work for him. On seeing his companions, the Tommy knockers, thinking he had betrayed them to his fellow miners, were furious, and in their rage they caused the entire mine to burst into flames. Mine spirits are known throughout European folklore, particularly in Wales, Scotland, Germany, Poland, Romania and Austria, as well as Cornwall. The German kobold are mischievous and enjoy frustrating the miners' work, and the cutty somes of the Scottish borders are said to enjoy cutting the ropes that pull the coal trucks. If insulted, all mine spirits may, like the Polish Karzalek, cause rock showers or cave-ins, but they are in general disposed to be helpful to miners, as long as they are treated well. In South Germany, the Wichtlin warns of miners' deaths by tapping 3 times, and his presence indicates the proximity of rich seams of coal or ore. In Scotland, the Black Dwarves perform a similar service, as do the Welsh Coblianu. The Coblianu are occasionally spotted on rock faces, apparently hard at work, but never actually achieving anything because they only pretend to mine. The Welsh are lazy. That's what this book is saying. I don't believe that, but they're saying the Welsh are lazy.
Well, I would say that they're also indirectly calling us racist by suggesting that we put black dwarves down our minds.
Yeah.
And sizes.
Well, not anymore.
We got
It's a different time.
Another suggestion.
Well, we didn't get a number. Let's get a number off of people, guys. Let's get a number. Come on.
It sounds like a bunch of dicks, to be honest.
Can you tell me what the final number of that book is?
The thing is, it's an A to Z as well, so it's like sort
Z.
of. Did I say Z?
Yeah.
Paid an ass, isn't it?
Final page is, well, there's a glossary at the back which might include 213, 210 or 213, depending
210 or 213.
Depending on whether they want to include the
Guys,
glossary or
any
not.
number between 1 and 213. Let's not get too pedantic about it.
0.
You may end up in the glossary.
That's interesting, but I guess, miners, they're skilled workers, they probably would travel around a lot, like, there's a new mine opening up over such, like, so miners would be in demand, so the stories would travel quite far.
Yeah. I mean, I think it is something that would be quite frightening, though.
And motorboats.
I mean, you can imagine how miners would start telling stories about noises, because you would hear the creaks and groans of...
Well, a lot of people who work in dangerous jobs, a lot of dangerous professions have superstitions around them. Pilots, seamen, fishermen.
Had to do the fish.
They've got they're also like gargoyles on not gargoyles. What do you call them?
Welcome fault.
Gremlins.
We've got 3 numbers. Number 1 is 54. That's the first number we've got. Hopefully it's brief so we can get them all in.
54. Was that come after?
It's a good book. That it's just that some of the entries are quite long.
Doyle, Sir Arthur Conan, or doubles.
Okay. The next number is 128.
Can I just... I've had mentioned this in the live stream before, but my father's dog
belonged Arthur Rathbone.
Belonged to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and they gave my aunt that dog.
He said, "Would you rather have a first edition?
So my family have a first edition
manuscript.
Family.
Would you rather have a first
or a dog that will die?
The dog, please. Okay.
So my family have a direct connection to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. So go fuck yourselves.
Yeah. Doubles.
Fuck! What are you doing?
He's telling me. Right, on you go.
Doubles is the term used for ghosts of the living.
He's fucking taking liberties because it's
the
nearly
phantom copy is perceived to be exactly the same as the original, even to the point of being dressed like them. Traditionally, such doubles were considered to be an outward manifestation of the idea that each human individual possesses a non-physical component in the form of a spirit or soul, or what some occultists might call an etheric or astral body. See astral projection. In Scotland, where such doubles are known as co-walkers, I've never heard of that view.
It's a type of whiskey, mate.
In Scotland, such doubles are known as co-walkers, and in the Secret Commonwealth, 1691, Reverend Robert Kirk describes him as being in every way like the man, as a twin brother and companion, haunting him as a shadow, both before and after the original is dead. That's interesting.
That's a
ghost existed before.
Yeah.
Stories of apparitional doubles were common during the 19th century. In 1810, Sir Robert Peel, who invented the police, I believe.
Father of John Peel.
Peelers, the bobbies, the police. Yeah. Believed he saw his friend Lord Byron walking in a London street. Later, he saw him again while in the company of the poet's brother, who also agreed that it was him. In fact, Byron was in Turkey at the same time. It was probably a man who looked quite similar to Byron. But that's not in the book. The most celebrated case from the period is that of the 32-year-old French school teacher named Amélie Sagui, who taught in Latvia and was reputedly seen as a double by pupils on a number of occasions. Certainly not that someone who looked similar lived nearby and was often seen walking the streets, but there we go.
You mock though, Martin, but doppelgangers are like some of the...
Such stories continue to be popping up.
That's the end of that interjection.
Continue.
No, you go, mate.
Doppelgangers is interesting.
No, I'm just saying it's interesting because there are some, I say verified, they're verified anecdotally, which is what we always have to remember, where, for example, there was one case, I can't remember exactly the name, but it was a party, like a sort of ballroom sort of party, and I think it was a woman.
A ball?
Yeah, but a woman was seen there by like 100 people,
right,
or something like that, visiting it, and she died at the same time. But
I thought you were going to say like there was
a painting over here.
I thought there was that photograph, like from the 19th century.
Can't miss the woman. So he told me if he ever got the chance to time travel, he would go and photobomb a bunch of photos so that people would have stuff to talk about later on.
Well, it's perhaps not that far removed, because I mean, there's that photo of the guy that looks so much like Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, and there's also the ones as well of what's his name, Ken Reeves as well. There's people.
Have you seen the one
examples? Sorry.
And Martin's reading again.
Such stories continue to be popular through the 1890s. Examples were discussed at length in the spiritualist magazine Borderland, whose editor, W.T. Stead, claimed to have witnessed a number of doubles himself. There also exists a collection, mostly 19th century, of cases suggesting that individuals may be able to project themselves in the form of an apparition visible to others. See astral projection. However, as with crisis apparitions, such cases have declined in the 20th century. Some might contend that this is due to lack of experimentation. See also doppelganger and bilocation.
That's interesting. Theakston Rocks is talking about this. We talked about this the last time, which ended up being. Was it someone that you were connected to?
Yeah, this guy, the bearded man, meets doppelganger and Plane from The Guardian. I actually know one of those guys, believe it or not. Yeah. One of those guys was the boyfriend of one of my old flatmates. So yeah, I do. It is real. He just happens to look really like him. But saying that, he didn't look that much like that when he didn't have the beard. The beard is the main thing that they share. So yeah, he looked very different when he didn't have the beard.
I've seen some pictures of them though, and there's a picture of them when they're both sitting on the plane. And they look like almost identical
because they get a similar smile.
And then you see other pictures and they actually look really different. You're these two guys with a beard.
I don't mean to steal your thunder, Neil, if you're watching, but yeah. They are really similar in that photo, but in real life they don't.
News.
Yeah, that was deemed news. But there you go, Theakston Rock. I bet you didn't expect that one of us would actually know. Scotland is a very small population. But
there's only 12 of us. Doppelgangers.
In the end, there can be only one.
We're slowly whittling it down.
We're all lowlanders. We don't have a chance.
Michael's next.
The doppelgangers. Doppelganger is like something that's got. I do find it fascinating because it's a myth which is seen through various different cultures, and much like the banshee, the idea is that you kind of see a doppelganger, the person see later, man.
Mark's done with that.
I bored them so much he left. Fuck you, man. Are you going
He could have at least made it to the toilet.
If I did that to Martin, he'd be very upset with me. Do you know that?
Double standards. Let's end it without him.
But I don't imagine that. No, but I find doppelgangers really interesting because there's so many cases of it.
Gary Milne says he knows one of them as well.
Knows a doppelganger?
He says one of my best friends knows the guy as well.
That's very strange.
Small world.
We should say Martin. Maybe somehow Gary and Martin know each other.
Fuck, imagine.
When Gary would have said that, I could see him. What the fuck am I talking about?
It's like one of these 6 degrees of separation things.
Yeah. Right, well, we do another omen and superstition. Can you give us a letter from A to Z, please?
I think we might need. Well, I'll probably need to go before too long, so maybe.
We'll only do 20 of them, Alan. It's fine. A to Z, please. Come on, give us a suggestion. I can't actually see the screen because Callum is currently changing his desktop background. That's how interesting.
To be fair, Callum was looking for a photo of his doppelganger
in the wallpapers.
Has anybody said anything? A to Z, please. Any letter? Any takers?
Hey.
Anyone? What's the delay on this?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. So
plus about 2 from that, so about 32 seconds. JPJ.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Right, so
JPJ, starring for John Paul Jones, who was a Scottish man who set up the American Navy. There's a wee factoid for you based on the letters he gave me. Same next time tomorrow.
You sound so much like Independent Charles.
Thanks.
Gary also says that he is Martin's doppelganger.
Okay, so Jai. Okay, so jockey. Jockeys are yet another superstitious group of sportsmen who take particular care observing omens and other signs before each race meeting. That's racing. Many of them...
As opposed to those ones Callum attended.
Yeah, no one is burning a cross. Many of them have favourite riding crops which they consider lucky, and certainly all share the belief that to drop one of these before a race begins is an omen of a bad ride. Had a few of them. Even when dressing before a ride, no jockey likes to see his boots standing on the floor. They should always be kept on... Are you a jockey?
Imagine jockeys afterwards going, good ride?
They should always be kept on a shelf, or else he will have no luck with his mount. And no one engaged in this profession likes to be referred to as a jockey before he's due to ride. Unless his proper name is used, he feels he is destined to lose. So you'll end up with a lot of very small people angry at you. What other letters were there?
P was the next one.
P. Alright. Pig. Several of the pig's activities are said to be omens of events to come. For instance, if a pig is seen running about its sty or field with some straw in its mouth, then there is a storm in the way. The animal can also signify a death in the family of its owner by making a peculiar whining noise. Somebody's died!
Your family's dead!
In Ireland it is said that a pig can actually see the wind. A pig can actually see the wind. But this sounds rather like another Irish tale.
But it may just be that he's watching the trees as they move around.
He may have just farted. Fishermen are particularly superstitious about the use of the word
been
pig.
on my computer.
And believe that... No, that's a superstition. And believe that to say it before casting your line will result in a poor catch. So if you ever see someone fishing, just shout, "Pig! Pig!" and they'll not catch anything. A pig crossing your path is believed to be unlucky. I thought that was a cat. In many countries of the world, and you would do well to turn your back on it quickly until it is gone. On the other hand, to meet a sow with a litter of piglets bodes well for whatever mission you're on if you're a spy.
Speaking of superstitions, there's a town in England where there's a superstition that you can't say the word rabbit. And when they released Wallace and Gromit, Curse of the Were-Rabbit, if anyone remembers that animated film with Wallace and Gromit, when they put posters out in that town, they excluded the word rabbit. I don't know, they replaced it with something else. I think they just called it Wallace and Gromit in the posters because the word rabbit, the locals are really afraid of the word rabbit. Is that in there?
No, it's not.
I found that the next one was H, which is hearse. It is believed in several districts of Britain that it is lucky to see an empty hearse coming towards you, but unlucky if you turn round to watch it go by. That was H. E. E and then
Someone's put ER, which is a joke. ER's a television program.
No, we'll do E. Find a short one. Epitaphs. Despite the increasing popularity in collecting epitaphs from tombstones and old graveyards, an American superstition declares that by doing so you run the risk of losing your memory. Actually, there's a longer one underneath it, which I think may be quite interesting, is Evil Eye. Anyone? Evil Eye? What, you hear about the Evil Eye? This is another very ancient... The Evil
I don't want
Eye.
to hear about it.
This is another very ancient superstition that has invariably been associated with witchcraft and people with different coloured eyes, or one set close together or deep in their head, were often suspected of having the evil eye. Many a country man or woman has complained of being overlooked by someone with the evil eye, with the result that they, their family or livestock have suffered in some way. The history of the witchcraft trials and persecutions from the 16th to 18th century is packed with instances where some unfortunate old soul was condemned to death merely because their accuser believed they had fallen ill or their cat had been blighted by the glance of this person. I'll make this quicker, Alan, I saw you leaning your watch. Sorry. An antidote to the evil eye was to spit in the eye of the overlooker 3 times. 3 times, or else if an animal had died from such attentions, to burn it, whereupon the person who had laid the curse would suffer the same agony. The sign of the cross was also said to be effective. The use of a clay image or witch poppet.
Was that not meant to ward off the evil eye? You know, not Tony Iommi. Who was it? Was the second singer for Black Sabbath? What was his name?
Bob Geldof.
No, fuck off. He had a big solo career as well. He was actually a crooner in the 1950s as well. Fuck, what was his name? Anyway, he popularised that as the metal symbol, but actually it was originally, people think it's the devil horns. Really? It's actually a sign to ward off the evil eye.
Never heard that.
It was. Fuck, what's his name?
The sign of the cross was also said to be effective. The use of a clay image or witch poppet made in the likeness of the person suspected of having the evil eye, and then stuck with pins. And
Ronnie James Dio, sorry.
Oh right. Was also said to have the power to lift the spell. There are two other less unpleasant methods of removing the evil eye if it has been applied to a child. You may either hold the infant upside down by its clothes for a few moments each morning, or else borrow a silver coin from a neighbour, place it in a basin of full water, and then wash the child with the charmed water. It is also interesting to learn that in the East, many parents believe their children can be protected from the evil eye by keeping them ragged and dirty, for it is believed the eye will only fall on those who are attractive and well kept.
Watch this, right? I've got the evil eye, I can do it. Ready? Ready?
I
You ready?
it off on you.
Ready?
Are you sure that's not just Kenneth Williams?
I think it's more like it. Anyway,
you get the evil eye for that, Alan. Extra hard.
That does just look as if you're trying to, cheekily wink at someone in a slightly camp fashion. I never knew that Dio was a crooner. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, he was a crooner in the 1950s. Ronnie James Dio was in a boy band, a 1950s boy band in the 1950s, which blows my mind.
I never
because
knew
he's
that.
thought of as like a 1970s,
a 1950s
80s.
boy band in the 1950s.
Yeah, but you say, oh yeah, Ronnie James Dio was in a 50s boy band. You think, well, it was probably like a 50s.
Yeah, like a throwback.
But no, he actually was a teenager in the 1950s, and he had some success in a crooner "I Love You" boy band.
I'm just imagining him on like a cruise liner now, in the suit and the bow tie, singing like a really haunting, dramatic version of "Holy Diver."
Yeah. Have you heard the who is the crooner that actually did a version of "Holy Diver"?
Oh,
we'll
God,
listen to
no,
it after the live stream, but there's like a "Holy Diver."
It wouldn't be like. It's not going to.
Instead says, "Frying tonight." We're crossing the films now.
Crossing the streams.
Yeah.
Screaming was the best one though.
It was by far,
Yeah.
closely followed by Columbus. No, not really.
I've never actually seen that one, so I
It's
just
pretty
wanted to
bad.
get one for it.
It's kind of interesting. It's like a 1990s carry-on film.
Was Julian Clary not in that? or
Yeah,
something?
he was playing the Kenneth Williams sort of
Right,
character.
right.
There was only like one or two people from the original series. I think it had Jim Dale and some other guy who's like a really like low down the cast list. But I mean, it was all right. Right.
Yeah.
It was okay. But it wasn't. I'm not saying that the rest of the carry-on films were amazing. It was kind of like on a par with some of the shittier carry-on films, which is
on a par
we're being
with
told,
one of
told not to be hilarious for 2 minutes while Nash goes.
I love that concept, that on a par with some of the shittier carry-on films. That is some.
For me, the funniest gag. I know this is getting right off from horror, although Carry-On Screaming.
That's true. Yes.
Related. But the funniest bit in the Carry-On film was, I believe, in Carry-On Dick, which is about Dick Whittington. See, Cal, you're the perfect person for Carry-On films.
Do you know what? Do you know what's funny though? At the exact point that you said Carry-On Dick, Michael returned. That's why I was laughing.
That would become back then. So in Carry-On Dick, like, what's the old bastard called in them again?
Sid James.
Sid James is hiding behind the tree with Kenneth. I think it's Sid James and Kenneth Williams are hiding behind a tree, and they go, "We're supposed to meet him by the blasted oak." And Sid James goes, "That's not an oak. It's a bloody. That's not a blasted oak. It's a bloody you."
Martin's trying to explain a joke.
Yeah. I'm not explaining it, I'm telling it.
No, it's always dangerous when you try to explain a joke. Are you sure?
I'm telling it.
You sure?
I'm telling it.
We don't
have the
warning,
costume.
man.
We need the costumes to make it work.
You also need to be Sid James is a white.
Apparently, Pat Boone was also a 50s screener.
Sorry?
It was Pat Boone. It was Pat Boone who did the version.
What are you talking about? Little Richard's Tutti Frutti?
No.
No, that's true. Like Tutti Frutti didn't get a lot of attention.
We're talking about Holy Diver.
And then Pat Boone did a version of it. Tutti Frutti. He did it very like a crooner. My mum loved Pat Boone.
It was Pat Boone. June. Pat Boone. June.
Pat Boone. June.
I tell you what, though, I would pay good money to hear William Shatner sing it.
Just like
say it.
Yeah.
Holy Diver. It's gone too long in the
You ever heard his version of Common People? It's really good.
That is an experience. That is an
It's
experience.
really good. Though. That's
There's also one of my favourite albums is his album with Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah.
which many of you have heard. It's a collaborative work between the two of them with various pieces, including Bilbo Baggins and other. If I was a carpenter.
What would
Have
you
we
next?
got any more horror,
Many
80s horror movies?
Oh, I've got
I probably do, but I mean, I think.
When do you need to go, Alan?
Well, like 5 minutes ago.
Alan needs to leave us now, so you're
Bye,
about
guys.
to see a ceremonial goodbye. Alan, we're going to document this now.
So as
I'm
long
going
as
to
you
hold my
don't like,
bottle of
Do you
beer.
have the leaving
So as long as you
certificate?
don't like,
You're
you know,
both framed out.
Embrace me. The next time you shall see me, I shall be 35. Do not worry about the grey hair, for I am the same man.
should I salute? I'm not sure if that's.
Yes.
I'll give you a manly handshake.
Good to see
Right
you
in
again.
front of the lens.
Pleasure,
Right in
Ross.
front of the lens up here. No,
Oh, wait,
you need to be stand back a bit.
Wait,
stand back a
should
bit.
we try and do it like in Predator?
Oh yeah, stand back a bit though, so it's
Right,
like
right,
it's
right.
in
Are we
line with the
in
lens,
the-
right? What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils?
Yeah.
Oh no,
I
you
can't
missed
remember
it. Try
which
again.
one's
Try
The
again.
key to a good
No, no,
Ah,
aim for
shit,
here.
Look,
Aim for
no,
here.
no.
Yeah.
The key to do it is look at each other's elbows. Then you don't regulate your own speed. That's how you get a proper.
It would have been hilarious
Hey, we're
if
not
that's,
getting shot.
if that's what
Probably not.
Carl Weathers and Arnold Schwarzenegger had actually had to do. Was, oh no, you've not got it right, Alan.
That would have been amazing.
Definitely.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what it is.
Alan,
Look
pleasure
at
as
the
always,
elbow.
sir. I shall see you soon.
I shall see him out, seeing as it's my abode.
Well,
I'll still get my jacket.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
while
then.
we leave, I should say that we will try and have a Christmas live stream, so hopefully all four of us will make that end of year celebration and all that.
There
Yes.
we go. Like, hey,
There you go. Okay, very good. Very good. We've just seen the
there's slightly more muscles this time around.
just seen the delay. And we're also going to try and do a Christmas film if we can find the time to shoot it.
Are we going to continue on without Alan?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Well,
Sounds like you're wrapping up. That's the
am I
reason I'm
wrapping up?
saying
No,
that.
no, I'm just filling here.
Right.
What
But
Cal doesn't know is that
Like you would literally shit yourself
he,
with
he smells of musk.
That's
Smells a
actually
bit
my
like he smells like my granddad, and my granddad has been dead for 30 years.
I smell
Tell me
of
this was
history.
smell-o-vision or a live steam. Or,
Right, give us another letter for the Book of Moments. Or do you want to talk about something now? Yeah, you want to talk about it?
No, I didn't actually think of anything. So
No, he didn't.
I brought the book along. The book of bullshit.
Book
along.
of Love.
Book of love. An excuse to not.
I'm hoping to get a Christmas story out this
Kingston Rock
Christmas.
says his family are cunts. Any excuse to not see them Christmas, I'm up for. Well,
Do you feel that way about
no,
Christmas?
I don't think my
Martin
family.
hates
I
Christmas.
don't think my family
Martin's
are cunts.
Krampus.
But I kind of see your point. I think Christmas is there's a lot of hype about Christmas, and I think Christmas leads to a lot of arguments and sort of tension. Not necessarily even necessarily arguments, but just a lot of sort of tension. People sitting around Christmas dinner going, don't want to offend, or there's all that
Do
kind
you
of
know
kind
what?
of
Do you
old
know how?
family
Do you know how I
together.
break that tension?
How?
Every
You
Christmas,
fart.
regardless of what my family think, I say to them, no, no, no. We are listening to Albert Finney's Christmas Carol musical, and we're going to put that music on while we eat our dinner, and we're going to laugh and sing, and by the end of the film, we're all going to be filled with Christmas cheer. So that's what we do. and then
I'll
everyone.
remember that. I'll put that one in mind.
And then everyone cries. What Martin's saying is that at no point shall he ever eat Christmas dinner with me.
No, I know I do go to my family for Christmas and that, but I think Jenna, my partner, I think like her mum is huge into Christmas.
You said that.
Like she loves it, but I think Gemma finds it a bit too much, a bit obnoxious, and there's always fights and stuff because there's so much expectation built up, and I think that's the problem with
It's like
Christmas.
forced
so much,
fun.
Yeah, well, I don't even think so much that like there's this expectation of fun, and if it doesn't quite play to what the expectations are, then people go, fuck it, I'm pissed off.
Oh, Callum, we're having an important.
All right,
moment.
but is that more atmospheric?
No,
You
you
probably
can't
can't
see
see us.
anything. Look, you can't see anything. Oh, you can still see us, but no,
There we go.
this is fine.
Right.
This is fine.
Anyway, back to horror. What are we gonna do?
Oh, we've got a bunch of stuff. I mean, we've
Guys, I've got an adventure game that I made up for. Well, actually, I found for us to play through. If you'd
Oh,
like
do you want
that.
to do one other film?
We'll do a
Then
film. We'll do a
then
film.
We'll do that.
Yeah.
All right, everyone.
We'll do a 14 times at some point.
So films from 1980
Or
or
as soon
made
as it's open, can I
or
show you
made
a
in
quote?
1980. We have Well, I'll do a list and then you can decide what you want to talk about, because there might be films that maybe we haven't all seen.
Right, well, let's see what you got.
Right, I've got The Changeling.
Not seen it.
Very quickly, The Changeling should be on the list of greatest horror films ever made.
I'll be on that mind then. That's quite a recommendation.
The first 2/3 of that film, I think, are terrifying.
And then it becomes a comedy.
No, just at the end tries to explain what's happening.
Right.
George C. Scott's fantastic, and it's about a man who, not spoiling anything, but it's a man who his family die, and then it's him trying to pick up the pieces, and he moves into this old house.
Yeah.
And there seems to be a ghost of a young boy in the house.
Okay.
And he tries to figure out what happened to the boy.
Right.
Really good, really good. Okay, The Fog.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that? Kevin, why don't you synopsise for us, Mark?
Okay, so do we start chronologically, or do we start in terms of the story?
Just give us a little synopsis of the
So the chronologically, the plot in The Fog is that
We don't need to
100
explain the
years
whole film,
100
but
years ago tonight, whatever tonight is, right?
Saturday! No, it's
Saturday,
Friday!
yeah. A ship was wrecked on the shore off a place called Antonio Bay, I believe. And
San Antonio Bay.
San Antonio Bay. It was wrecked because they saw a campfire which they mistook for a guiding light. They crashed into the rocks and they were all killed. 100 years later, this all happened during a fog. And 100 years later, the fog rolls back in. San Antonio Bay never gets the fog, right? So 100 years later, a fog comes back, very rare event, and as the fog rolls in, people start dying. And it slowly unravels that, well, I won't explain why the people of San Antonio Bay allow the people to die, but there is a revenge element to what's going on.
It's essentially, although John Carpenter did make a film in between, he made a documentary about Elvis in between, and he also wrote...
It's his follow-up to Halloween is what he's coming round to.
He also directed another made-for-TV movie.
Who was in the Elvis adaptation, Michael?
Kurt Russell, baby.
Fucking right.
And he also directed...
Bruce Campbell.
He also made a made-for-TV movie. I keep wanting to say The Eyes of something, but...
Jessica Mars?
Yeah, I was thinking something like that, but I can't remember. Anyway, which is quite interesting actually, because that... Actually, no, she made that... John Carpenter made that film before Halloween, and that's why people say there's echoes of stuff in that to do with Halloween. But anyway, so he made The Fog was ostensibly John Carpenter's theatrical follow-up to Halloween.
Hello, Light Ghosts.
Hello. So Halloween is it's a seminal horror movie.
It's a seminal
practically created a genre of horror, which I know you can argue that Psycho and other films, like Peeping Tom you mentioned earlier on.
Yeah.
There's other films that you could argue that
or slasher movies.
Slasher movies.
But it condensed all the elements that we now think of.
Yeah, and it also brought an idea that was prevalent in stories as children, bringing the boogeyman into adulthood.
Yeah.
As well. But anyway, so you had to follow this huge hit, because Halloween was a really low budget movie. It looks fantastic when you watch it, but it was really low budget. And then with The Fog, he actually got a little bit of money to make a movie. And what's interesting about The Fog is that John Carpenter shot the film, cut it, edited it, and then showed it to audiences. And then he sat there while audiences were watching it, and he decided, shit, this isn't working. We've talked about this before, I think.
Yeah, I didn't know about this.
Where he really panicked, and he actually had to go back and watch the film. Now, if you watch the opening of The Fog, it opens up on all these still scenes of San Antonio, the town, late at night, and all these strange things start happening. Like all that sort of stuff was written was filmed as pickups. They were filmed after the original screenings. So what I've read from what John Carpenter says about The Fog is that there was no supernatural element in that film What?
I'm just
Until
there's
the
stuff
end.
going on in the chat. Anyway, go on.
No supernatural element to the film until the end of the movie. And what John Carpenter had to go back and do was lace supernatural moments and horror moments throughout the film to make it more frightening. But he considers it a minor horror classic. I would go further than that. I would say it's one of his best movies.
Yeah, me too. I think it is.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Sorry.
What's Callum saying in the chat? What are you saying?
Has Martin said it?
Anyway, so but I would say that I always remember buying. There's a marketplace in Glasgow called the Barras,
quite famous.
And I remember. Do you know what? It wasn't. I think it was like it was a rental copy that shouldn't have been sold at that point.
Right.
And I bought the Fog. Or my dad got me a copy of it. I can't remember. I think it was through the Barras, and I had a picture of Jamie Lee Curtis in the front with these sort of ethereal ghost-like spirits. She's sort of looking round the corner of a building or round the corner of a door. I can't remember, and seeing Blake and the other ghost creatures that are in the Fog, and it's the Fog has had a huge effect on me as a
it's just it's got a lovely atmosphere to it.
Tell them I didn't count.
It's got a lovely atmosphere to it.
Someone who writes horror stories.
Yes. Is it your most? What would you say is your most influential horror movie?
In terms of the stuff I write.
Well, no. Out of all the movies that you've ever seen in the horror genre, which ones inspired you the most to create horror?
Is it it better be a 1980 or 1981?
Well, the Fog is.
Yeah, if it's not, then no.
The Fog is definitely up there. As a kid, though, I'd have to say it would be two films really. It'd be the 1958 Horror of Dracula, as released in America, but in Britain it was just Dracula, which is the first Hammer horror movie with first Hammer horror movie, but first Hammer horror Dracula movie with Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee. I watched that film. Really instilled in me the idea of there being a hero and there being an ultimate evil. And although that's a very simplistic thing, and when people write horror stories now and make horror films, there tends to be a lot of ambiguity, and ambiguity can be really good if it's done well, but I think there's a lot to be said about still going back to those archetypes of true evil and someone who's truly good, and them just
which is why I think in a way Ash, for his faults, especially in the new series, is a good character. Because
morally he's
well, no, I mean he's not a morally good character, but he is the good guy. He's fighting against evil.
Yeah.
So for all his faults, he is actually the hero.
But I think
and I think that's why he's popular, because there's not a lot of people you can point at and go, there's a horror hero. There's all the horror icons.
Van Helsing, baby.
There's Van Helsing, but you think about like Pinhead, Freddy, Jason. They're all the villains.
Yeah.
Ash is one of the few horror icons that's actually
and Army of Darkness is good. Anyway,
no, but that's
move on.
That's a really
no, but that's a good point.
It's a good point. Whereas the other ones are
great. It's a good point. Army of Darkness is good.
It's good. The other ones are great.
No, but it's a really great point. No, is that horror does very much focus on the villain in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
However,
Ash is an iconic hero. Same way Laurie Strode is, but not as kind of memorable because she dies off.
A film that had a tremendous effect on me from the first time I watched it, and every time I watch it I'm still amazed by it. We've talked about it a lot of times, Callum, is Robert Wise's The Haunting.
Oh, I was talking about a different film.
Is that the one with Richard Johnson in it?
Yeah.
Who's also in Zombie Flesh Eaters.
Is it?
Yeah, he's the doctor in Zombie Flesh Eaters.
Really? Jesus. I hope it's the same actor I'm thinking of, because I'm saying yes.
The older guy, the kind of the main
professorial guy. Yeah, because he was actually offered James Bond.
Yes, he was. He played Bulldog Drummond.
And he turned it down. But The Haunting is a film which had a huge effect on me. I think because just as in the same way that some people love the zombie genre, because really what they love about the zombie genre isn't the zombies, it's the survivalist aspect of it. And
this is a whole discussion in itself.
But well, before we get to that, what I was going to say is that a lot of people really love the survivalist aspect of zombie horror films.
Yeah.
When I watched The Haunting, it was a supernatural drama, and there's nothing you. Well, there's one thing you see in the film, but really you can still argue that the film.
What's that? I thought you didn't see anything. Really.
You do see something. You see the door being pushed in.
Right.
So you actually see something physically exerting force.
Because there's that bit where you hear all the bangs on the door, but it's approaching the window at the top. And you think something's going to appear, and then nothing.
But you actually see the door getting pushed in.
Right.
And it's a really clever effect. But the setup to The Haunting is that it's a parapsychologist who decides that he wants to investigate Hill House, which is this old mansion which was built by a man who was evil essentially, and he built the house so that there's no right angles, everything's crooked and skewed, and a lot of terrible things have happened there, and there's been a lot of untimely deaths. And
because of the sharp edges.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I built it with no right angles. You mean you fucked it right up?
He basically hires the house for like a few days, and he contacts people who he thinks are perhaps receptive to paranormal activity. One of them being a woman who, as a child, was supposedly subject to some paranormal phenomena, and she comes to it, and a bunch of other people come to it as well, and it's basically just about these people spending a few nights in this really weird house. The question is, at the end of the story, if you read the original story that's based on is a Susan Hill story called The Haunting of Hill House. If you read the story, it's very ambiguous about whether it's actually a haunting or whether it's just that people bring their own ghosts to any scenario.
Gary Milne
film kind of
says he's currently doing a painting of Morticia Adams. I'd be very interested to see that when you're done.
That. Yeah,
sounds spiffing.
Let's see it and
stream it, mate. We'll watch it.
Take a picture of it and we'll put it up on the Ghastly Tales Facebook page and let us know if you've got any other pages or anything like that you want us to promote, unless it's shit. That's what I try to Callum say.
No, I was just thinking of Raul Julia taking before his time. Of course.
Yeah, did have that final blast of skill on the Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have said that when you were talking about we were talking about the whole survivalist aspect of the zombie genre. When people, I'm talking about myself. When I watched The Haunting, it was the scientific approach, or at least the documentarian approach to the supernatural, which really drawed me in. There's even a moment drew me in.
No, that's right. It drawed me in. I liked it. It drawed me in. All the spooky ghosts.
You can tell I'm a writer when I can't get my tense right, and just make up words. What was I saying?
Gary's drawn a picture. Gary, how's your picture drawn?
So, when they documented the different paranormal phenomena, and there was one part of the film that really fascinated me where this harp all of a sudden plays itself.
Yeah.
And he starts talking about the differentiation between paranormal and paranatural or preternatural.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, it's just stuff that is natural phenomena, but we don't really understand it yet. Yeah. It's a great movie. Some people don't like it because they think it's a bit too histrionic.
I think it's a great film.
But it's I personally, if I had to pick the greatest horror film ever made, that would be it. That's my opinion. And people are shouting outside, so they obviously agree.
It's exceptional.
The greatest horror film, did you say?
If I was going to pick the greatest horror film, The Haunting would definitely be a contender. Definitely.
Well, I think
have you seen The Innocents?
The Innocents, is that a recent?
No, it was a 1960s version.
La Innocentes, you mean? What
Turn of the Screw.
Is it an adaptation of Turn of the Screw?
Yeah. Right. And we did a double feature episode on it on Area 51, and
what?
Shut up. And
what's Area 51? Would you
shut
like to
up,
explain that?
That was an old YouTube channel that we used to do.
No, it's currently.
Well, it's in hibernation. That's all.
It's Living Dead.
It's in hibernation at the moment. I've said that if we get Ghastly Tales to 10,000 subs, we will then do more stuff on it.
So in 40 years, we'll go back to
we'll get it. We pick up a couple of subscribers a day, so I don't know how long that would take. Innocence is an adaptation of The Turn of the Screw, and that is seen by many people to be the greatest ghost story ever told, or certainly the ghost story which sums up the haunted house genre in a lot of ways, written by Henry James. And The Innocence it's a really, really frightening film to me, really terrifying.
Question from the chat. I like ghosts. Would like to know if you had any paranormal experiences that have lasted with you. Now, we've spoke about this before. We've all given our answer a couple of times. Martin's got one with a shed.
Well,
You've got
got
one.
a couple.
Well, I wrote a story called Bedtime.
You may have held it.
Which
It's derivative.
which
How many millions of people have read that, Mike?
2 million,
2 million people.
2 million people. And probably more than that. I've heard narrations of it and stuff like that. And unfortunately, I haven't made a penny from it.
So it's just numbers in it.
Yeah, it's just numbers, just few. I wrote a story called Bedtime, which was, apart from the very end of the story, it's an account of something that I remember as a child. But I'm very sceptical of it. I think it was probably sleep paralysis, but that always stayed with me. And there's been
Still got a book out of it.
There's been a couple of other. There's been a few other things. Even as an adult, and we've told these stories before. I'm sure on the live stream we have.
Tell them again.
As an adult, there's been a couple of things that have happened to me. Where the most recent one was probably before I moved in with my now wife.
Come here now, wife.
I don't know why I said that.
Now, wife.
Now, wife. Come to me.
He can't say wife on his own. It's always got to be now, wife. When's that to be done? Now, wife.
When my wife used to still live with her family, I remember there was one Sunday morning, and I was a smoker at the time, and
You used to smoke?
I smoked for years.
Michael,
man.
that really upsets me.
No, it doesn't.
Some
I'm
say
really
he
glad that my image of you is shattered.
Some say he still does.
Alright, baby. I went downstairs to the kitchen, and it was about midday. Sparked me up a cigarette, which I still miss, but I'm glad I quit it. In fact, I think it's about 6 or 7 years now. And there was a doorway which you could look through the doorway into the hall, and then there was another door which went into the living room. But the angle I was at, you could see maybe half of the door to the living room through the doorway from the kitchen. So I was sitting there smoking, and I heard someone walking down the stairs, and then walking to the stairs, came down like that, and then doubled back and came into the hall. I saw someone walk into the living room and push the door open and walk into the living room. Now, I assumed it was either my wife or my girlfriend at the time, or her mother, who were the only two people that were in the house. And
Or someone that had lung cancer.
So I stopped smoking. I went outside. I went through the door into the hallway and walked straight into the living room. Now, I mean, like there's a gap here of a few seconds, and I walked right behind them into the living room, and there was no one there.
Was it definitely a cigarette you were smoking?
Yeah, it definitely was. I used to smoke copious amounts of weeds many years before that. At this time, I was only smoking.
So he's fucked by
cigarette.
this point.
Yeah, only smoking cigarettes. So I went back. I was really puzzled by this because I thought it was my wife's mum, and I thought I would just go in and say hello to her. So I came back. Then I went upstairs. My mother-in-law was on the phone in her room, and my wife was still in her bed, so there was no one else in the house. And then when we left that day, we went downstairs, we went into my wife's car and we started driving away. I looked out and I saw what I thought at the time was an elderly woman from one of the windows in the house, looking down at us. Now what's interesting is I didn't tell anyone about that initially because I thought it would freak them out and I didn't want to say anything. But I started getting a really weird vibe when I used to walk up the stairs, because there was 2 flights. I used to walk up the stairs from the living room to the bedrooms upstairs, and I never said anything to anyone. And then there was one night where my brother-in-law and my father-in-law were in the house, and they were sitting downstairs. And my father-in-law and my mother-in-law are separated, but they have a good relationship. So he was in the house just spending time with his son.
And then magically all these plates and stuff started flying across the room.
They were both downstairs. Now again, I hadn't mentioned anything that had happened, and they were sitting there one night and they heard someone like run up and down the stairs. And the funny thing is, my father-in-law said, "Good luck," and he left.
Really?
He left. He just went, "Good luck with that, son," and he left. He's like, And apparently there were other stories, like my wife's cousin then said, again, I hadn't mentioned anything about what I had seen, who said when she was upstairs a couple of times getting ready for going out, that she felt she'd been watched and felt that it was my wife's gran. And and I always felt strange about that because my wife's gran, she had an armchair that she used to always sit in, and when she passed away, that armchair was brought into the house, and it was sitting underneath the stairs.
Wow. Well,
but the thing is, it could all be explained conventionally.
Well, when I was a kid, when I was like probably about I must have been like 2 or 3 because I was able to talk. Probably 3.
When I was 1, hello mother.
When Martin was 8.
When Martin was 1, he was sitting reading his calculus book.
When Martin,
more Dostoevsky, please.
When Martin was 12 and he could finally speak.
This War and Peace is bland.
Oh shit! I forgot. Yeah.
What?
I bought chocolate brownies.
I know. I've been
You've
eating
been eating them when they
Not all.
No.
Yeah.
I've been slowly eating them every time.
Oh my god!
You've eaten them as well.
Sorry, mate.
It's fine. I brought
Chocolate brownie club, mate. Come on.
Intercepted. It's like a female netball match.
I'll get my popcorn then.
So
you can't eat chocolate anyway. You're like a dog.
His face is all like.
It's like a dog. The only thing.
I bought them for Ollie's.
And we've had
Watch this, everyone, watch this. Yeah. And then he throws the ball up. Oh, did you see that?
Nice.
It's landed. And I'll pick it up, throw it up again. It's landed again, magic.
The only thing he can eat is those.
There's always some little blighter who wants to ruin the magic.
I'm always getting hit in the head with stuff. Did you predict that one, Nance?
Yeah,
that's what I want to know.
The only thing that Michael can eat is those dog chocolates. Because they've not got any of the stuff
Now,
in.
I should actually say for the people in the live stream that the reason they're making fun of me
Cheers, mate.
is
Cheers.
that I'm allergic to chocolate. Anyway, so on you go.
Yeah, so when I was a kid, I was like probably about 3 years old.
I
Right?
don't care.
I was old enough to speak, but I'm young enough to not actually remember this. But apparently, I was sitting playing with my toys in the corner of the room, and I sat up and I said, I can't remember the name of the guy.
And everything started floating round. Martin.
Film from 1981. It was probably made in 1980. The Omen 3.
No. I sat up and said something along the lines. I can't remember what exactly it was. I said like, Jimmy died over there, right? For example, and Mum was like, "That's fucking bizarre." And I kept coming out with
Because Jimmy did die over there.
well, I kept coming out with these stories about this guy. I can't remember the name. It was more kind of unusual than Jimmy. So it was like Nathan died over there, right? Except Nathan's a
Farquhar died.
Nathan's a young person.
Reginald Montague. He was a Spanish conquistador.
So I used to say like I used to have all these stories about this guy coming and I have a vague memory of this strange guy sitting in like a chair in the house
with a massive feather, and he's like, "Good day to you, Martin."
Yeah, no time for the buggering.
So anyway, I used to come out with this. Mum thought it was really bizarre, and then one day she was talking to. Mum used to help out the little lady that lived next door, who was mostly housebound. My mum used to bring her shopping and stuff. And,
she was really stealing her inheritance.
That's right, yeah. So this old lady just, I know, yeah. I grew up to be a total cop.
You, sir, have a fine moral compass.
See, the thing is,
I just want to say that to you.
See, the thing is, Martin's mum,
and it's why I admire most.
Martin's mum had to help the woman because she was housebound because of Martin.
Me and Callum,
Martin crippled her.
Me and Callum sometimes laugh at things happening to people in the street. Not like homeless people. But we'll laugh at certain things, and Martin will say, "Hey, that's not nice because they might hear you." And you know what? You're right.
I'd rather just build a wall.
But the thing is, you say I find moral compass. I'm happy to slag people off as long as they can't do it.
Yeah,
because I know it's not hurting them. But if I think they might be able to hear it, then I feel bad.
Martin will lie soon.
I know.
Idiots!
That bastard internet ghost. I mean. No, wait. What was I talking about? Right, yeah. So I used to talk with this guy that apparently died in the living room, and then one day my mum was talking to the old lady next door, and she happened to mention this guy used to live in there before. My mum asked about it, and she said, "Yeah, he's dead now." I was like, "All right, okay. How did he die?" He's, "Oh well, he died in the house." I was like, "All right, well, that's quite interesting because my son Martin mentioned someone by that name."
My son Martin summoned him.
She said that that is really weird because when he died of cancer, and he'd been in hospital, but they basically said, "Go home because you're dying. There's nothing we can do." And instead of having his bed upstairs, they put his bed down in the living room where the television was, so he could watch TV. So he actually did die in that corner of that room where I pointed and said his name.
There is.
Maybe someone had mentioned this guy. My mum hadn't picked up on it, but I had.
Never know.
What I'd be interested to know is whether there's actually any factual basis to children being more susceptible to things, because there's always
prove that those things exist.
No, but what I'm saying is that like a lot of it seems to be spread by rumour, because a lot of people go under the perception that kids are more susceptible to it. So everyone's got a fucking story about a kid that pointed out of a room or did this and that or nailed the cat to the wall because the woman told them to. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Mittens. But basically, you know, there's always that thing, and I can't help but think it's maybe come into like the public consciousness, and that's why that's been slightly banded about.
Yeah, they're good.
And maybe things get slightly amplified. You know, things that a child's done where they pointed at someone and went, I remember when my kid used to point out the window at a door. Or point out the window at fucking a ghost when the child was probably just pointing out the fucking window because it was like, oh look, the miracle of
You're right.
blazing.
There is that thing where everyone's like, oh yeah, kids are more susceptible to these things.
Kids are creepy.
They're watching their kid for everything they say, and I probably sat there and talked all kinds of shit. And one day I said some bullshit that just happened to match up with reality, and that's the time my mum went, oh my god, that's possible.
There's a great video on YouTube, and it's Opie and Anthony, which was an American radio show, and it's them talking about scary things that kids say or creepy things that kids say, and it's really worth a listen. And some of them are absolutely hilarious but terrifying, and it's basically loads of adults type, you know, sending in messages, things that their kids had said to them, and one of them was the dad had came in and was like putting his son to bed. His son was like 2 or 3, putting him like to bed and all that, and it's like, right, good night son. The son said, goodbye daddy. And then he said, no son, you say good night. And the son said, yes, but tonight's goodbye. So there was like ones where like kids were like pointing at pictures of like their grandparents that they'd never met and stuff like that, and like, you know, like saying like that man's been here, that sort of thing, you know.
Yeah, and it was like that guy that faked his death with the canoe. He actually had been. Mike Moss just put up one that's pretty off the chain, Mike Moss said...
Are you calling Mike?
No, it's Mike. Another person. Welcome, Mike.
Maz.
Mike said that when I was a toddler, I had an infant nephew named Thomas. One day I felt like blurting out, "Thomas is going to die," soon after he died of crib death.
Oh God.
Jesus. That wasn't your fault, mate.
I think, like, I don't know if I've told this story before, probably have, but
all of those children killed. Yeah.
My gran and my aunt believed that there was a kind of, it sounds like an old Universal horror movie, but it was kind of like a sort of gift in the family to see certain things, and which I think lends credence to the idea that you might have some sort of passed down biological issue where you actually hallucinate at different times. And but there was a couple of things that happened to my gran and happened to my aunt, and one of the things that happened to my aunt, and I've always found this story really creepy, and I do want to make it into a ghost stories down in Cornwall.
So don't listen, guys. Spoilers.
Down in Cornwall, I have a lot of family, and there's a church there that is made. Is that my phone going somewhere?
Sounds like it.
Someone's phone's going.
Oh, sorry, Len. There's a church there that is made from the wreckages of ships, which, funnily enough, when we're talking about the fog,
Yeah.
some of them brought about deliberately by lighting fires.
Wreckers, yeah.
Yeah. But there's a church down in a town called Porthleven, and my aunt was walking with a cousin of mine. My cousin must have been about 4 or 5. And down in Porthleven and down in these places in Cornwall.
Wasn't there a mermaid there or something?
Right, alright, that's my story about.
Just timed it wrong.
But anyway, so down in this small town, they took a shortcut one night. And they went through this churchyard, and these fogs came in down in the coast. They're real. No, they are. I've been down there. They're really, really bad. Right? They're awful. You can't see a few feet in front of you. They're really, really terrible. And they took a shortcut because the fogs were coming in. And when they walked through this graveyard that was in the church, my aunt felt as if she stopped because she felt as if there was people all around her. And she was really freaked out by this, but she didn't say anything because she was with my cousin, who was only like sort of 4 or 5 at the time. And my cousin then pulled her arm and said, Jenny, they're trying to talk to you.
And that was the fog?
No, but
that was...
Okay, we should be in recovery now.
I'm just stuffing myself with popcorn.
Okay, I apologise for that brief interruption. YouTube seemed to have kicked us
glad,
out.
I'm so glad that Callum is blocking me once again. I'm so glad that Callum is not as drunk as he was in the last live stream, because if that had happened, then we would never have got it back.
We're down to 3 watching.
We're back, yeah. We've hemorrhaged views. I apologise for that, but unfortunately YouTube kicked us off. But we had been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes, so
that's very true.
I think we're pushing the record already. We've got loads.
No, the last one we did 3.5 on the last one.
Yeah, we're pushing it though. We're
on the way.
Did we do 3.5? Well, we trying to do 3 hours 35.
Yeah, well, let's do at least that.
We did 3 hours 34, I think, in the last one. But yeah, apologies to all those that left us. I do not blame you, and sorry for that technical hiccup that YouTube seemed to have robbed us.
Right, so does anyone have any spooky stories about people?
Well, shit, I was reading Internet Ghost there before we got taken out. Sorry, I'll pan back. Yeah, no, I apologise for my slightly drunken candour last time.
It was brilliant.
It was a good laugh.
It was good.
I just hadn't had I'm not normally that bad. I've normally got a fairly high tolerance for stuff, but I just drink inordinate amounts of everything, whether it's alcohol or anything else. And that night I hadn't had my dinner, which I know is a telltale excuse, but it was also true. I had nothing lying in my stomach other than some fucking ice cream, which was ill-advised.
Yeah, that was not a good way to lie in your stomach.
Right, okay, so yeah, we're back up view-wise. Okay.
Okay.
So internet ghosts. Okay. Well, the first one that I really remember strongly was when I was about 8 or so, I believe. I woke up one night around 2ish because I thought I heard a bunch of people on the lower floor.
Don't believe it.
Yeah. Of the house, laughing and talking. As I got closer to the landing of the stairs, they suddenly all stopped chatting and started calling me to come downstairs. However, from the landing I could see that continued. There was no one actually down there at all. All the lights were on, despite everyone else in the house being asleep. The voice... Oh, fuck. It's quite difficult to scroll. The YouTube chat's got a really silly little scroll bar. Despite everyone else in the house being asleep, the voices stopped after a while, and I went back to bed. But the next morning, when my parents woke up, they woke us all up again and asked who had turned on all the lights and moved the furniture. Damn! Next one. However, I do have a story that is much more recent as well. It was about 4 years ago now, maybe. I used to walk down to my grand's house every weekend to spend time with her and take care of her since she was very ill. One night, however, when I was walking down the road, there was this man just standing on the side of the road and just sort of staring at a lamppost. He did not move, he did not speak, he was just standing there. He only moved to give a slight glance to me as I passed by, and then just turned back to what he was doing. I never really saw his face. He was dressed in a really odd pale suit too, like he had just come from some formal event. That's a pretty interesting. That does sound like someone that was absolutely hammered out of their face though. At which point you get at which point at which point you get that gone, then you're fucking a lamppost will become mighty entertaining.
Something that really freaked me out, and it's not really a supernatural thing. When I was talking about where my wife used to live, it was on this sort of housing estate, and there was this guy who was an alcoholic. He must have been in his early 50s, and he wasn't, he was obviously suffering from some sort of mental illness, and whether that was brought on by alcoholism or not, I don't know. But I always remember there were these stairs that would go up to the flat that my wife's family lived in, and I was just walking up these stairs, but there was like an open close, so there was no wall, so it was still outside, and I looked down at the street below us, and this guy had walked out, and I'd been told about him before, and I'd seen him a few times, but he'd never paid any attention to me, and he was standing in the middle of the street, looking at me. He'd stopped whatever he was doing, he wasn't walking anywhere, he wasn't doing anything else.
What was he doing?
He was just staring at me.
He slowly removed his bottles once at a time.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, it was really unnerving because he was looking at me, and it sounds lame saying this, but he had what I can only describe as a pure and utter look of hatred on his face.
There's that stupid looking
Look at that guy's head. No, but it was really unnerving. He stood there just still, staring at me, and he just looked so angry, so angry. And I felt sorry for him because I thought, he's confused.
You're like a saint. I feel so sorry for you,
man. I threw rose petals down to him. No, I really felt sorry for him, and I mean, if a bit of conjecture here is that I'm walking up the stairs with this girl in her 20s, my wife. Maybe
my now wife. What is it you say?
My wife now. And maybe there's a bit of, I don't know, anger about that, or I don't know, but that's what he was looking at.
How old were you?
Such hatred. This was just a few years ago, maybe like 28.
Because Nan's girls just said he probably hated kids, so her default view of you is a small boy.
Was this in Kilsyth?
I'm 35, and how long?
He's the oldest person in the
30
room.
minutes. Should we keep the live stream going until I turn 35?
Okay. Was this in Kilsyth, mate?
It was in Kilsyth.
Said it all.
Yeah.
They're a strange breed down there.
If you ever go out with someone who comes from a town...
What do you mean? What do you actually mean?
I mean like a town that's like a genuine, like it's its
a
own
village, like a.
No, it's a
Small
town.
town.
No, Kilsyth is not a small town. That's the weird thing about it, is that it has the attitude of
I'm from a town, but
no, but listen, it has the attitude.
Have you seen him on the banjo? He's fucking fierce.
It has the attitude of a small village. A lot of people think of it as a small village. Oh, the main street's cobbled. It's this really quaint place. But no, it's actually a large town with loads of unemployment because the mines and everything have been shut down and gone, and the place doesn't have what it had before. But if you go out with anyone from a town and you're this new face that arrives, even years after, like
what he says, just to translate for our non-Scottish viewers, when he says go out with, he means when you're in a serious relationship with. When you're in a serious relationship with. Because when we say go out with, I mean I go out with Gemma, but what I mean is I've been living with Gemma for 10 years. You say you go out with Kirsty, you're married to Kirsty.
Yeah.
Same with farmers, mate.
But I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about, like, even now, like, I've been with Kirsty for 12 years, and even now when I go into, like, the sort of local pub or bar, most of the time it's fine, but occasionally you still, maybe it's paranoia, I don't know, but sometimes you really feel that you're still getting weird looks of people because they know.
All you hear is the clicks in the background.
They know who the family is.
Not welcome.
They know who the family is, but they don't know who you are. And it's very, very odd. Right, what are we doing next, chaps, then?
Do you want to read from a bit of something, or?
Well, we could try this. We could try this thing that I've got.
You try Callum's thing.
Hang on 2 seconds.
AIDS.
This.
Sorry, that was
somewhat.
Mike Moss is about to hit us with a story, so if we do this, then
I'm hoping this isn't. Now
we'll read your
I had to
story,
reset things, so hopefully this doesn't turn into like Doctor Who-esque. Oh no, yeah, it's capturing the wrong display. 2 seconds.
Infinity.
Yeah, I just need to refresh. There we go. Okay, there's a little bit of information about the stream there for those that are interested. Okay, I might actually need to bring that back up. I'll need to spectacle
He's
myself.
got his door glasses on.
Vanity. Vanity has been abandoned. Callum needs glasses.
I forgot I had all these ream links and shit as well. I actually did some work on top of organising the live stream. Okay, copy.
Last few dregs, mate.
Go on. Away. Alright.
It's good shit, isn't it? Callum?
I'm alright, dude. Cheers.
Few.
No, mate,
No
you're
more
fine.
after this.
You tan it. You need it.
I do it. Fat bastard.
Okay, I don't know if this is going to be any good, but I did source it online. Guys, 30% off party wear, just so you know. That looks darling. Super skinny jeans. Still 73 quid with the discount. I wouldn't pay that for jeans.
I don't think the guys at home can see this, can they?
Oh, they can. Oh fuck, that's going over the top of it.
Maybe this is just me, but I would not pay. Like,
apologies, guys. I've just noticed that was running the whole time.
I would not pay more than like 30 quid for a pair of jeans.
30 quid's a pair of good jeans in it.
50 quid.
That's a really good pair of jeans.
50 quid's my cut-off for jeans.
Yeah, that's not that. I'm totally agreeing with you.
And I've got mates who like could walk out and like a pair of jeans that are worth like a couple £100.
That's a fucking holiday.
50 quid's my limit for jeans, definitely. How big can you get? Women's trousers?
I think what we've illustrated is that Martin and I are more down to earth.
Look, she's having a great time.
Because we said £30.
Callum's 50.
50 quid.
I like that as her job. But
she's going to strip off.
She just does a wee bot. Nah, not on this website, mate.
Does she do it on another website?
Look, she's contained in that little box. What's the...
she must be bored as fuck. She must be
homunculus. She's like a little homunculus. Just in that box. Right, anyway, back to the matter at hand. This is a choose your own adventure of sorts that I came across. I do not know of the quality of it, but I suppose we will endeavour to test it out and see what we think. Okay, so shall I read it or would you like to read it?
Who wants to read it?
I can't read it. Fucking hell, sorry mate.
That's fine.
I've spilled popcorn.
Yeah, you've never actually done a narration for the channel, Callum. I think you should maybe do a
Easy. We don't want our Calibre to take a tangent.
Let's hear your narration voice. Come on.
I actually
start pronouncing it Palpatine.
When you wacky up and you findy your soul.
And then Palpatine appeared.
Emperor Palpatine.
and he was followed by a bunch of monsters.
Oh, stick us down.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Good guys. Good encouragement there. Thanks.
Darth Vader.
And his army of Startroopers.
Then Darth.
The beef stare.
A bunch of Star.
Good to know you guys are supporting.
A bunch of Stormtroopers turned up.
Cheers, thanks guys.
Flying the Millennium Falcon.
Right. Should we get cracking with the knacking, guys?
Hansa.
Right. It's amazing. It's amazing the simple-minded of us. Right. Here we go. You wake up and find yourself in a forest trail you've never seen before. I'm going to put in there's fucking commas. There's no commas. Right, okay. You wake up and find yourself in a forest trail you've never seen before.
If there's no punctuation.
You start walking and then you find yourself at a river. What do you do? Full stop. Could have just add that in there. Dude. Walk back. Now, we have three options here. We have the option to walk back from where you came from. There has to be a way back. Has to be a way. What? There has to be a way out of here backwards. There has to be a way out of here backwards.
I like that, like quotative. Like I've put some stuff up on that.
Yeah.
There are some.
We'll bear with it.
Stuff up there.
It's the only reason I got here from the first place. Okay, cool. Perhaps this person's English isn't the first language.
Go straight across the river. There has to end somewhere over there, and crossing the river is the best way to go.
Christ.
Just stay here. If this is a path someone will end up walking by, and I will ask them for how to get out of here.
Okay, guys. One of those three options.
Choose the adventure, everyone!
Someone's noticed there we can find out what our pagan name is. That's got to be next.
Then Wallace asks, is this powered by the Creepypasta wiki?
I know. 1, 2 or 3. Choose adventure, you do, all of you. Creepy stuff happen twice.
Jinx, Johnny.
Creepy bastard.
Nance Girl chooses none of these options. Beaston Rock says, suddenly Slenderman. Phoenix Fighter says, there has to be a way to be away.
Right, go straight across
You're
the river.
a fucking gold mine tonight, guys.
We're across the river. You realise there's a man behind you and has been there for quite a long time. Quite a long time. You ask for resurrection. he must be there for a good reason. He might know a way out.
You start to run. He doesn't feel like he is here to help.
Keep walking if he is still following you. Start to pick up your pace. I like asking for resurrections, I'll be honest.
Wait, what did the guy say?
Let's see what people say.
Personally, I want to know what sort of conversation you're entering into when you're asking for resurrections.
Andy agreed with the river. He said getting wet is always the best solution.
Internet Ghost says secure the wagon, ford the river.
Andy's a sexy bastard, isn't he?
He's loving
Nance
it.
Girl ask for resurrections.
Yeah, I'm going for that shit.
Fuck the people.
Oh. No, someone picked it.
Nance Girl says go straight across the river so we might die right away.
You realise that he's not helpful and is most likely trying to hurt you. Start to run away from him and he's still following you. Oh, finally a full stop. Fuck.
This has been like a 45-page sentence.
You find yourself running for a long time and you see a big tree.
Yeah! You see a big tree? Yeah!
Climb the tree. It may be some good camouflage and he may pass you by. Keep walking. There must be somewhere or something that can help you.
I'm so disorientated by him or her that is that how you spell camouflage?
Phoenix Fighter says, turned and stroke his face, whispering, "I've been in your shoes before." That's a good one. Okay.
Or can we just find out your Frozen character and song? Would you survive the purge? The Frozen purge. Let it go, let it go.
Right, ask the tree. Oh,
fucking hell.
You find a house.
You find a fuckwit.
Now, you decided to climb the tree, but we've now got, you find a house and walk inside and you find 2 portals. Fuck, this has gone fast. One that has a bright white light
thing.
and the other with a dark red light.
I'm calling it now. This is going to turn.
I'm saying go into the red portal, but I don't want to.
This is quite. No, just wait for people.
I know, but as the red portal's drawing me in.
I would say don't go into either.
I know
portal.
what's going to happen if we don't go in. If we're just like, fuck you, author, fuck you. We're not going on your adventure. We're going to.
Don't go into either. I would say.
We're going to let it go, let it go,
let it go. I don't know, how does it go again from that? What happens after that?
Let it go, let it go.
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. Andy said it could be a tree house.
Yeah, that's true.
Thanks for fucking putting popcorn all over that couch that I just cleaned
Oh
today.
fuck, sorry mate.
And also balls all on the side of his head.
Listen, see, to be fair, last time we did a live stream, I cleaned up your plates that you spewed on.
Thanks.
So I think we're alright.
Cool.
Okay, so Phoenix Fighter says, "White, my mom always told me to walk into the light." And Internet Ghost says, "What does the girl have to do with the tree?" Which is a very good question.
That is a good one. Right, are we walking into the white portal?
I guess so. We've not had anything from anyone else, so.
Okay, everyone, that was. Oh, fuck. Well, thanks very much. Okay, everyone,
Well,
that was the end of the Choose Your Adventure. So please comment in the comments. It filled me with so much joy, oof, and I always respond to them.
Send them a horrible comment.
Is that because you said no? Is that because...
Click hope I don't die.
Bye!
No,
Or
hope I don't die, surely. Where's my...
You lived. Nice job. The red portal made you teleport back home. That's not the one we picked.
But the stalker man was there next to your window and was in your hallway of your bedroom, so you can never leave the room. Sorry. So we picked the right one. We picked white, so we need it, right? So can we send the arsehole who made this piece of shit a message that
I don't know. 2 seconds. We need to find out which Mortal Kombat. That's what it's turned into. Next week.
You see the level, you guys at home. You see the level of intellect we're dealing with. That's so easily distracted.
Well,
the shit.
Well-timed punches and kicks. Various exploding gadgets and guns. Oh, masterful you are. Oh, that was good, right? Let's move on to something creepy.
Should we do some?
We should do something from that book.
We need to,
right.
At the same time, though, we need to find out that we've committed.
Right. While Callum finds out what Mortal Kombat character he is, you guys hit me with a number between 1 and 190. Between 1 and 191.
11 to 70.
Yeah.
Where's my mobile? Can someone phone my phone, please?
It was buzzing earlier on.
Where was it? It was back there somewhere, wasn't it?
I don't know if I've got your number. Have I got your number? I'm sure I do.
You don't have my number.
Well, I speak to you, and I don't actually phone people. I speak to people on Facebook, right?
Martin, how long have I known you?
Apparently, it's Carl Kolchak's birthday today.
Like 3 years?
Yeah, but when do I actually? I never hardly even phone Callum, and I'm trying to get this out.
I can't use
I
a
probably
good friend.
do. I probably
You
do
don't have my mobile number.
have your number. Let me see. I've got Michael, but that could be any one of a number of people.
That's true.
Any one of a number of Michaels.
Mike Moss says 22, Henry Ghost 84, Nance Girl 47. 22, 84, 47, okay.
Why is this?
22, we'll start with. Ready?
If you could kill one person right now, who would it be? Oh, definitely Motaro. I don't know who that is, but...
Okay. What's in a name? Some names seem peculiarly suited to their owner's behaviour, or is it the other way round? Is there a relationship between what we're called and what we do? So this is about nominative determinism.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Martin, you're sending me to sleep.
A right nutter. Bride to be Anne Wright is resigned to becoming a nutter when she weds, but she has vetoed fiance Jeremy Nutter's plan to combine their surnames by deed poll and make her a right nutter.
Beautiful.
Anne, a receptionist from Markle Bridge near Stockport, met Jeremy at an April Fool's Day party in 1983, and she thought his name was a leg pull. She is proud of the Nutter name, however, which means scribe, apparently. In Haddenham, Cambridgeshire, Mr. and Mrs. Pike live next to the vet, Colin Fish. The Haddocks are up the road, and their neighbour is Mrs. Salmon. Mr. Guppy and Mr. Fish live at the other end of the village. There was a serial killer called Fish, wasn't there?
Michael Fish?
I think it was Albert Fish.
Michael Fish was the weatherman.
Michael Fish was the weatherman. I think Albert Fish 8 children, if I remember rightly.
Always mix them up.
3 men were fined for stealing rainbow trout from Mr. Herring's fish farm in Hampshire. The police who caught them were led by Chief Superintendent Pike. Burglar Kenneth Pigeon of Cleveland, UK was arrested by Reginald Peacock and arrested by Detective Constable George Bird. What was the other ones? 84.
Just before you continue, Martin,
Exactly what I expected.
let's do our...
You don't want to hear about Brazilian spook lights?
I think we've picked up 4 subscribers since we've been...
I'm not surprised. This is high quality shit.
Unlikely. Unlikely.
Cynthia Newby Lucy writes, I live in a remote Brazilian mountain village, a stranger in a strange land. I thought I was lucky to pay only $2,600 for 66 acres plus a spring with superb water. The locals were laughing at the stupid gringo who paid so much for a piece of haunted land. Soon I was cautiously asked if I had seen the May de Ouro, mother of gold. Finally, someone explained to me that for at least 150 years, people had been seeing a light, usually a yellow-orange glowing ball slightly smaller than a volleyball, making a slow pass across the face of the hill. It usually passed behind the house I had built. Since this is a land full of semi-legends of ghosts and the local voodoo-type religion, Macumba, Umbanda, Condomble, entails a type of very tangible possession, I dismissed the discreet inquiries with a shrug. In my subsequent extensive travels throughout Brazil, I had found the May de Ouro legend to be ubiquitous and ingrained in the culture. One follows the May de Ouro, and the first body of water it crosses, river, creek or stream, is where one should look for gold, apparently. The gold is often enough to keep interest and belief in the phenomenon alive. So apparently there's a light that supposedly shows people in South America.
Callum is not listening, Martin.
He's looking up, do you have a mental disorder? 47.
Callum, stop it. Right, guys, we're trying to stay strong and keep the live stream going until 12 midnight, which is 11 minutes from now, because that's when I turn 35. We will all celebrate somehow. I don't know
Strange deaths. Jason F. Finley, 17, of Piscataway, New Jersey, passed a stringent all-day physical examination for acceptance into the US military at West Point on the 16th of May 1985. On 21st of May, he was at his grandmother's house after a day's work at Muhlenberg Hospital, Plainfield, New Jersey, waiting for his mother to pick him up. He was talking to his girlfriend, Marcia Stevens, on the phone when she heard an odd click on the line. This was followed by a gasp and the sound of the television in the background. Jason's grandmother found him unconscious, still holding the phone in his left hand. He was pronounced dead shortly afterwards at Muhlenberg Hospital. A preliminary autopsy failed to determine the cause of death. The New Jersey Bell Telephone Company found the telephone properly grounded and working normally. There was no indication of any extraordinary charge of electricity, said a spokesman. If there had been a large electrical charge, the phone would have been damaged and the lines burned, and there is no evidence of that having happened. Finley was lying on a wooden bed which couldn't conduct electricity. The case was referred to Marius Lombardi, special forensic investigator with the New Jersey Medical Examiner's Office, who told AB Wire Services on 31st of May that about 6 people had died in the United States in similar circumstances. A New Jersey woman contacted his office to say she was knocked unconscious for 2 hours in 1984. by a high voltage shock from her telephone. Several weeks before the Finlay death, a man from Whitehouse Station, New Jersey, was found unconscious with a telephone in his hand. He said later that he had experienced an electric jolt. In 1984, nearly 12,000 people were taken to emergency rooms.
I'm sorry, man.
What was
Callum, you need to move this stuff off the screen because it is.
It's a lot.
What does any of this have to do with horror?
I'm listening to him.
This is real horror. There's a state of these guns.
105. That's a push 41. I just want to see if I get all this right. That's
Where
a
is that
standard
book from?
AK-47.
This is like mid-90s, I think.
So it is like
An older
draw. It's
No,
like
it's not
like
dangerous.
right in that X-Files
era.
period where like everyone
There's a
was
picture of
coming-
crop circles in the front of it.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
funny. I remember the crop circles. Remember when like guys came out and said, "Listen, we started it," and like
Nobody believed
they
them.
showed like how
Yeah.
you do it so that you wouldn't leave any footprints.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was like just a plank of wood with 2 bits of string attached to it, and you would just step on it every time.
And push it around and it gradually bent the crops.
But then some people still say that there's certain things to do with crop circles you can't explain, but you like how some of them are bent down. So, but really, if you're an alien species, are you going to communicate? Cal, stop it!
It's pretty fucking good.
Are you going to communicate through crop circles?
Or are you going to land on the president's lawn at the White House and pop out and say,
Or blow the White House up?
yeah, well, naturally, but you know.
I still wonder where my name comes from because it is an unusual second name
Well, there's probably a house somewhere.
that was white.
There is
And
a
that's it.
house
And
in
that's it.
the world.
Well, there was
Oh,
probably
fuck, sorry.
a local
Maybe
place.
maybe
He
saying
lives
this
up at the
wrong.
White House. He's Michael of Whitehouse.
How do you
He's
say
the
White House in Spanish?
Blanca Casa?
Casablanca.
Casablanca? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, baby. Right, okay, so we've got 7
Do
minutes.
you know White House is a porn mag?
Yeah, it's also that I showed you that. That band earlier on called Whitehouse, who do some very outrageous shit.
They're not really a band so much as an artistic.
Right, Callum,
collective,
Callum.
I think.
I'm listening.
Can we move away from this, please?
We're on full screen, but let's be happy for you.
You're just still working.
We
on it.
have another. Will we do another film?
Let's do it.
Sure.
All right. So I have a bunch of films here from 1980. Some films that were released in 1981, but were probably made in 1980. And
You're just
I
stretching out. so you can fit
know,
wheels in.
I have. But Martin, where you going? This is important.
So wrong.
Okay. So
Young, dumb, and full of rum.
in the run up to my birthday in 6 minutes, I would like to talk about a film that was very important to me as a child because it gave me a recurring nightmare that I have to this day. And that is American Werewolf in London, which was released in August of 1981, so I think we can assume that it was made in 1980. Callum?
Yes. Someone before you start has asked if you've ever read any Thomas Liggett.
Sorry?
Any Thomas Ligotti.
No.
Okay. That's the answer to the chat. Hope you guys are satisfied with that. Michael does not care, apparently.
No, it's not that I don't care, and I'll definitely check him out. I'm always...
Guys, definitely check it out. That's straight from the horse's mouth. So next time.
American Werewolf in London was directed by John Landis. It starts off with a couple of American students who are backpacking across Europe, and they are in the moors of England. They are walking
Yorkshire.
through Yorkshire.
Yorkshire Moors, I'm pretty sure.
They are walking through some remote parts of northern England. They're trying to find somewhere to stay for the night, and they wander into this old pub called the Slaughtered Lamb, I think it's called, where they're not really very welcomed. There seems to be some sort of secrecy involved with the people who live there. They quickly leave the pub when they feel unwelcome, and they're told stick to the path no matter what you do. They walk out across the moors and they are attacked viciously by a werewolf. One of them is killed and the other is bitten and slowly transforms into a werewolf over the course of the film. And he is in London when the transformations take place, and it's a film. Hence American Werewolf in London, and which is a play on an American in Paris, and it's a film which has really stayed with me, especially there's a shot in it, in fact there's an entire scene that plays out in the underground in London, and if you've been in the underground in London where someone's getting chased down by a werewolf,
scary enough.
It's a very isolating place, but at the same time, if you're in there during the day, it's one of the busiest places you could ever imagine. But then at night, late on at night, it has to be like right at the end for it to be a bit quieter. But it's very strange if you find any parts of the underground that are sort of quieter in London.
Yeah.
And there's such a network of tunnels that it naturally lends itself to being a sort of creepy atmosphere. And there's this shot which is from above an escalator, and if the escalators in the London Underground, some of them are really, really long, and it goes right down to the bottom, and you see this werewolf appear.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how the scene ends. And there's a man who's been chased down by the werewolf lying on his back. That's always stayed with me. But the scenes in the moors at the start have always really, really scared me.
I think American Werewolf in London affects me the same way. Have you seen the movie The Living Dead at the Manchester Morgue?
Yeah.
Right?
That's
in the same way.
You're a big advocate of that, aren't you?
Yeah,
that's a great movie.
because a lot of movies are set in like a lot of horror movies set like say in the American West or in the US or elsewhere in the world, and yeah, they're scary, but there's something to be said for seeing a movie that's set in a frightening location that you are intimately familiar with. And the moors in American Werewolf in London, that's a lot like a lot of the scenery in Scotland, and I've been to the Yorkshire Moors as a child and spent a lot of time there, and the same with the Peak District and the Lake District, which feature in Living Dead at the Manchester Morgue. I've been to these places, and as a child you go and you think this is really barren and really creepy, and you feel a bit creeped out, and then you see a movie that's actually set in that location and plays on those fears. That hits much closer to home than seeing something set in an exotic far off location. Now I'm sure if I was American and I lived in California and I was really familiar with the Californian countryside and those the Californian neighborhoods and stuff that you see in, for example, is Halloween set in California? Haddonfield, is that in California?
I don't know exactly.
It's shot in California, certainly. So if I was familiar with those kind of locations, they'd probably be even scarier.
California, though, when you're in it.
There's a lot of things like even fan.
Are we up? Yeah.
Good stats, we should be.
Yay!
Mike Moss says it's theoretically possible he died right before the clock struck midnight.
That's true.
I said when the stream comes back, we'll document the new wrinkles that just showed up in Mike's face. So get right up close to the camera, Mike.
Or I went to another plane. Yes, are we on?
We are indeed, we're here.
Yes, that's me, 35 now. 35 and still alive, baby.
Bang!
What time were you born in the day though?
To be fair, I think I was born at like 11 o'clock at night.
Fuck, we're not streaming for like 23 hours.
No.
Yeah, time moves on, people, but it's just a number. Okay,
what
so shut up. We were talking about American Werewolf in London, and I was saying that
other California pals are chiming in because I mentioned California before the stream.
California,
yeah. We've got 2 in the chat at least.
American Werewolf in London is still a film that really resonates with me. It's always stayed with me, and I have to say as well, it must be one of the first crushes I had in a movie, Jenny Agutter.
Speaking of which, Logan Run's getting remade.
I knew Jenny Agutter first from Logan's Run.
Really?
Too right, mate.
Nice. But
guys, we've got a bunch of folk from California in the chat. I think we could probably blag a holiday out of this.
Yeah,
a vacation in your terms.
Each of you from California have to quarter in for the holiday.
New Mexico. Someone's getting apparently Light Ghost is in New Mexico. So someone's getting the short straw.
You ever been to Roswell?
We waiting?
Genuine question. Have you ever been to Roswell?
Does anyone find as much as it's meant to be really funny in American Werewolf in London, but the Nazi werewolves are actually...
Everyone always says that. A lot of people say they find that the most traumatising part of it.
It's so in your face. It's like, I just always remember the noise, and the noise is actually the same noise, I think, that they use in the film Krull whenever the villains die.
You can't really get... It's a really like in your face concept too, because it's like, right, I can deal with the werewolves, but they're Nazis as well.
and
too much.
I'm a big fan of Griffin Dunne. If you haven't seen it, watch Martin Scorsese's After Hours. It's a fantastic movie, and the prosthetic makeup for Griffin Dunne is really well done. I mean, Rick Baker's entire
Rick
makeup
Baker's the business.
in American Werewolf in London is pretty incredible.
He won an Oscar for it, didn't he?
Did he? I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I
know this because it was on the back of the video I had when I was younger.
So we've talked about American Werewolf in London, The Shining, Cannibal, Holocaust. We mentioned The Changeling briefly. The Fug. We mentioned The Fug. The Fug is a really terrifying movie, Cal.
That was one of James Dean's last movies.
Can I just quickly mention a film that I haven't watched since I was a wee lad, and
5-0 Goes West has got fuck all to do with this.
It still terrifies me, and it was made in 1980. I think it was released in 1980 as well, which is The Hearse.
I've never heard of that.
There's a film called The Hearse, and I remember one scene in particular which shit me the hell up. That's all I would say. Where a woman's looking out, she looks out her window, I think, and she keeps seeing that every night. She sees this hearse pulling up in front of the house.
Yeah,
it's actually kind of reminiscent of. I did a narration of that E.F. Benson story, Room for One More.
Yeah.
And it kind of felt a bit similar to that.
There's a horror movie, and I love it. I think it's one of the best titles for a horror movie ever, and it's called The Car.
Yeah.
The Car.
Yeah.
I think that's brilliant. And it's like the trailer's got this big car, it comes up and sounds a horn like.
Have you ever seen the
like The Car?
Have you ever seen the Cars that ate Paris?
That's one with the spikes and all that on it.
Yeah, it's basically like Christine, but it's like Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah, but it's more of an art film, isn't it?
Well, it's just it's like an indie film from the 70s.
I'm vaguely aware of it. I think I had an old book when I was a kid. I had. We're talking like in the late 80s, early 90s, an old book about films, and there was a picture from the Cars that ate Paris in it, which showed like a mini with spikes on the hood.
Yeah.
But it's not Paris, France, it's Paris, Australia.
It's a small town. That's definitely good.
Deathbed! Oh, Theakston Rock mentions Deathbed. Have you guys seen Deathbed, the bed that eats? Fuck me, you guys need to see that movie. It was a movie, right, that was made in the...
I just need to tear up bedtime then.
Yeah,
there's a bed that can fucking...
No, listen.
You're a bit shoddy in comparison, I guess.
Right. Deathbed, right? This film was made in the mid-70s by this guy who'd never made a film before or since. He forgot he'd made it until in the early 2000s he was online and he happened to come across a thread on a forum where people were talking about a strange bootleg videotape that he'd found about a movie called Deathbed, the Bed That Eats, and he remembered what happened was he made this film, sent it out to distributors, no one had ever got back to him, but one of the distributors in England had never got back to him but released the film in the UK anyway as a rental tape in the early 80s for a very short period of time before it disappeared. Never paid him for it, but it was seen very small scale, and then it ended up on the pirate circuit.
What was it about?
It's about this deathbed that eats people.
Is that?
It's quite good. It's got kind of art film elements to it, and it's got really cheesy B-movie elements to it as well, and it's never quite sure which one it is, but it's definitely worth a watch. Lots of people come into this old building with this big grand bed in it, and for various reasons they end up in this bed. Some are shagging, some are going to sleep.
Sounds like we're getting
there's some humour in it. It's worth a watch, and there's a bit where a guy gets his hands burned off by the deathbed and he ends up with two skeleton hands and he's knocking around with two big comedy skeleton hands. It's brilliant. It's really, really, really cheesy, but it's definitely worth a watch.
Well, I list off the rest of the films I had on this list, and we can just
read everything on your list,
Mama.
You get it.
Right. Okay. So I mentioned the Hearse.
Mike Moss has also mentioned Cemetery Man.
You better do it lest we forget, mate.
Dead and Buried.
I've not seen it.
Okay. That's a good film about a small town where people are being killed violently and then
buried,
and then they reappear.
Okay.
Afterwards, they seem to be alive and well afterwards, and it's a bit of a mystery to it. The Entity.
I've not seen it.
The Entity is based on a famous, supposedly real paranormal investigation of a haunting. And they actually, when I was talking earlier on about how in the 1963 film The Haunting, they had like almost a scientific, or rather an investigative element to the paranormal, which really interested me as a kid. The Entity was kind of the same, but at the end it gets very kind of Quatermass in the pit. It gets very science fiction at the end of it.
Have you got Mannequin on the
list? They actually try to catch it. Not like a Ghostbuster, but they try to freeze it.
Right.
It's
so
interesting.
there's sort of almost a sci-fi element to it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I like that where it because my view of the supernatural is that, you know, if it exists, everything can be
part of the
natural world. Yeah. So
yeah.
like, even if we don't understand it, it's part of the natural world that could be documented if we did understand it. So I like that approach to it, and Ghostbusters sort of takes that approach.
I should say as well, if anyone really likes exploring different philosophical and scientific views of
what are you doing here,
fringe ideas and elements like paranormal investigation, but you want to view it in a very skeptical way, there's a channel called Closer to the Truth, which does a lot of stuff on consciousness and quantum physics and things of that ilk, and they show both sides of the argument like equally. It's really great. They show like interviews with top physicists, top philosophers, and you have loads of people arguing which is the reigning paradigm, which is materialism. But you also have, and that's been happening since the 1970s, more and more people actually going towards a more sort of dualist viewpoint.
Likewise,
of what consciousness is.
Likewise, 14 Times, which is what this is from, is a great publication to read if that's your sort of view, because it covers all the bizarre weird shit, but it is very skeptical. It doesn't just, when I say skeptical, I mean it's not just completely poo-pooing, but it's like, this is a story someone said. We're not going out and saying this is the complete, it's all a conspiracy, but it collects weird, bizarre stories and accounts of strange things, and sometimes it publishes skeptical reports, and sometimes it publishes slightly more, you know, like gullible reports. But you know, like it gives every side of it, and I think the problem that we have a lot of times is that that, you know, I do believe in the scientific method and I do believe in science, but I think a lot of times science is driven by what can I get a good publication out of.
Well,
and I mean, Gemma, you're a scientist,
well,
right?
A lot of people say that like science is the pursuit of funding rather than the pursuit of truth.
And that is definitely true. I mean, my partner is a neuropsychologist. Okay, so I mean, a lot of this stuff about ghosts and all that, I'm sure she'd have a lot to say about in very skeptical terms, but she will be the first to admit, and one thing that she hates about her region of work is that, or the area in which she works, is that people that she works with will try and bend the data that they have every which way to try and get a publication out of it. They'll get, okay, there's nothing in this data, but let's keep running it through all these different statistical tests until we get something that looks good.
It's like, you know, data mining.
So people say like, oh, this is nonsense. You're like, oh, this is pseudoscience. This is nonsense. But actually, a lot of what we call science is people trying their hardest to find a positive result, just the same as all the, you know.
Yeah, but I think what's interesting, that channel Closer to Truth that I was talking about, what's really interesting about that is that you actually have some And admittedly, the majority that still support a completely materialist view of the world, but you do have some really like eminent philosophers and physicists who actually argue that no, the world, it doesn't work like this.
So what is the difference between a materialist and a non-materialist view?
Well, a materialist view is very much like looking at the world from a deterministic Newtonian perspective, that everything is physically explicable. Most materialists will not believe in, what it really comes down to, won't believe in free will. That ever since the Big Bang, a chain of events has been set off, and that our entire experience is predetermined.
Chaos theory.
And that no, it's not chaos theory. It's
deterministic. So it's like
it's to do it. It's hard determinism, where.
Chaos theory is the predictability of random events. Believing that everything is already preordained.
Yeah, but that's not. But what I mean is that it's the idea that the belief in scientific or hard determinism, that everything, that the universe works like clockwork.
So you essentially boil it down to like molecular interactions. Like this atom is this molecule has a positive charge, this atom has a negative charge. They interact in a fixed way, and if you look deeply enough down into everything, every interaction, you could, in theory, if you had a powerful enough computer, could extrapolate what was going to happen.
What's interesting is that there are actually some materialists who believe in the ultimate power of emergent behaviour in systems.
Yeah.
And they actually believe that even if you can be a materialist, you can't actually predict the future. Which is quite interesting. It's a very, very complex thing, and
but because you have quantum physics as well, you have like Schrodinger's cat.
A dualist basically believes that mind and matter are two different realms, and that there is some form of interaction between the two.
It's just convenient that it happens. The thing that breaks determinism happens to be mind. Why would it be us? Why would we be different?
There's something called the anthropic principle about the universe, and there are two ways to interpret
the universe is habitable because it was made for us, or the universe.
Not that it was necessarily made for us, but I mean it sounds kind of gaga, but there is some empirical argument for it, which is that the universe is the way that it is because somehow consciousness retroactively changes things in the past. The other side of the anthropic principle
is there might be infinite universes in which consciousness doesn't exist, and the only reason we are here to describe this universe in which consciousness has to exist is because it could one exist of few that does have consciousness.
You only have universes where consciousness could exist.
Well, Chris.
But dualism is the idea that there is some sort of immaterial viewpoint. There are quite a lot of physicists who would argue that there is some form of imperialism. In the 19th century, there was the idea of the ether, which was poo-pooed eventually and thrown out of science. But when you have something like non-locality, where if you take two subatomic particles, you interact them, and if you put them at either end of the galaxy, if you then...
But is that not because we have multiple dimensions and at the subatomic level?
But at the subatomic level,
they could be physically close to each other.
But that's another word for ether. Ether is something that it's another realm of existence. Whether you want to call that,
there's like 10 or 11 dimensions. Like so, there's there's length, breadth, depth, time, and then above time you have like multiple universes. Then you've got multiple universes at different points in time. And then you've got like you basically stack them.
The problem is it's all theoretical. It's all hypothetical. So like the higher. What's funny is that if you actually look at science, the higher explanations or dimensions are really used to explain or try to explain certain results experimentally that don't make sense.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole thing. Science, isn't it? It's trying to find reason in that.
Yeah,
which
well,
doesn't seem to be-
the two slits experiment, there are still a good portion of scientists who believe that consciousness affects reality.
And those that can't
But
do science do
the
religion.
two splits experiment where people say, okay, a particle does both things unless it's observed, and then it only does one, right? So that's like the Schrodinger's cat thing. So like a particle, when it passes through the slit, it goes in two directions until it's observed.
It's a wave of probabilities.
But the problem with that is when we say observed, people think we mean observed by the human consciousness. But if another atom is nearby, that's considered observed.
Yeah, it's
because it impacts another.
It's measurement.
Yeah,
but again,
but I think we're probably getting beyond the realm of the
But
ghastly tale.
Beyond the realms of horror.
Just to finish though, it depends which physicist you listen to, and that's the problem. Is that see when you look at 9/11. When you look at,
fuck!
No, listen
Steel
to me.
Steel beams don't melt.
Listen to me, exactly right. It's a good it's a good example, which is that I'm not a structural engineer, so you have to eventually you have structural engineers who say that it couldn't have happened. You have the majority of structural engineers who tell you that it could have happened. So I have to then make a judgment call between structural engineers because I'm not trained in that. So I agree with the people who say that the building collapsed because planes smashed into them, right? But my point is that eventually at some point you have to defer responsibility, and that's the issue. And you do have physicists, and you have credible physicists who actually believe that fundamentally the world is immaterial.
But there's also
at a quantum level, everything is immaterial.
Then you get into the realms of semantics.
Yeah, but there's also
they actually genuinely think the world is immaterial. It's not. It's not material. What do you mean?
What do you mean by it's immaterial?
It's immaterial, and the world is some sort of facsimile. It's not
to what?
It's not what. Well, we don't have the brains to.
It's a program, mate.
Well, yeah, but like
your old
clearly, the world isn't just what we perceive it to be. But in our simple perception, it can only be to us what we perceive it to be. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, but
it's self-evident that it's more or less or different.
It's not self-evident because there are a lot of people that argue for a complete materialist.
Oh no, it might. I mean, it can be both. It can be both. I mean, it can be completely deterministic, but we can only rely on our 5 or 6 senses to detect it, plus the tools that we've developed.
How many senses does Angus Scrim have?
Yeah, we should probably
finally bringing us back.
But anyway, let's look at this list. We'll go through the list finally. The Entity was the last one we went on. Friday the 13th Part 2, which was the first entry in the series, which actually had
Jason as the
Jason
main villain.
Voorhees as the main villain. But he didn't wear the hockey mask.
No, he wore a sack with a hole in it.
I think it's the third film.
It's the fourth.
Was it the fourth?
Third or fourth, I can't remember which.
Then, and I don't know if you're going to agree with me on this, chaps, but this is one of my favourite horror films of all
Jason
time.
X is not in the same year.
I still think it's absolutely terrifying. It's based on a Peter Strauss novel, Ghost Story.
I haven't seen it.
Never seen it. Never heard of it. They made it up.
There's a film called Ghost Story, which is about a group of elderly gentlemen who get together every few weeks to tell ghost stories to each other.
They actually tell the same story every time. The man's all about Alzheimer's.
I was going to say
tragic thing about it.
80 years from now, but that would make me 115.
We'll be well alive then, and
medical science.
We'll be completely hooked up. We shouldn't be, and they'll sacrifice people in third world countries. Yeah, everyone else took their shoes off. Sans Michael.
I've asked Callum, but he's never had the balls to actually say to me, "You need to take your shoes off."
I'm humiliating myself by showing white socks and black trousers.
I have.
Michael. Jeans on. They'll go with anything. Take his shoes
off. You have never said that. Here we go. Here's the birthday boy. I asked Callum every time I come in, "Did I need to take my shoes off?" And he goes, "No." Anyway, right, it's
my party.
Ghost Story. Ghost Story is about a group of elderly gentlemen who get together and they tell ghost stories to each other. But what you start to realise is that there's a reason why they meet up, and some of the descendants of those elderly gentlemen, like the grandsons, are seeing this beautiful young woman, and whenever they see this, I mean like whenever they see this young woman, they end up having a horrible death, and you start to realise that it's something to do with this ghost story telling fraternity, and it actually flashbacks between the when the men were younger and the age they are now, and it's got some amazing actors. It's got John Houseman. If you we talked about the Fog.
Ferngos has already beat you to. John Houseman also in the Fog.
Yeah. So like he's in it. You've got Sinbad.
The sailor.
What the black comedian?
No, you Douglas Fairbanks Jr. You've got Fred Astaire, which I believe it was his last film. As well.
Does he dance in it?
Yes.
Really?
No, Martin. No, he doesn't.
Yes or no? Which one?
It's a no.
On the table while they're telling stories.
It's actually a really grim film.
He gets feet possessed by a ghost.
If you're a horror fan and you haven't seen Ghost Story, you need to watch it because it's a really great movie and there's some terrifying stuff.
Just don't go in looking for dancing.
Halloween 2, which is a film that a lot of people haven't seen, and the reason for that, especially in the UK, is that when we were growing up, the Halloween movies that they tended to show were 4, 5 and 6.
1.
Well, they showed 1 as
and
well.
3,
and
bizarrely.
And 1. Well, do you know what? I never actually saw Season of the Witch that
3
often.
was the first one I saw.
But 2 is really interesting because it's a direct sequel. It starts at the end of Halloween and it takes you through. And as far as John Carpenter was concerned, Halloween 2 told the end of the story. Yeah. That was it, finished. And what they were going to do each year is they were going to make a film called Halloween, and with some sort of subtitle, and it would be a different story each year, which I wish they'd been able to do.
Well, Carpenter's idea was that Halloween from the outset was going to be a different story each year. So the first story was going to be...
But I don't think he had that idea until it was successful.
Yeah, but then he wanted to do it right away, and then they said
Ideas.
no.
Ideas floated away so money
Michael Myers.
But he didn't direct Halloween 2, but there's a lot of rumours that he did shoot some of the reshoots, and he did score it as well. He did the music.
And he scored Halloween 3 as
but
well, actually.
Halloween 2, it's an interesting film and it's worth watching. It's a pretty decent slasher film, but it does do what Halloween doesn't, which is that it has it has a sort of explicit gore in it, really, in a way that I don't think Halloween does really.
Halloween 2 does what Halloween doesn't. Paul Ross.
Poverty. Okay, here's another one that still scares me in some ways, which is The Howling.
Yeah, The Howling's good.
I love Joe Dante. I think he's such a criminally underrated director. If you look at the films that he did with The Howling...
Have you seen his Masters of Horror episode though?
No.
It's bad.
Is it bad? I hear a lot of them are bad though.
Some of them are really, really good.
Are they?
And some of them are bad.
But Joe Dante
did
The Howling, he did Gremlins, he did Inner Space, he did The Burbs. I mean, these are all like hugely important. In fact, the most important film to me as a child was out of the films that he made was a little film called Explorers, which a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
It's a great movie, and he never got to finish it, which is why it's a really strange film because it's a film with 2 halves. The first half is like a sort of coming of age, sort of comedy drama, and then the second half is
space flying around.
Yeah. That was because it was all edited together. He'd never filmed the ending of it,
really?
And it has a sort of strange ending because of it. It's a great movie. I really love it. Ethan Hawke's first.
I like it. Yeah.
River Phoenix in it as well.
Yeah, before he died.
Yeah, but The Howling was when John Landis was wanting to make American Werewolf from London. He had been talking for years with Rick Baker to do all the effects, and he'd actually been called in to do the effects on The Howling. They said, look, finally they're making American Werewolf from London, but look, I've already been contracted to do that. And he actually got his assistant, who was a guy called Rob Bottin, who did the effects.
I always thought it was Rob Bottin.
It's Bottin.
Is it Bottin?
I think it's Bottin because that's how it's. I think that's.
Depends, mate. It's like Paul Bottin.
That seems to be. That seems to be how it's pronounced in the documentaries, but. He did a lot of the effects on The Howling, and Rick Baker was then able to do the stuff on American Werewolf. And actually, as much as Rob Bottin's stuff's amazing in The Thing, the transformation effects are better in American Werewolf, I think.
I think they had a bigger budget.
See the sort of like 10-foot tall werewolves in American Werewolf. Sorry, in the Howling.
Yeah, it's scary.
And there's a bit.
They remind me of the ones in Dog Soldiers.
Yeah,
actually,
totally,
very similar to
totally.
the ones in Dog
But there's
Soldiers.
a scene that's during the day in the woods, in a cabin, where she.
It's like many years since I've seen that.
Where the main character's friend is sort of snooping around,
right,
and she gets confronted by the killer, like gets shot at the start, and he turns into a werewolf, and it's really frightening. It's really, in fact, it's Robert. No. What's his name? It's the guy that actually. I wanted to say Robert Zemeckis, but it's like Robert something. He was the Doctor in Voyager. He was in Inner Space. He was in Explorers. He was in a bunch of movies.
Doctor in Voyager, the hologram dude.
Yeah, he was Zimmerman.
I don't remember who that actor is.
He's great in Inner Space, and he's great in The Howling. He's really, really frightening.
Same with Exhale.
Oh, I know what you mean. He's the bad guy, main bad guy.
See, I'm thinking.
Is he not the guy? He's not the guy from Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the first one.
No, I don't think so.
Oh no, that's the other guy in Inner Space, isn't it? I know who you mean.
But he plays the cowboy in Inner Space.
Yeah.
He's like he sort of transforms himself all the time into different characters. Alright, we've got 4 more films, and that's us done. The Omen 3.
I haven't seen, that isn't the one that's got Sam Neill in it?
It's the one that's got Sam Neill in it.
Which is now on Netflix, by the way.
It's not bad, actually. It's not a bad film, but it's super anticlimactic at the end.
Do you like The Omen? Do you like the first one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I prefer it as a trilogy because I think
Patrick Troughton?
Yeah. I think definitely.
That's the bit that annoys me though.
Yeah, but I prefer The Omen as a trilogy.
Really?
To just 1, 2, or 3.
Star Wars.
Yeah, it makes it's complete as a trilogy, whereas 1 just feels like it ends mid-film because it just ends like with no resolution. It's like there's no twist, there's no nothing.
Gregory Peck though.
Yeah, he's great. 2 is pretty good. 3 probably not as good as the other ones. Pretty anticlimactic.
I remember Sam Neill being pretty creepy.
He's very good in it.
Is he not? I mean, I've not seen it since I was a kid, but is he not quite conflicted?
He is. He's conflicted in part 2 as well.
Just Sam Neill in general.
Because in part 2 he's hitting.
It's almost like when his presence brings around.
Well,
tragedy.
In part 2 he is sort of hitting puberty, and like any kid going into teenage years, he starts to rebel. So he almost rebels against Satan. So he like there's scenes. Have you seen part 2?
I've seen all 3 of them, but it's been like.
So he's almost like, why am I this way? Like, what do you want from me? Why am I? Like he actually doesn't want people to be dying around him. He doesn't want to be the center of this. And then gradually, so in the first film he just follows his nature. In the second film he struggles with it. He almost rebels against it. And then in the third film he's still quite conflicted, but he starts to settle into it again. And then obviously he's defeated in the end. But the
Force Mount he goes to space. It's only natural progression.
That's part 4, mate. That's always the part 4. But
Jason X.
Yeah, Damien X.
Always remember.
But my point is,
he kills someone with an iron.
I can't remember. I
and
remember
there's a lot like
he has a sex scene in it, and then afterwards the woman wakes up and there's a scene where, like, from behind her and her back's covered in all these claw marks, like he's turned into a demon halfway through.
There's lots of flashbacks to when he was a kid, and there's like first, and it's like Halloween. Excuse me, and it's all first person.
But the ending of it, like the whole way through 1 and 2.
There's a 4th.
It's implied there is, but we forget about that, right? The whole way through 1 and 2.
He's a girl now, Harry.
So the whole way through 1 and 2. It's implied that there's going to be this great big apocalyptic, like, revelations showdown at the end, right? And then at the end of part 3, I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not spoil it. But it's not quite that showdown. It's nice. It's a nice ending, and the afterwards is quite cool. But it doesn't really meet with what it's been built up to be over 3 films.
I'm interested to see if either of you have heard of this film, and I don't want you just to say that you've heard of it, because then it will show you that you've got this. And the only reason I know of this film is because it was a movie that we rented as kids. Say we. I didn't know you guys.
Lord of the G-Strings.
Me and my friends. Saturday the 14th.
Oh, is that like the comedy?
Yep.
Fucking, I've not seen it, but I know of it.
What's that a parody of?
Halloween.
Saturday.
Oh,
the
right,
14th.
okay.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it's like.
Wednesday the
I just
12th.
remember getting it out a couple of times on video, and if I got it out more than once, it meant I enjoyed it. I remember there was a guy with a beard.
I have that same memory
There
about Alien.
was a guy with a beard. There's also like there's two films. Oh God, what are they called? One of them's it sounds like House of Wax.
House of Blacks.
No, Jesus Christ.
No, that was BLAX.
That was Cilla Blacks.
No. There's two films.
House of Racks.
There's two films.
House of Racks.
Bruce Campbell's in the second one. Bruce
Evil
Campbell's in the
Dead.
second. The first one is like a kind of House of Wax idea.
Evil Dead.
And the second one has
Evil
them
Dead
like
2.
travelling through time, and they go into
Evil
all
Dead
of
3.
these different parodies
Army
of
Dark.
movies, and one of them is Alien, and another
Cat's
one is The Haunting, and Bruce Campbell's and The Haunting one. It's quite funny. I just remember that. We have one movie left, people,
Okay.
because I thought we had three, but that one of them I realised I have written down.
One of them is a
I
trilogy.
have written down Porno Holocaust. So the last film, we ready?
Yep.
Go for it.
5-0 goes west.
It's a werewolf film.
That the one with the mouth coming out. What's it again?
So we're talking either 81 or 80.
Altered States.
No, that's a werewolf film. It's not
But
a werewolf
I
film.
bet it came out in 1980.
But it's not a werewolf
Pornhub,
film.
It came out in 1980 though. Do you like Altered States?
Yes.
Good. Do you prefer it to From Beyond?
No.
Okay. You prefer From Beyond?
In Altered States, is that the one at the end where William Hurt
Is the president?
replays the recording of someone dying through his mind? Is
Is
that in Altered States or is that
it's
another
been a
film?
while since I've seen Altered States.
So you have two people talking about a film they can't remember. Can you think of a werewolf film from 1881 that isn't The Howling
You've
and
gone
isn't
through
American
quite a
Werewolf in
few of them.
London? It's quite famous, but I suppose it's kind of famous. It is a cult movie. It's got a big star in it.
Okay. Who's the star? Help me out.
No, I'm not telling you the star. 'Cause I'll tell you
Alright,
the star. then.
Forget it. See you guys.
We'll wait until Martin gets back and see
Cool.
if he gets it.
He's
Let's see.
away in
Does anyone in
He's
the?
away in
In
frantic.
fact, no, we
Google.
can't ask. We can't ask the people. No, we can't ask
wait,
the
wait,
people.
no, hang on,
No,
hang
we
on.
can't ask people.
Internet
We
ghosts
can't
away.
ask them. We can't ask them.
Internet
because
ghost,
they-
have a
they
good
can-
night. Cheers for coming along, mate.
Alright, look, that's alright then. See you later, Internet ghost.
Fucking deceiving
No,
me with
because
my
they
eyes.
can Google it. They can
That's it,
Google
yeah.
it. We
I'd
can't
rather
have that.
retain my auditory
Is Martin
function.
taking a shit? Because he's taking quite a while before we wrap this up.
Like, he said he'd gone home, and knowing Martin is possible.
Martin! Martin!
Go.
Right, so you better not have Googled your phone.
What?
Alright, Callum
Did
doesn't
you-
know it.
Did you
We're
just Google
talking-
your phone?
We're talking a werewolf. This is the
Downloaded.
last film for the night. We're talking a werewolf film.
Company rules.
No, but that did scare the shit out of me as a kid, but it wasn't that early. So 88 or 81.
And he won't help
We're
us.
not
No
talking-
Cal.
Howling 2.
Nope. We're not talking
Howling
the Howling.
Zero.
No, we're not talking the Howling. We're not talking American Werewolf in London. It's okay. I'll give you a hint.
If you must.
It's a detective story.
Oh, two Jakes. Stop the clock. That was actually quite a bit later, the two Jakes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was 90s, I believe.
Yeah.
By which point you were like, oh, that's a very subtle
Jack
transition.
Nicholson-
No,
and
he's
Jack
melted.
Nicholson directed it.
Yeah.
Right. No.
Let me just send an
no.
unrelated text.
No. Right. Well, I tell you what it is.
Yes.
I'll give you an. I'll give you the
My
actor.
phone's crashed.
I'll give you the actor.
If you're bullshit. Yeah. Give me
Albert Finney.
Albert.
No, fuck that. Stop it. Stop it.
I'm not gonna say who it is, right?
No, you've got to try it. So does that not ring a bell at all?
It might when I
It's got
find
Native
it.
Americans in it. Useless.
I'm just thinking.
The film we're talking about is Wolfen, which is a really strange, weird werewolf movie from the very early 80s. stars Albert Finney. Albert Finney was a real big star in Britain many years before this, but he had an alcohol problem. He was wolfing. He had an alcohol problem, unfortunately. I should say, as we're running up to Christmas, and I'm sure when we do the Christmas live stream, we do some Christmas movies. Check out the Albert Finney musical of A Christmas Carol because it's fantastic. But anyway, Albert Finney's film Wolfen is a sort of strange detective story. I haven't seen it for years and years, but it's sort of set in a city, and Calvin's got a red nose and weird glasses.
Hey.
Anyway, so this is what Calvin does when he
so
doesn't know something. He has to mock it.
Patch Adams.
So
healing through it.
This is Calvin's tribute to Robin Williams.
Sorry, Rob.
So anyway, but I would definitely check out Wolfen because it's a really strange take on the werewolf mythos. I think, gentlemen, we should
start to wrap up.
Call it a night because like, we're all tired and I have to get up in the morning because I need to open my presents and then go and spend it with my family. Ow.
For the record, actually, this was one of the unused props in the Halloween game. There's a couple of things that we didn't actually use last time building the outfits. I wasn't sure.
By the way, that's Mike's head.
Oh, sorry, I grabbed his
Cool.
nose.
Again, we're getting to that
I
point in the
grabbed
stream
his
where
nose,
Michael's
sorry.
personal space
Oh, sorry.
erodes.
Grabbed
Yes,
his
let's
nose.
start to wrap that up.
Is this actually a nose?
No.
No, it's foam, Michael.
No,
Manufactured.
put it on.
Manufactured in China. Okay, so anyway, I hope you guys
Are those glasses like...
they're like bottle glasses. Yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this stream.
Callum has a migraine.
We've gone much longer than I expected us to go. This is indeed a record by an hour.
Oh.
Shit didn't work.
Yes, this is an hour longer than last time.
We still didn't get into the true experiences with ghosts.
We will do more. Our ever continuing experiments. We've upgraded to a better camera this time. Not that we were ever lacking in quality before.
He's
but
slagging my camera.
No. But we've gone up to that, and we're trying to do more stuff, including as we've been saying, we're going to try and do these mobile live streams and stuff. But we really appreciate you guys coming out, and it's great to see guys coming out regular and keeping. I say that in the collective term, and of course, there's so many of you guys keeping it going in the chat and chatting.
I wonder if Alan made
chatting with each other as well.
Well, that's the thing.
Let's not end up on a downer.
If we were doing,
I heard he died.
I think we would still do the live streams, but like the fact that we have people actually commenting as we're doing them, it really means a lot to us. So thank you very, very much. And thank you for commenting on the other videos as well.
And sticking with it, it's nice to see you guys saying that you always want more of it, but we should go and leave them wanting more. That's the key, I think.
Well, right now, this is by far the longest live stream we've done.
By an hour, and the last one was the longest one we've done. So next time it will just
24 hours, baby.
We should do a 24-hour live stream. That's a good idea.
For charity.
I'd
No, just for our own benefit.
For shits and giggles.
I'd definitely do it for
Would you
charity.
say it's for charity?
Would you?
Actually, I mean, I'm the live stream.
Would
now,
you
I'll
do a
talk more about it.
24-hour live
I'd do a 24-hour live stream.
I'd mostly just be sitting about it.
If we were sponsored for charity, I would definitely do a 24-hour live
If
stream.
we were getting a 50% cut, I would definitely do it.
Do you know what? We could do it and we could just like get like our friends to sponsor us.
I also think what we should do as well is, as part of that 24-hour live stream, have people going away doing activities. I abseiled off the Forth Road Bridge a year or so ago.
Look at Callum.
No, but
look at me, guys.
But
I did something
but
for charity.
What I'm saying is we could do like a Back to the Studio Blue Peter type thing and have people run round going out climbing a fucking bridge. But yeah,
Martin is eating shit.
if you guys would like us to do a charity live stream and you'd be willing to donate,
but we'll maybe try
to
something
charity,
in the
obviously,
future,
not
but
us.
we have a bunch of
Area Shifty Bun says, yes, I am a ghost now, so I'm saying
Yay!
that.
Hello, Alan.
We have a bunch of other content coming up, and it's been a little bit slow in November because we've all been very, very busy. But
And lazy.
No, busy basically. So hopefully December will be a lot busier, and we look forward to doing our next live stream. Hopefully, it's not guaranteed, but hopefully getting a film together and doing some more narration videos and all that other good stuff.
Absolutely.
And Callum's got some good stuff going over at Ghastly Gaming, so go and check out Ghastly Gaming.
It's a collective effort that as well. I don't want to.
He wants to.
No, I don't want to take any personal credit, but yeah, don't worry. There's things coming on many different fronts.
let's go because I think we're all about to fall asleep, and I'm sure you are as well.
Speak for yourself. I could go. I could do the 24 hours
Yeah,
right
let's
now.
do it then.
We've
Fuck
already
it,
done
let's do it
5
then.
hours.
Let's do it. This is how much bravado between me and Cam. Let's do it then.
Let's do
Right,
it.
good. Let's do it. 24 hours.
Streaming. It's just going to devolve
Just
into
saying
that.
Right,
Anyway,
boss
guys,
is a suggestion. Hold on.
Alright.
Hold on. End it with a bang. He says.
no party
Yank the
poppers.
fucking cord out. He says.
Well, we did that last time.
Yeah, no party poppers this time.
No party poppers
no,
this
no,
time.
no,
mate.
no. It made a lot of.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Yank the cord out, Callum.
Alright, hang on, I'll pull it. Boop.
That's a Hitler
Oh,
salute
you
again.
fucking
Keep doing
bastard.
it.